Special guest in the house. I want to make sure that all the stuff properly loads up. I'm going to go ahead and get into it without further ado. We got a big one, guys. I got George Gammon in the fucking house. George, welcome to the show. I'm going to turn my turn my thing on, but welcome to the show, George. Happy to have you on, man. There is no one I could think of that is more qualified to talk about what the hell is going on than George Gammon. So let me just fix my little thing here, just a little tech video. Okay, bear with me real quick. This OBS, man, I feel like a boomer sometimes with this stuff. But so George, what's up, man? Welcome to the show. Can you introduce yourself to the people that don't know who you are? Oh, hold on, my bad. Let me unmute you. You're muted, my bad. Let me just get you in right now. Bam. You should be able to unmute now.
Are we good?
Yep, and you can see me on your end, right?
Yeah.
All right, welcome to the stream, man. We got George fucking Gammon in the house.
Yeah, so George Gammon, I've got a few YouTube channels. One is just my name, George Gammon, where I do whiteboard videos on economics and all the topics that are kind of hot in the news right now on Bloomberg, CNBC, etc. And then I've got another channel, Rebel Capitalist, where I do live streams kind of daily on what's happening in financial markets. And I've got Rebel Capitalist interviews, where I interview people like Lynn Alden, Chris McIntosh, Brent Johnson, Jeff Snyder on the topics that we're going to be discussing today.
So, and again, I got to give you a credit because, you know, I'm super excited for this interview. And I was like, in my head, there is no one better that could talk about what the hell is going on than you, because I think there's a lot more to this whole tariff situation and us backing out. And I'll quickly give the audience a summary of what happened. Basically,
Sure.
We're supposed to impose tariffs, reciprocal tariffs and everything else like that to all these different countries to fix a trade deficit. But what ended up happening was Trump walked it back. The only thing he did was kept the tariffs in place for China and pretty much alleviated the rest of the countries of any real responsibility for tariffs. So, you know, MAGA idiots are trying to say, oh, yeah, this was like 5D chess, blah, blah, blah. But I think if you kind of, you know, look at the numbers and crunch things and kind of analyze it like you do, you will see the real reason that happened here. And I noticed that a lot of the mainstream media isn't really covering specifically why they backed away from this. So, yeah, man, I'll just let you kind of take it away. Like, you can explain what a tariff is, how we got here, or what their real strategy was and why they're backing out.
Well, let's start kind of in reverse order.
Sure.
When Trump came out yesterday and said, okay, we're going to reduce the tariffs, except we'll exclude China for a moment here, but we're going to reduce all the tariffs down to a 10% kind of baseline. A lot of people thought that was part of the plan. I think just if you use some common sense, I don't know why you would reduce the tariffs before the negotiation process was done.
Gotcha.
So just based on that, when he came out and said, okay, I'm dropping the tariffs, that told me, okay, he was probably forced to the negotiating table, or there was something that incentivized him, and this was not actually part of the plan. And that made a lot of sense to me because of what's been happening in the bond market. So most people have been really hyper-focused on the stock market because it's not been going down, it's been going up. It's basically a roller coaster ride. It's like Six Flags or something.
Yeah.
Like that. There's a lot of volatility, to say the least. In fact, the fear gauge that we call it, the VIX, this measures volatility in the market. That got up to 60, which is right up there where we were during the GFC.
Okay.
And so, you know, how we got here with the tariffs is you had, you know, China, as an example, had an X tariff on some sort of good coming from the United States. So in theory, that hurts our exporters. And then you've got China having some benefits like lower wages, and they don't care about the environment. And, you know, some people say that they're a currency manipulator. And therefore, you know, China's taking all these manufacturing jobs that we want here in the United States, and therefore we need to tariff them just to combat all of their cheating, and we need to bring those jobs back.
Because they subsidize some of their businesses, right? But the government does, I mean. So they're able to flood the
Subsidies
market.
and low wages. I mean, there's a lot of things that give them an advantage. But Myron, I think the easiest way to look at tariffs as far as should we have reciprocal tariffs. Now, let's compartmentalize here.
Sure.
I'm not talking about a negotiating tactic. I think tariffs are a very good negotiating tactic, but let's just focus on whether they're good economic policy.
Okay.
And most people think they absolutely are because it protects the American worker and protects manufacturing, et cetera. But what you have to realize is it also impacts United States buyers. So just because China or Argentina or Malaysia or Vietnam, just because they have a tariff on U.S. Goods coming into the country, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's not a net drag on their economy. Because sure, it might benefit some people, it might benefit their producers, but at the expense of everyone else. So as an example, right here in the United States, contrary to popular belief, we've had tariffs for a long, long time, way before Trump, especially on ag products coming in from countries like Argentina. So we have 4,900 peanut farmers in the United States, Myron. And the highest tariff on peanuts coming from countries like Argentina is 131%. Okay, so what this does, and the reason we have to have that is because if we didn't artificially increase the price of peanuts, then those peanut farmers in the United States would suffer. So let's just assume for a moment the additional tariffs, the 131% on a lot of the peanuts that are coming into the United States, let's just say that that increases the cost of a jar of peanut butter by $2. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, the United States buyers of peanut butter, we buy about 578 million jars of peanut butter every single year. So if you add $2 to the cost, that means there's over $1.1 billion that the average Joe and Jane, we're not talking about Wall Street fat cats or hedge fund managers or anything like that. We're talking about the poor, middle class, and everyone else. They're paying an additional $1.1 billion for their peanut butter just to prop up 4,900 peanut farmers. So that's why it's so important that people do a cost-benefit analysis. And is there a benefit to these peanut tariffs that we have? Absolutely there is. Of course. Just ask one of the 4,900 peanut farmers. Mm-hmm. But is there also a cost? And when you look at the costs, especially with this example, it's obvious that the costs far, far, far outweigh the benefits. Mm-hmm. So before we go any further, I just wanted to set up that example because I think that illustrates why it's so important that we look at things through the lens of trade-offs.
Yeah, right? and I think I'm really glad that you used that peanut example because that's literally, because I was talking about this the other day, tariffs are typically designed to protect an already established industry and protect them, like, hey, we're going to put tariffs on this specific product that we already make to protect the worker. But the problem is that if you just do general tariffs like we've been doing, you just there's no specificity, so it's not refined, it's very crude, and it's difficult to really assess things from a cost-benefit analysis like you're saying right now.
But even if you protect that worker, it's at the cost of someone else within the domestic economy. So it's not clear to me that tariffs are just a net benefit to society at large. Even if China is doing it, it's not clear to me that it's a net benefit. But let's just assume for a moment that you're able to drop all tariffs down to zero. So China has no tariffs, and the United States has no tariffs on China. So we actually do have, let's just say, free trade. Well, a lot of people would argue that China they're still quote unquote cheating, is what Trump says all the time. So they're doing all this cheating. Well, how? Because they're using child labor, let's say, or they're not acknowledging or they're not abiding by environmental laws. They're manipulating their currency. They're doing all these things that give them an advantage. And therefore, then we have to have a tariff against them because there's no way we can compete because they're doing all these nefarious things that give them a competitive advantage. This is another argument. Mm-hmm. And so what I want your viewers to think about, kind of a thought experiment, and this is the best way that I can describe it. Let's think about basketball. Most people understand the game of basketball. So you've got Shaquille O'Neal. All right. Now, Shaquille O'Neal, if I remember right, is 7'2". He's huge. He's a massive guy. so he has all these things that give him an advantage. So in this case, China would be Shaquille O'Neal.
Okay.
Because instead of being 7'2", they've got cheap labor, they've got the environment, all these things that we just discussed, right? Now, does that mean that the only way that we can beat Shaquille O'Neal in a game of one-on-one is to have another 7'2" guy? No.
Yeah.
Because we've got a guy named Michael Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Michael Jordan is not 7'2". Let's just say he's 6'6".
Yep.
But if I'm betting on a game of one-on-one between Michael Jordan and Shaquille O'Neal, I'm taking Michael Jordan every single time. No offense to Shaq, but
Yeah.
I'm taking Jordan
Yeah.
every single time,
Mm-hmm.
right? So my point there is, if you want to bring jobs back to the United States, if you want to compete with China, if you want to do all these things, we don't have to do what they're doing, because there's an argument that that's a net drag on their economy. So what we can do is we don't have to beat them at their own game, which is central planning. We can beat them at our game, which is free market capitalism. So as an example, what we can do is we can reduce regulations. We can reduce bureaucracy. We can reduce red tape. We can go ahead and reduce the income tax, the corporate taxes. And the most important thing we can do, Myron, is create certainty.
Okay.
Not uncertainty.
Yeah, that's what
because
the tariffs did.
there's a hierarchy here,
Yeah.
right? So let's assume that one of your viewers, or you guys can go through this thought experiment as well, that you're considering investing $1 billion in setting up XYZ manufacturing plant, to build shoes or something like that in North Carolina. Okay, so there's a hierarchy there. If you don't have certainty as to what the rules of the game are going to be, or what the political environment's going to be, or what the economic environment is going to be over the next, let's just say 5 years, you ain't going to do it. Even if you have the advantage of the protectionist tariffs, and even if you have the advantage of lower regulation, and let's just say lower taxes, you're still not going to do it. So you have to have certainty, number one. Then the next
which
on the higher,
Trump's tariff, and real quick, and that's just because Trump's tariff plan was not like he didn't stand on it. So if he's not making a certain, then it's like, how can a business say, "Oh yeah, we're going to go ahead and bring jobs back," but he's going back and forth on his tariff stuff? Is that what you mean?
The example or the visual I like to use in my videos is he's like a guy with a snow globe.
Mm-hmm.
You know those snow globes that you just
Oh
shake,
yeah.
and all the stuff goes all around.
Yeah,
that's what he's doing. He's like taking this snow globe
and just shaking it up.
And again, it might be fantastic for negotiation.
Yeah,
it might be part of the art of the deal. It might be part of his 5D chess.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is it creates a massive amount of uncertainty, not just in the stock market, but with investors, with entrepreneurs, with business owners, with corporations, who are the guys and gals at the end of the day that actually have to make that decision as to whether or not they want to build that shoe factory in North Carolina. So the first thing you have to have is certainty. The next thing you have to have to make us Michael Jordan is reducing the rules regulation. That's going to give us the agility, the speed through free market capitalism to not only compete with China, but to beat China.
Okay.
And the next thing down, you want to get rid of taxes. And then if you want to go down the list, then maybe, if they're done in a clever way, you could argue for tariffs. I still think on net it would be a negative, but there's an argument there. But you have to have all these things in line first.
Yeah.
And if your approach, to your point, if your approach is the snow globe, then it doesn't matter what you do with the lower priority things, you're still not going to get the objective because you don't have sufficient certainty in order to incentivize those producers to produce in the United States. Another thing you need, Myron, is you cannot have tariffs on raw materials. So I mean, you know who Mr. Beast is. I'm sure all your audience knows who Mr. Beast is. He has a company called Feastables.
Okay.
And his main product, as far as I can tell, are chocolate bars. So he's competing with Hershey and whatnot. So he had a tweet the other day where he was talking about how, because there's these blanket tariffs on everything, including raw materials, it's actually still cheaper for him to manufacture outside of the United States and bring those chocolate bars into the United States, even with the tariff, because there aren't tariffs on all of his inputs that go into making that chocolate bar to begin with.
Gotcha.
See, so and I think so. Now that we've kind of set the table, if you want to, I can get into what's happening more specifically with the bond market that I think really prompted Trump to bring those tariffs down and bring them down quite dramatically.
Yeah, no, if you could please go into that, because people are trying to say it's 5D chess, and I was like, nah, I think, because I knew it was something with the bond market because his head economist guy is a dude named Stephen Moran. And, and I could kind of tell you what I thought it might be, and then you could correct me if I'm wrong. Basically, this guy, a Harvard grad, he's the guy that pretty much wrote up this whole tariff plan. A guy named Stephen Moran, for the audience that are watching. He wrote a paper back in like 2024 talking about how tariffs would be critical to basically bringing down the value of the dollar to stabilize interest rates. Because apparently our dollar has too much buying power. He wanted to decrease it so that we can use it to cut down the deficit with the trades. It's a very convoluted, complex strategy that he had. But basically, that's the guy that is in Trump's ear telling him what to do. So I kind of went to the source, and I was like, oh, well, this is a little weird. I don't know if you want to kind of make sense of that, of where the hell this idea came from, and then go into the bonds. But whatever you think is easier to explain to the audience.
I didn't read the white paper from Stephen Moran,
Okay.
I think that you're referencing. But I think the overall administration has been explicit in their desire to bring down interest rates.
Okay.
And to bring down interest rates, they want to reduce the debt, or they want to reduce the deficits. And their plan is, these tariffs, they'll increase the tax revenue. They'll bring a lot of these factories back to the United States. So then we can lower income taxes. We can lower income taxes on corporations, and that will give them that incentive that they need to manufacture here. And then what happens as we build more and more here, we reduce the deficits, the trade deficits now what I'm talking about. We reduce these trade deficits. That's going to reduce our tax revenue because we're making so much from the tariffs themselves, but we're going to be subsidizing that, replacing that with the additional tax revenue that we make from all the manufacturing that's happening in the United States. And then we're more self-sufficient, and then all the kind of the talking points that you hear about. That's their argument, as far as I can tell. And then they want a lower dollar because that gives the manufacturers in the United States a competitive advantage over those, over the Chinese or Vietnamese, or because that makes U.S. goods cheaper, relatively speaking, on the global stage. If the dollar, you see, if the dollar is cheaper. So
and here's the thing: I had to go digging for this information. Like, if you go on Fox or like their interviews, they basically keep it simple. We're going to bring back more jobs to America. They kind of end it there, right? But then I said, you know what? Let me look at this a little bit further when I saw them pull back from the tariffs, and that's when I found out who this Stephen Moran guy is. I looked at his paper a little bit. I researched him, and I found out it was more about leveraging our reserve currency status to bring our value down and basically get it where we want to extort the entire world to pay us since they use our reserve currency versus actually manufacturing jobs. So that's kind of what I took away from it. But you mentioned the bond market is a critical reason why they backed out. If you can explain real quick what a bond is, what the bond market is, just assume here no one knows anything about this stuff.
Yeah. So when I'm talking about the bond market, I should be more specific. I'm talking about the Treasury market.
Okay.
And so the Treasury, although corporate spreads have blown out as well, we can talk about that later. But the Treasury market really trades on, especially, so when we're looking at the Treasury market, there's several different Treasuries with different maturity dates.
And what is a Treasury?
A Treasury is just U.S. government debt.
Gotcha.
So if we run a deficit, let's say that we spend $1 trillion, but we only bring in $500 billion in tax revenue. Well, we have to borrow. We have to borrow $500 billion. So what we do is we issue a treasury or treasuries for that $500 billion. So we sell those treasuries, which is basically an IOU. It's an IOU. And then the market buys the treasury because we pay an interest rate. And then we get the $500 billion that we need to bring our total amount that we have up to $1 trillion because that's what we're spending. So it's basically like if I was if I needed $1,000 and I went to you and said, hey, Myron, let me borrow $1,000 and I'll give you this IOU and I'll pay you 4%. That is basically what a treasury is, but you're just getting that from the United States government.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And just so, and I'm assuming that this treasury, when people buy it, it's multiple people that are investing into this treasury. It's not like one entity, right?
Well, yeah, you've got treasury, you've got 1 month treasuries that mature in 1 month.
Okay.
So that would be like me borrowing money from you from 1 month. And I could borrow money from you for 30 years.
Gotcha.
So it's everything from I forget maybe a week or 4 weeks, all the way out to 30 years. And so what you're doing is you're looking at all these different prices and all these different interest rates for all of these different treasuries, whether it's a 2-year treasury, whether it's a 1 month treasury, a 3 month, a 1 year, a 30-year. They're all going to be different because let's go back to the example where I'm borrowing money from you. If I borrow money from you for 1 month, you're going to, let's say, charge me 1% interest. But if I borrow money from you for 30 years, you're going to charge me a much higher interest rate because you've got a lot more risk that I don't pay you back.
Yep, over time.
You see? Right. And then you've got inflation risk and you've got all these other things. So what we're doing here is we're looking at the yields and how they're moving in the treasury market, specifically, or more importantly, in this case, at what we call the long end of the curve, which would be just the longer maturing.
Do you have a chart
treasuries.
on this by chance?
Sorry?
Do you have a chart on this by chance you can share on screen, or?
I can show you a 10-year treasury.
Yeah,
and
just
what it's done as far as the yields. Let's do that.
Yeah, just so they kind of understand what you're talking about from a visual perspective.
So we can do a screen share. So this is just a 1 month chart. Can you see that, Myron?
Yep, I got it.
Okay, so this is a 1 month chart of the 10-year treasury yield. So just one more thing to highlight before we get into it. There's an inverse relationship between the yield and the price of the treasury. So if the yield goes up, then that means the price of the treasury is going down. And if the yield goes down, that means the price of the treasury is going up. And
the yield is when it matures?
No, the yield is just the interest rate that you're being paid for owning that treasury.
Okay, so one more time. As the yield goes up, you said?
As the yield goes up, the price goes down.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, and if I can explain that, it's pretty easy actually.
Yeah.
So if you've got if you buy a 4% treasury that's paying you 4%, and let's say that interest rates go up to 4.5%. Well, no one's going to buy that treasury from you because it's only yielding 4%.
Gotcha.
Why would they do that when they can just go out to the market and they can buy one at 4.5? So what you have to do is you have to lower your price. You've got to lower your price to the point where your treasury is now yielding 4.5% based on the price that you lowered it to.
Gotcha.
See? So that's how it works. So going back to what we were saying, why you would charge me more for a longer term loan, that's why when you look at the 10-year treasury and the 30-year treasury, we call this the long end of the curve, longer maturing treasuries. That's why they're really impacted by what the market expects inflation to be. Because Myron, if I borrow $1,000 from you and you expect inflation over the next 30 years to be 10%, well, you're going to charge me more than 10%.
Yeah.
Right? Because you've got to make at least 10% just to break even on your purchasing power.
Yep.
So you're going to charge me 15%. You're going to charge me 20%, something like that. Now, if you think that inflation over the next 30 years is only going to be 1% per year, okay, well, now maybe you're going to charge me 5%. You see? Because that inflation expectation goes down. So when you have the stock market just completely selling off. I mean, I'd like to remind people that on Friday, the Dow was down by 2,200 points, 2,200 points. I mean, these are moves that you only see during like the cerveza sickness, during the GFC, during the dot-com bust. In fact, the one-day move there in percentage terms was higher than anything that we saw during 9/11.
Oh, wow.
That tells you the severity of what was happening last week and the continued volatility that we have today. We had the Trump, come out and make that announcement yesterday, and it's true that market just skyrocketed, but then it comes plummeting down today. It was down, I think, 1,000 points or something like that. So you just have this up and down and up and down. This is massive, massive uncertainty. And when you have uncertainty in markets, what happens to inflation expectations? They go down. They go down. Because what you're doing is you're increasing the probability that we have a recession. Okay? And in a recession, inflation doesn't go up. In a recession, inflation goes down.
Yep. Because buying power
goes down.
Yep.
And this is one of the reasons why interest rates were so low after the GFC, because we had that recession and we really didn't recover. I mean, we got to a point where we were, positive real GDP growth, but we didn't really recover like we were prior to the GFC. So interest rates remained very, very low because inflation expectations were incredibly low.
Gotcha.
Right? So if you have, and let's not just look at the stock market, let's look at the oil market. Now, I don't know if you've noticed this, but the price of oil has come down by like 20%.
Oh, wow.
Over the past week or so.
I did not.
20% move in oil.
I did
down.
Not. Do you have that on a chart, by the way, or no?
Sure.
If you don't, yeah. Wow. I didn't even look at the oil market. Everyone was reporting on the stock market. No one talked about oil or treasuries.
Oil and bonds more important.
Okay.
Oil and bonds more important.
And Chad, don't worry, we're going to get to why the Trump administration backed out here in a second. He's just explaining to you guys, because these are all very important concepts to understand before he explains.
See, look at this move, Myron. Well, that's a 1 year chart. Let me just focus on the 1 month. Okay. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
We go from 71 just straight down to 60. And today, actually, we were trading in the 50s. At one time, we were trading around 59. And then the other day, I think that was on Monday, or maybe it was even yesterday, we were down around 55. So wow. What does this mean? So when you go into a recession, what happens for demand for energy? It plummets.
Yeah.
It plummets. So this is why you see the price of oil go down. You see the price of commodities go down, such as copper, because you're reducing aggregate demand going into recession, and inflation expectations come way, way down, right? So what we're looking at here is the stock market collapsing and massive volatility, which you see in a bear market usually, leading to uncertainty. We see the oil market crashing, which would lead you to believe that the oil market is predicting a recession. We saw copper prices coming way down as well, which would tell you the exact same thing the oil market is telling you. So in this environment, Myron, what you would expect is for yields to go down and to go down huge.
Yep.
Why? Because inflation expectations are coming down. So now let's go back to the 10-year Treasury yield and see what it's been doing recently. And then we're going to tie all this stuff together.
Okay.
So we go back, let's just say 1 month. And here is where we bottomed out. In fact, we were intraday, we got all the way down to, I think, 3.85, something like that. And that was on either Friday or Monday. And since that time, yields have done the exact opposite of what you would expect based on everything else that we just discussed. They have not gone down. They have not stayed flat. They have skyrocketed.
Yeah,
now, this doesn't look like too big of an increase for the average viewer. We went from 4% up to 4.42, which is 42 basis points. This is a massive move. a massive move in the bond market. You just don't see this. In fact, on
Because bonds are
Monday,
traditionally more stable, which is why people like them, right? So this is huge for bonds because they're literally designed to be stable.
that's right. So
Yeah.
remember, guys, if the yield is going straight up to this degree, what's happening to the price?
Down.
It's going straight down. It's going straight down. So
Was this
the
because other
reason-
countries were dumping their treasuries?
part of it.
Okay.
But but the narrative around that is incorrect, Myron, and here's why. Because the narrative is that China and Japan and all these countries are just mad at the United States, and they're just pissed off at Trump. So they're like, Trump, we'll get you. We'll just dump all of our treasuries. That's that's not what's happening. They're not selling because they want to. They're selling because they have to. They don't have a choice. They absolutely do not have a choice. So why are they forced to sell? Because when you have this type of uncertainty in the global monetary system, Myron, the banks freeze. They don't do anything, which is understandable, right? If you ran a bank, you'd probably doing the same thing right now. You'd be on the sideline saying, "There's no way I'm going to lend, because I don't know what's going to happen," right? So what you have is the circulation of dollars globally stops. Stops. And if the circulate or it slows down, if it stops or slows down, what that means is all these producers in China, in Japan, in Malaysia, Indonesia that need dollars to buy the commodities that go into all the stuff they are manufacturing, they don't have the dollars they need. So what they have to do is they have to take anything on their balance sheet, they have to sell it to get those dollars. And what you see is them selling treasuries. They have to sell those. They don't have a choice. And that's why you often, in crisis situations, see gold go down as well. It's because it's the exact same thing, Myron. These huge financial institutions, these mega corporations all over the globe, they're having to sell anything on their balance sheet that they can to generate that cash because there's a shortage of circulation of dollars. So they sell gold, or in this case, they sell treasuries. So this move is not about inflation expectations. Because if it was, most people say, oh, well, the tariffs are going to create inflation, so the yields are going up. No. If that was true, oil wouldn't crash by 20%. Oil would be going up. It wouldn't be going down. Same thing with copper, right? So you look at this, say, okay, it's not inflation expectations, and then you have to go to the next logical conclusion, and that is that there's just not the dollar circulating globally in the monetary system because of the risk and because of the uncertainty, and those entities within China, within Japan, within Malaysia, wherever they are around the world, they have to sell the treasuries that they do have on their balance sheet because, again, they have to have those dollars. Now, there's another component to this, Myron, and here's where it gets a little more complicated, but we can describe it in a way that's very, very easy to understand. There's something called the basis trade, which sounds very complicated, but it's actually not. It's where these huge hedge funds borrow billions and billions and billions of dollars. In fact, the basis trade now is up over $1 trillion. So what happens is one of these huge, massive hedge funds can borrow all of this money to buy treasuries, let's just say the 10-year treasury, at a price of $99. We'll just use that as an example to keep it simple. But what happens in the futures markets, sometimes futures contracts for those same 10-year treasuries are trading at a premium. So there's a lot of different reasons why. And unfortunately, it all involves other entities and counterparties taking even more risk. They're leveraging up. So, so let's just say you could buy a futures contract for a 10-year treasury, but the price is $100. So what the hedge fund does is say, okay, well, we'll just go ahead and buy today for $99, and then we'll just sell you a futures contract that matures in, let's say, a month for $100. and we're going to go ahead and pocket the spread. But keep in mind, the hedge fund isn't taking their own money to buy the $99 treasury. They're borrowing it. They're borrowing it. So because they're what we call picking up pennies in front of a steamroller. Because since they use so much leverage, just a small change in the price can force them to sell that treasury that they have. So you say, what would be a small change in the price? A small change in the price, Myron, is if you saw like a one-day move of 10 basis points. We are seeing one-day move. If we go back to Monday, we saw a one-day move of like 35 basis points in the 10-year treasury. So all these hedge funds that have the treasuries that they bought on margin,
panicking,
with leverage, they just blow up, and they end up being forced to sell those treasuries. So again, whether it's these huge hedge funds that are over leveraged and taking all this risk, or it's XYZ producer in Japan or China or whatever it is that has to have dollars, so they're selling treasuries. The bottom line is what's going up is not a result of inflation expectations with tariffs. It's not a result of people wanting to sell treasuries. It's a result of people having to sell treasuries. And the fact that you've got these big financial players where it's obvious, where they're forced to sell these treasuries because there's a lack of dollars circulating. We call it a lack of liquidity. That's where you take a potential recession and turn it into a potential depression, if not potential global financial crisis. And if you, I don't know if you've got that, what I sent you, but it was funny, guys, just so you know, Myron texted me this morning and was asking me about it. And he said, what do you think the cause of this kind of backpedaling with Trump was?
I can put it on screen right now. Let me get it.
And what I tell you, Myron, I said it was the bond market.
Yep.
The bond market. And then no more than 10 minutes after I text that to you, sure enough, the headline on CNBC was Trump says the reason he backed off the tariffs was because he didn't want to turn a recession into a depression. And then the very next key talking point from some guy in his administration said that they were very concerned about what was happening in the bond market. Exactly what we just described. Because if you think about it, it makes sense. Trump, he wants to play hardball. He wants to negotiate a better deal. But the last thing that he wants is to be remembered as the president that brought on a GFC 2.0 or brought on, the Great Depression like we had in the 1930s. So if the stock market goes down by 5,000 points, he could care less.
Gotcha.
He told that explicitly. But if the stock market goes down by 5,000 points, you're not risking a global financial crisis.
Yeah, I'm getting it right now.
The bond market does the same thing. Now all of a sudden you're risking the monetary system, you're risking a financial crisis, you're risking all of these things because the bond market is so much more important than the stock market, and it has so much more systemic risk.
So I got it up on screen right here. This is what you were talking about, right? The audience can see it too now. I don't know if you can see it.
No,
it's on my screen. Well, it's the picture
you just read those key talking points to from CNBC.
Yeah, I got it up on screen now. What you sent me this morning.
Yeah, so the audience can see it there. In fact, I can look at my our text and I can
read it. It says here key points. President Donald Trump was aware the economy could enter a recession, but wanted to avoid a depression from his tariffs, according to a Wall Street Journal report. Kevin Hassett, director of the U.S. National Economic Council, told CNBC on Thursday that the collapsing bond market contributed to Trump's decision to walk back his trade policy. Bam! Literally, yeah. You texted me that, and then you sent me this like a few minutes later.
Yeah, and it was funny, and to be clear, super clear again, if the stock market blows up, that's not going to be a GFC. That's going to be a .com. Gotcha. Where you just have what they call a balance sheet recession, where you have a recession, but it's not that big of a deal. The big losers there are just people that own assets. Wall Street, let's say. Main Street suffers a little bit, but not that much. When the bond market blows up, that's when you get a GFC, where it not only impacts Wall Street, but it probably more so impacts Main Street. And that's what Trump, he got the tap on the shoulder from whether it was Besant or someone else that saw the same price action that we were just referring to. And obviously that's when Trump realized that, he's got to pump the brakes.
Shit. So you think that was really, so the bond market pretty much you think was, because basically clearly they didn't anticipate this happening.
Yeah.
And now they're just trying to market it as something else that it's not, to kind of avoid egg on face, or
you're talking about the administration and how I think they're being pretty honest.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, if what we just read from CNBC, if those were direct quotes from Donald Trump and from people in his administration, I think they're being very forthright.
Okay. Because some people were, I was looking on Twitter, people were saying, oh yeah, this 5D chess, like this was to figure out which countries, oppose us and which countries actually stand by us, right? It was a test and stuff like that. And I know some other people had reported that.
Just listen, don't listen to George Gammon. Don't listen to Myron. Just if you're in that 5D camp, just listen to what Donald Trump is telling you. Donald Trump is literally telling you that the reason he did it was not 5D chess, not because this was part of the plan. It's simply because he was okay with a recession, but he's not okay with a depression. That's literally what Donald Trump is telling you. And then one of his advisors specifically references why we might go into a depression, and that was the bond market. So don't listen to what we're saying, right? Listen to what Donald Trump and his staff is explicitly telling you.
Now, obviously walking back, tough talk about tariffs and everything else like that, because he had said, I think it was like Monday, someone at the White House asked him, hey, are these tariffs going to be long term? Are you guys going to, maybe come to the table? And they were saying like, no, we're standing firm on these tariffs. Even Israel, they didn't, change their stance on tariffs with Israel. So to me, I'm like, okay, you're saying you're not going to walk it back. You're saying this is going to stick. You're showing this tough posture to the world, and then you walk it back. What does Trump walking back this policy, what does that do for us for the future, whether economically, geopolitically, diplomatically? I just can't think of a plus in my end from a geopolitical sense of international trade, how this can benefit us. I can see how we avoided a depression, but on the world stage, I think we look weak with this. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think he has a lot less leverage. Because you got to put yourself in the position of someone that's negotiating with him.
Yeah.
Like if you're the guy that's negotiating with him from Malaysia or Vietnam or whatever, and he just backpedaled, you're like, oh, okay, I get it now. And now I'm going to be a lot less concerned, especially if the stock market continues to go down, or we continue to have problems, lack of liquidity in the bond market. I mean, if you see interest rates continue to rise like they did today here, we're at 4.42. If I'm that Malaysian guy, I don't know that I'm doing that much bargaining with him, because I know he doesn't really have much leverage at all, because he has to tap out just based on what the bond market's doing. And he's already shown me his cards. He's shown me his cards like while we're in the poker game. And a lot of people said that, well, the whole point was to bring people to the negotiating table. And I understand that argument, but the last thing that you'd want to do is to reduce your leverage before you get done negotiating. Like you don't want to, if you have this leverage, you don't want to bring them to the table, and then while you're in the process of negotiating, bring down the that's not what you want to do.
Yeah.
You don't want to bring those down, or you don't want to reduce your leverage until a deal has actually been done. So, but again, don't take my word. We don't have to speculate on this. Trump told us why. Yeah. He told us exactly why he did it. And now, but do I think this is a positive? I do. And I think it was the right move for Trump.
To curb back, to put the 90-day delay?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
Absolutely. You got to pump the brakes here. Maybe we take a slightly different approach. And, it shows that he doesn't want to risk a GFC 2.0. and it shows that he is cognizant of the bond market. And I think all those things are extremely positive. And I would hope that, I don't think he will, but I would hope that he reevaluates the strategy for bringing these manufacturing jobs back to the United States. And when I say that, I would hope that he hears this, or someone presents the idea to him that, hey, in order to compete with Shaquille O'Neal, we don't have to be Shaquille O'Neal. We can be Michael Jordan. And if we're Michael Jordan, we've got a much higher probability than beating Shaquille O'Neal, even if we tried to replicate some big guy that's 7'2" and wears a 22 size shoe, right? So, and what I'm saying there specifically in economic terms is maybe he reevaluates and says, okay, instead of the tariffs, maybe what we should do is we should start on the hierarchy that we talked about. Instead of doing tariffs first, maybe we should work on the certainty. And then once we get the certainty, maybe we can work on reducing the regulations, the bureaucracy, red tape, which is basically building a Michael Jordan economy, you see? And then we reduce the taxes. Now you're building, now, you know, if you reduce the regulations and the uncertainty, we got Michael Jordan when he was playing for North Carolina.
Kind of like the example you gave us with the peanuts. We have an established industry that we've already have an infrastructure for. If we tariff that, it makes sense because it protects that industry and it's more refined specific to that industry versus kind of this just general tariffs all over the place. Would that be fair to say?
I don't even know, because let's look at the peanut farmers as an example, 4,900 peanut farmers. You've got a few ways. What we're doing there with the tariffs, Myron, is we're making them Shaquille O'Neal.
Okay.
I'm saying that instead, let's make them Michael Jordan. There's obviously massive amounts of regulation, bureaucracy, and red tape that they have to deal with. So let's take that away. So they might not have the benefit of $5 an hour labor, but they have the benefit of not having to compete with producers that are in countries that are communist or socialist or have central planning and have all
like China.
Of this net drag. And then what you also do is, although you can't, they can't compete as far as labor, where they could compete is all their other input costs. Because remember, whether you're a farmer in Argentina or you're a farmer in Kansas, you still have to have a giant John Deere tractor. There's no getting around that, right? So if your country doesn't have any tariffs that make that John Deere tractor more expensive, then that's going to give another advantage to that American producer. So I would much rather go that route than the route of the tariffs, even using the example of the peanut farmer.
Shit, man. Okay, so I guess because I know you're short for time here. So if someone just walked into the stream right now, can oh shit, what's going on here? We got George Gammon in the house, and they're like, why the hell did Trump back away from these tariffs? What would your be? I guess your succinct summary be?
It's easy, Myron. It's because the bond market was blowing up, and when the bond market blows up, you risk a GFC. When the stock market blows up,
global financial crash, right? GFC.
Yeah, you risk 2008, 2009.
Gotcha.
If anyone saw the movie The Big Short, that's what we're talking about. When the bond market blows up, you get The Big Short movie, right? Michael Burry, I'm sure we've all seen it. When the stock market blows up, if it's just the stock market, then you just get a dot-com bust where it impacts Wall Street, but it doesn't really impact Main Street. But if the bond market blows up, you get The Big Short, which impacts Wall Street, but it impacts Main Street to an even greater degree. So when Trump is sitting there with his advisors and they're looking at the stock market go down, they don't care. They absolutely don't care. I think they were being honest. But when they see the bond market blow up, now all of a sudden it completely changes the game. And notice that was on Monday, right? And then very quickly after we saw that huge move, the day after, he comes out and decides to backpedal there. And it's because, and he explicitly said, because he's cool with a recession, but he's not cool with a depression. And when the bond market blows up, you risk a depression. When the stock market blows up, you really only risk a recession.
Gotcha. And wow. And that is because bonds are looked at as the safest asset class to invest in. So volatility there basically creates uncertainty to an, I guess, maybe a dire level. Would that be fair to say?
The easiest way to look at it is the treasuries that we were talking about underpin the entire global monetary system.
Okay.
Everything. They underpin the entire global financial system. So it's like that Jenga puzzle, going back to The Big Short, right? Mm-hmm. So you got one Jenga puzzle piece that if you pull out that piece, the entire thing comes down. That one last Jenga piece are treasuries. That's a treasury market. So you pull out that piece and the whole entire house of cards comes crashing down. If you pull out the stock market Jenga piece, nothing really happens other than just kind of Wall Street loses and you get a little bit of a mild recession like we saw during 2000 and 2001.
And real quick before you go, can you explain the difference between a recession and a depression? The two are often conflated in casual conversation, but just for the audience from an economic perspective, what is the official definition for a recession versus a depression?
A recession is what we had in 2000, 2001, and it would be in a more severe recession would be what we had in 2008 and 2009. Mm-hmm. What we had in the 1930s was a depression.
Gotcha.
So I think the formal definition is if the unemployment rate gets up over 20%.
Okay.
And I said 20%, 20,
wow.
right? Not 12, 20%. Mm-hmm. Then that with some other contributing factors, that go into the equation. But I think that's the biggest component. That would be the difference between a recession and a depression. Recession, you've got 2 negative quarters of real GDP. Unemployment goes up to, let's say, 8, 9, 10%, something like that. A depression is when the recession gets so bad that unemployment goes up to 20, 25%, which is what we saw during the Great Depression. So if you want to think about the U.S. economy right now, and if you think that it's okay, it's not doing that great, it's getting harder to get a job, or if you're in the camp that it's kind of contracting and we might be going into a recession, keep in mind that's with unemployment at 4.2. Now do that same thought experiment where unemployment is 25%.
Yeah.
What does that economy look like?
Yeah. Holy shit. We're talking about a quarter of the workforce out. Nobody. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Shit. So we basically, okay. So the depression takeaway, way worse. And and we were, Trump was willing to go into recession, but he was not willing to go into depression. And it seems as though his administration did not foresee the Treasury market tanking like this, and that's what basically forced them to kind of halt what they were doing. Because like you said before, I love the Jenga analogy you used. The Treasury market basically is the market that takes the whole Jenga piece down.
That's right.
Fair enough. He is George Gammon. Thank you so much for coming on the show, man. I know you're short on time and you got to go. But I think that's really important for the American public to understand what's really going on here. A lot of the MAGA tards are trying to come up with other theories as to why this happened. But no, and then I think we'll have you on Fresh and Fit for Monday for Money Monday, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So
just text me about it. And I appreciate you having me on, Myron. And I'm always happy to come on and discuss these macro topics.
And real quick, because I'm on my Myron Gaines X channel. We got 4,000 or 5,000 people watching live right now as we speak.
Okay.
Myron Gaines X. Where can the people find you, George?
Now, Rebel Capitalist on Rumble.
Nice.
On Rumble. I'm getting my YouTube channels taken down by YouTube, unfortunately.
For what?
So
you do
I'm
financial?
trying...
How? You don't even swear. You're like the most clean-cut, polite guy ever.
I know, and this is the stuff I talk about nonstop.
Now they're censoring financial
YouTube
info?
But anyway, I'm still on YouTube at Rebel Capitalist and George Gammon. They've just been taking down my foreign language channels. So hopefully they won't touch my English channel. But my point there is it's a little tumultuous with YouTube. So I'd prefer that if you're going to find me, go over to Rumble and subscribe to my Rebel Capitalist channel. And that's where you'll get all my whiteboards, all my live streams, and all the interviews that I do.
Awesome. So we'll have George on for Money Monday on Fresh and Fit next Monday, guys, 8 p.m. George, thank you so much for coming on the show. Guys, go check him out. Literally, probably, whenever I have, complex economic questions, I go to George. I just talk to him because he can explain all this stuff. So thank you so much for coming on the show, brother.
All right.
All right.
Have a good one.
George. Later. All right. W. George, guys. Bear with me here as I put my camera back on. Yeah, I wanted to surprise you guys on that one. I was locking him in for the show, and I was like, you know what? Let me just bring him on. Give me ones in the chat if you guys enjoyed that. Or give me twos if you're pissed off. I don't know. But yeah, I don't think you guys saw that one coming. So I was like, dude, I got to get George Gammon on to talk about this because, I don't think a lot of the, people on Twitter know that it was basically except for like the financially savvy people, that was basically the Treasury market that kind of set all this stuff out of play, And the other thing, too, I think that's important as well is, you need an established market and things to be really refined for tariffs to be all the way. Like, I think the goal here was to kind of stop the monotony of us continuing to trade at a trade deficit and kind of stimulate moving the manufactured jobs back to the United States. But clearly Trump showed that he can't stick to anything. So it is going to hurt us from a negotiation standpoint in the future, which isn't good. But yeah, so we're going to cover some news as well, guys, react to some stuff. But I wanted to make sure I got that stuff out first because obviously we didn't have that much time with George yet to get going. Give me one sec, guys. I'm going to take a quick piss, get some water, and then we're going to go to the story. We're going to talk about Kristi Noem, Secretary of Homeland Security, getting cooked. And we're also going to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene getting busted for potential insider trading scandal. So we're going to talk about that. Also, I got another story that I'm going to be covering on a school counselor. And I shit you not, chat, a school counselor that blamed her husband after she was basically proven to be, after she was caught sexually abusing a minor. So unprecedented levels of lack of accountability from females as usual. So y'all getting it all. Y'all getting fucking, geopolitical breakdowns, what's going on in politics, economics, etc. Red pill shit. So yeah, let me go ahead. Let me just get a quick piss, guys, because I had to start this stream up like quick because I didn't want to burn any time with George. Give me one sec, guys. Come on, Frank. Frank, come on. Go to your bed. All right. We are back. What's up, guys? All right. So let me read some chats, and then we are going to cover some of the stuff here. All right. Yeah, guys, get your chats in, get them right on screen. I'm going to go through them now. All right, let's go with MRT Fortune says, tariffs may bring short-term inflation, but long-term deflation is what we need to be careful of. Okay. Should I get ERO IPO stock? Ooh, I don't know about that. I think that might have been a question for George. Cover zone. So is Trump no longer applying the tariff anymore? What will happen to the economy in the rest of the countries we did tariff with? Basically 90-day extension, but China's keeping high tariffs. Slide Dog says, we want clan meeting content any too soon. I mean, when I get time, bro. Like right now I'm focusing on like building up this show as much as I can. And then, we can get back to the clowning and everything else like that after that. San Diego Tribune, this is from Mario. Speaking of DHS, check this article if you have time. Our 2 dumbass ex-co-workers of mine just got popped. Oh, shit. So, what is it? San Diego CBP officers allegedly took bribes to let document. Oh, cooked. That's not good. Here, I'll pull this story up right now, actually. It's not common that you get CBP officers being idiots like that. Okay, so they're facing federal charges. These 2 right here. It says here, bro, what the fuck? Bro. Yeah, so let's see here. San Diego area CBP officers face similar corruption charges within the last 2 years. A jury convicted Leonardo. Okay. Who arrested these guys? Bro, what the fuck? See, California trying to nickel and dime everybody, bro. That's why your country's failed. I mean, your state's failed. Let's see here. So Farless Almonte is one. All right, let me just go ahead and Google this shit because the San Diego Tribune, these niggas are trash, thirsty for some dollars, man. CBP officers arrested San Diego. See, this is why you always want to go just to the DOJ press release. Is this it? Yep. Okay. Okay. Bam. So they got sentenced October 25th. Damn, 23 years in prison. Holy. Okay. So HSI did this case. OIG, FBI. Damn. Let's see if there was. Hold on. Let's see if there's like a criminal complaint or something like that. Because it's not often that you get you get shit like this, guys. I guess the chatter know these guys? You said coworkers or some shit? Ex-coworkers of mine just got popped. Yeah. Interesting. Let me put that name in there. Let's see. This is convicted, sentenced. All right, let me put arrest. This is on January 24th, so... okay, so they indicted him. Okay, July 3rd, last year, they indicted him. Basically, he was letting drugs come in and shit. Yeah, bro, these dudes are cooked. Yeah, FBI, DHS office. It's not good when you got the FBI in office, OIG, and all this other shit. But, all right. Fair enough. Okay, what else do we got here? Bear with me, guys. Okay. Let me keep going through the chats. We got here. Yo, Myron, how's my ninja, Frank? And when is he going to be able to throw up the Roman himself? Maybe at the end of the show. Hey, did you see that Tim Castle's putting down Kim for calling out Tim for being a Zio? Rumble won't let me post a link. Kim was putting down. Oh, are y'all talking about Kim? I think you're talking about Kim Iverson. Yeah, they got some kind of beef going on right now. Some shit, I don't know. I did hear about that. All right, hold on, I'm just adjusting some stuff here. My ninjas. All right. Interesting. Okay. Let's go back. What other chats we got here? Mario says, bro, we've had 5 over the last 2 years. That was another guy in an article that you Googled. Bro, how the hell are you guys getting so many niggas popped, man? Bro, the CBP ain't paying no more or what? Like, bro, CBP, you guys, bro, CBP officers make more than HSI special agents, bro. People don't know that. Like, you guys can milk that fucking overtime, bro. So what the hell are these niggas doing? 5 over the last 2 years? Damn, that must have been embarrassing when they showed up. Did they arrest him at the bridge, bro? Mario, did they arrest him at the bridge? Like, did they show up at the port and fucking grab his ass in uniform? Or did they hit him at his house? Yasser says, Myron, did you see that JRE podcast with Dave Smith and the Zionists? When will we be on in JRE? He had Dave Smith on with the Zionists? Who? That Club Hong Kong is a TJ house, literally. Interesting. All right. Now let me look at these other chats. Those were from Rumble Rants. And then we got here, Kumo TV says, TMJ News Network reported 2 days ago a Palestinian woman was detained in Saudi at a Masjid al-Haram for displaying a Palestinian flag. Please said it's a political statement that she argues is national identity. Thoughts? Bro, it's just the Zionist regime literally just pushing for censorship, bro. I'm telling you guys, Israel's wildly unpopular right now. Israel is wildly unpopular. Even stupid boomers are starting to wake up. So expect the censorship to start getting crazy. Expect the censorship to start getting crazy. And as the censorship starts getting crazier and crazier, guys, I'm going to have to put more and more of this content on Rumble and off YouTube. Like right now, like, look, I'll keep it 1,000 with y'all. Me making this kind of content and, talking JFK and exposing all this shit, I could only do it for so long on YouTube. I won't be able to do it forever. Like, I'm very aware of the fact that, like, my time is ticking. And I'm going to have to, once the channel really starts like blowing up, like I'm talking like we're getting 100,000 views on each video, I'm going to have to be a lot more cautious. Right now, we kind of operate and have fun because we're not like, too crazy. But, the channel is growing at a pretty good rate. But once we start getting like 100K views on every single stream we do, we're going to have to start definitely, or using more coded language. It's going to be one of the two. Either cutting to Rumble or using more coded language, because I predict, and this is my prediction, I predict that as U.S. sentiment grows negatively towards Israel, which is what we're quickly approaching, you are going to see the ADL, Media Matters, and a lot of these other agencies really push to get the biggest voices censored, canceled, deplatformed, etc. Because, all right, give me ones in the chat if y'all niggas want me to explain how censorship works in America. Give me ones, because as I'm thinking about this, this is kind of like this requires more of an explanation. Give me ones if you guys want me to, twos if you guys don't want me to. OIG stands for Office of Inspector General. Okay, and I see your question there. Office of Inspector General, they're charged with doing internal investigations on agencies. Let me keep reading these chats, though. Talk about the New York City helicopter crash just happened. Okay, let me pull this up. As you guys know, we always try to do breaking news. So let me get that up in the queue. See, this is an interactive show. I cover shit that y'all want, too. Okay, let the normies have a refresher. Fair. Dudes in the chat said the normies have a refresher. Give me ones in the chat, by the way. No, actually, you know what? To make it simple, give me threes in the chat if this is the first time that you're tuning into a live stream. Give me threes in the chat if this is your first time tuning into a Myron Gaines political cultural commentary live stream, aka the debrief. Give me threes if this is your first time here.
I think that's what made it difficult.
Okay. See a few threes. All right, welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome to the stream. You guys probably found me through a clip or a short. My guy Brett is killing it right now. So welcome to the stream. Happy to have you guys here, bro. Okay. Think I've caught every debrief, first time actually live. Okay, from Wenboy. Okay, shout out to you, bro. So if this is your first time watching live. Keep up the great work. Have you ever touched on the protocols of Zion documents? Probably have. Insanely interesting 27 articles. Yes, I have looked at it. We're going to have to do it on Rumble, though. I'll give it 1,000 with you. That Protocols of Zion is like it's like the top op for the ADL, which I want to talk about the ADL here in a second. But that will have to be on Rumble. I will not be able to talk about that shit on YouTube. Helicopter crash, got that. Kumo, TMG News. Albo Ace, these dudes online talking trash about you. Yeah, you've risked more and done more for JQ. Yeah, bro, it's fine. That's why it is what it is, man. Aaron, thoughts on Stu Peters? Okay, this is what I'm going to say on this. And this is the first and last time I'm going to address this. Stu and Gary are good guys, both of them. I like both of them. I'm staying out of it. That's it. They can have their disagreements. That's fine. Men are going to be men and we're going to have different worldviews. Totally cool. But I have a lot of respect for Stu. I have a lot of respect for Gary. I like both of them. You know, Gary's helped me out with, doing things behind the scenes with Fresh. He works with Fresh a lot more. He has no say in the content that I make, clearly. Right? And he helps us with collabs and contracts and all the shit behind the scenes, okay, with Fresh. He handles that. And Stu, I think, is a fantastic voice in the movement. You know, I recommend Occupied to people all the time. Fantastic documentary, you know, and he went to great personal risk to make it. So I have an enormous amount of respect for both guys. So I'm not going to shit on either one of them, and I'm going to stay out of it. You know, it just sucks that my friends are, you know, obviously getting in beefs and shit like that. It's really annoying, but yeah. So anyway, I like both guys, so I'm just staying out. Let's see here. Let's see. Cool. All right, let me, so we got this helicopter story right now. Let's go look at this helicopter story.
Right, when it went upside down into the water.
This literally was just a little bit ago, not too long ago, so.
To try to.
But I have got some helicopter time. It's challenging. I mean, I've been flying fixed-wing aircraft for 42 years. So, and I'm kind of with JP. I'd rather stay in a fixed-wing aircraft. Yeah. I have a better chance potentially of gliding to safety. I mean, we discussed something that helicopters can do called auto-rotation, and where, again, you can sort of disengage the transmission, the clutch from the engine itself if there's an engine issue going on, and then the actual torque.
Bro, I don't know about you guys, but I am never, ever gonna get in a fucking helicopter, bro. Yo, helicopter crashes, bro, it's like, it happens like once a year. Kobe died in a helicopter crash. The president of Iran died in a helicopter crash, even though I think there was some involvement there by the Mossad. But, bro, I am never going in a helicopter, bro. Fuck that, man.
That the blades are still generating, you can auto-rotate that helicopter to a safe landing somewhere. But you have to have the blades to do that, right? Yeah. So in this case, the blades completely came off, so there was no lift at all now being generated. So as JP had pointed out, they didn't have a chance.
It was doomed. So now the FAA and NTSB are investigating, and we do have a retired Navy captain, aviation and search and rescue expert joining us on our air right now, Armin Kurdian. Can you hear us, Armin?
Got you loud and clear.
Okay, so we now know that this was a tourist helicopter. What is the information? What are the questions that you have, as you hear all this news unfold and as we listen to the situation and the timeline that was laid out by the mayor?
Well, obviously, the first thing is just absolutely awful. You have an entire family go down with that helicopter. So, we have to keep them in our minds and our hearts. But as everybody's talked about, this looks like some kind of massive catastrophic failure from which the pilot had no chance to actually recover from. So, excuse me, what they're going to try and find out is, was this a failure of material, like did the shaft actually crack or did it break? Or was there some kind of, excuse me, so sorry. Was there some kind of loosening or did something come loose? That one thing led to another that eventually everything sort of vibrated apart over a period of a few seconds, or was it one massive break?
Captain Kurdian, maybe you walk us through what a proper search and rescue response looks like for a crash like this. What happens within the first 5 minutes after impact?
We've seen so many crashes in the Hudson lately, or...
Guys, do me a favor. Can y'all like the video? I'd really appreciate that. It would help quite a bit. Like the video. Listen, we only got 900 likes, but we got, 3,500 of you guys in here roughly? So like the video, my ninjas. Okay, like the video. Smash that like button. Helps a lot with the algo.
Now, you saw up in D.C. over the water. In these massive metropolitan areas, the response is fast, it's massive and immediate. Plus, simply the fact there's plenty of sea traffic on the river to begin with. That's going and checking everything out. So you're going to send in your folks to first make sure the area is safe, that there's no fire, there's no additional floating debris which would cause a hazard to your divers. The water temperature is going to dictate how many divers you need, because a diver can only go under that water for 20 or 30 minutes, even in a dry suit, 59 degrees. Not a lot of time to stay conscious underwater. So once you do that, you want to make sure that it's lit, that you can see the accident and then recover the bodies or recover the individuals if, by some miracle they managed to survive.
But in terms of survivability, is there ever a scenario where someone could survive a mid-air mechanical failure like this?
Armin, are you still there? All right, we might have...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Once those rotors come off, there's absolutely nothing you can do. You are completely along for the ride.
Yeah.
And the way a helicopter crashes into the water, once it hits the surface of the water, it's going to invert, even if it lands or comes down vertically, because the top of the helicopter is much heavier than the bottom. It's going to completely flip over, so they're going to be hanging on their straps.
And then how long might it take before we get some answers, as we're referring to the FAA and NTSB and investigating?
Honestly, for a situation like this, where I believe that the helicopter, I think you're going to find it mostly intact under the water. Once you pull it out and put it on a bed, you're going to want those inspectors looking at it literally right then and there, because they're going to want to see if this was a clean break or if not. If it was a clean break, or excuse me, if it was, say, something that just got dislodged or came loose, that you don't see any physical parts that were broken or sheared that might have happened airborne, then that's going to lead you to one thing. Perhaps it was a maintenance issue. But if something physically tore or physically broke, and the engineers can quickly determine, looking at those brakes, whether it was something that was done on impact or whether it was something that was done in the air because the torque and the moments of inertia simply weren't working with each other airborne.
Yo, is there anybody in chat that's a helicopter pilot? Is there anyone in here in chat? We got a bunch of you guys watching right now. Are any of you guys... is there anyone here that's a helicopter pilot? I know we have plenty of airline pilots, but I would love for someone in here, if they're a helicopter pilot, to give a little bit of insight, bro. Because I genuinely will never get on a helicopter, bro. I've just seen too many great people die in helicopter crashes. So I'm like, fuck that, man.
They'll know that very quickly. So I bet you.
Somebody said, yes, son, I'm a Allahu Akbar pilot, bro. Y'all niggas are funny, bro. Yo, if your name is Muhammad, though, I don't want to listen. I don't want your take. I don't mean to be racist or whatever, but I'm going to keep it 1,000, bro. Look, if your name is Muhammad or Ahmed or some shit like that, or even my Arab name, Ahmed, bro, I don't want to hear your take, bro. All right? I'm going to be all the way 1,000 here, all right? Let me be very clear. If you're a helicopter pilot and you are from anywhere in North Africa and you have Arab descent, I don't want to hear your fucking opinion. All right? Sorry. You know, I practice this racism towards everybody. Welcome to fucking the debrief, where we literally shit on everybody. So I don't want to talk to y'all towelhead niggas either. I need a white person, even a black person, to tell me about this. Hispanic nigga, but I am not going to take nothing from nobody named Ahmed or any type of in the name. I'm good, bro. No Khalids, none of that. All right? It's not Khalid, by the way. It's Khalid. So if it has a no. I'll take a Jew, too. Hey, your name fucking Menachem? Okay, I'll talk to you. But I'm not talking to no Arab niggas with this shit. Hell no. So, anybody in here that's a pilot that's not Arab, or, you know, will extend, or Muslim, yes, practicing bigotry against myself. Even if you're Muslim, I don't want to hear from you either. So if you're white and you're a convert, no. I need a Christian, a Jewish person, a Catholic, even an atheist, because them niggas don't want to die. Even atheists. But if you're Muslim or you're Arab, bro, I don't want to talk to you. All right? So, we got any helicopter pilots that meet my requirements? Let me know in the comments below.
Within about 24 hours of that helicopter coming out of the water, they're going to have a fairly decent idea of what happened.
All right, Armin.
Oh, this nigga Phil Cohen said I'm a pilot. Nigga, how many times do I got to tell you in chat? You're Jewish. Shut up. All right? It's like I got to tell you this shit every day, bro. Shut up. This is your song. Shut up. You're Jewish. Anyway. Are the lights still on? All right, we can keep going, guys. Even look. See, as soon as I start talking about Jews, this dude comes in. I already know what he wants to do. I say Jews, this nigga starts showing up. Bro, Frank, what's wrong with you, bro? Why are you so anti-Semitic, man? He heard the name Cohen. This nigga showed up immediately. All right, what do you, okay, all right, man. Goddamn, bro, you on YouTube. Bro, literally, he's been here for like an hour, by the way. Nigga's been here for like an hour. He heard Cohen. He comes over immediately. Yo, what the fuck, man? Yo, nigga heard Cohen. He said, nah, fuck that. What's this guy got to say? Fuck this nigga, bro. All right. Hey, that's what he's got to say to you, bro. That's what he got to say to you. Okay? He said, fuck off. All right, bro. All right. You got to get us canceled, man. You got to get us canceled. All right. I love you, too. All right. Go to your bed. All right. Okay. All right, man. Oh, man. All right. All right, buddy. Come on. Go to your bed. Go to your bed. Go to your bed. You want to get us canceled. Okay. All right. That was funny.
Well, we really appreciate your expertise. Thank you for joining us. We want to go out live to Meredith Gordon.
I didn't script that, chat. Like, he just heard Jewish Cohen, whatever, and he walked over. Bro had to come in and check out what was going on. Frank Dolph in the house.
And now close to the crash scene there in New Jersey. Meredith, what can you tell us?
That's right. Well, first of all, there's been a little bit more increased activity in terms of boats moving around the site of the debris that's still in the water behind us. Again, the debris has not been lifted out of the water yet. It is still submerged, and it looks like the legs, if you will, of the helicopter are still sticking up out of the water. But when I walked down this walkway, again, just a few minutes ago, there is what looks like personal belongings that may have belonged to the people who were in the helicopter floating around here. We saw what appears to be two brown leather seats that, again, you would assume came from this helicopter floating in.
Bro, what the fuck? Holy!
the water. And there's also what seems to be an oil sheen on the water near where the helicopter crashed. Again, I talked to people that live in these neighboring buildings. A lot of them were home, working from home when the crash happened. They all heard a boom. They said it woke some of their babies up. Their dogs heard it and were startled and, started barking. And it's very somber, and people are really sad here. And again, when I first got to the scene earlier, I spoke with a young boy named Leo who was walking this walkway after school with his mom, and he actually saw a lot of the helicopter debris, and he took a video of it that he shared with me. Take a look here.
I mean, so first of all, a really important thing I saw, so I was walking to school, like my school's in Hoboken, so I was walking through that terminal, and then, like, I didn't hear anything. I just saw, like, a lot of these people were standing at the pier, they were, like, watching something, and then I saw all these boats, and then I'm like, what happened over there? And they said a helicopter crashed. So I'm like, yeah, that's really scary. And I continued down from my way to school, and then I saw this man filming something in the water, and at first I thought, like, recording litter in the water at this time.
That's a smart young man. The fact that he's able to recall all this detail as a child. He's smarter than a lot of the girls that we bring on the show. I bet you he could name 3 countries.
Seriously? But then I realized those were actual helicopter pieces. Yeah. So I joined the recording.
And what did you see? What did the helicopter pieces look like? You mentioned it might be like the rotors?
Yeah, so it looked like the rotors. They were like big, thick, and they had like on one side, there were 2 pieces. So the bigger piece, it had like on one side, it was black, and then there was this like a goldish line, and then it was white. Maybe like that can help you figure out which helicopter it is from.
The fact he was able to recall all those details is wildly impressive, man. Smart kid, dude. Smart fucking kid. Anytime I see smart kids like that, I get excited for the future, bro. Because these guys are our future. Do you guys know why? This is why, dude. Like, people say all the time, Myron, you're extreme. Why do you say the shit that you say? Blah, blah, blah. Guys, when I talk about, like, for example, my stance on, guys that play for the other team and how they need to have their own designated zones where they can do their shit, I'm always coming from the position where we need to create the best environment for children. We need 2-family households. We need to avoid public degeneracy. Like, look, you want to do some weirdo shit? Do that on your own time. Keep it away from the kids. We need more kids like that. You know what I mean? You could tell just from the way he's speaking that he's probably a smarter, higher achieving kid, man, which is great. We need more smart kids. That's how we're going to build this fucking country back. You know what I mean? So, the kids are the future, bro, and we have to protect them. So, recollection from a kid. Smarter than half the girls that come on these fucking shows. And obviously, this is a fucking tragedy.
Yeah, that's right. Again, people are just getting home from work, it seems like, around here. And we've seen a lot of people walking their dogs, people with families just coming to take a look, again, at the helicopter wreckage, which is still in the water. There's been some increased activity, as I said, with police boats and FDNY boats coming over close to where this big crane boat that it's presumably going to pull the wreckage out of the water is. But again, it's still in the water, people coming over to look. And again, a lot of people can't believe that they're seeing, again, presumably wreckage and personal belongings from this helicopter right along this walkway. And I guess you would call it 10 feet, I would say. Not 10 feet, maybe 30 feet from these high-rise buildings. There's wreckage in the water floating. So police have not removed anything yet in terms of the materials from the water, guys.
Yeah, it's inconceivable. It's heartbreaking. Meredith, thank you. I mean, this is a sightseeing helicopter. So many of them taking off, and there's so many helipads around that area of the Hudson River, too. And so it is.
I'll tell you this. Ain't nobody gonna go on a fucking New York helicopter ride after this, bro. Nobody, man. I remember when that Washington, D.C. Crash happened, where a helicopter crashed into a plane. Remember that, guys? Literally within days of Trump taking office? And they were blaming it on DEI? Bro, I'm good, man. I still get nervous on takeoffs with planes, man. The big reason why I hate traveling is because of that shit.
Truly a heartbreaking afternoon on the Hudson River. We want to go to Jessica Formosa, who's been live along Pier 40. Jess, what are your sources telling you?
Bianca, Natasha, well, we now know that recovery efforts are over. They pulled the bodies out of the water. 4 of them were pronounced dead here at the scene. 2, they rushed to the hospital but later died at the hospital. We know that this was a family from Spain. They were visiting 2 adults and 3 children.
Bro, what the fuck, man? That's fucking awful, man. A nuclear family killed.
And also the pilot, all dead at this hour, we have learned. I'm going to step out of the way here because I want to show you there's not a lot of activity, but if he zooms in here, you're going to see there's some flashing lights, some NYPD rescue boats still here. But throughout the last hour, 2 hours, you know, all the divers have come out of the water. We know that the call came in at 3:17 p.m. Multiple calls to 911 saying that there was a helicopter in the water. The police commissioner says the helicopter crashed near the New Jersey coastline here in the Hudson River. FDNY assets, we're told, were nearby, so they launched their boats right away. Rescue swimmers went right into the water, and you know, we have to really give them credit, the work that they do. They are trained to do this, but yet today, you know, this was traumatic for them. They went into that water, tried to save these young children and their family members along with the pilot, and they couldn't do it. They tried their best. They said they did everything they could there to save at least 1 life, but that was impossible. This was a Bell 206 helicopter from New York Helicopters. We're still waiting to hear from them. You know, we did ask the mayor and the police commissioner and other officials here if they knew anything about this pilot. Was he an experienced pilot? Was he not? When was the last time this helicopter was inspected? Those questions they could not answer, saying that this is still under investigation. But we know at 3:08 the helicopter had reached the George Washington Bridge. It was turning around, but shortly after, within, they say, seconds, that's when the helicopter lost control, crashing into the Hudson River upside down. And I think that's what made it difficult to try to get that family and that pilot out alive. But we're live here at Pier 40. I can tell you the mood here, very sad. We have seen, we saw divers come out, paramedics come out of the water, and you can see it in their faces, just how traumatic this has been, how sad. You can only imagine. We don't even know if that family and that pilot had a chance to even think or see what was happening. You know, it happened so quickly that what went through that family's mind, those children, we don't know their ages, we don't know their gender. So a lot of questions, you know. We know that they have not revealed their...
They were probably younger, minors, I'm guessing.
Identities yet, and that's because they're waiting to notify the family. Again, this is a family from Spain. They were visiting, so they may not have any friends or relatives here at all. They're also working, I know, with the consulate to get that information out to their families. So hopefully we'll have more information on the victims in the coming hours or even tomorrow. But that's the latest I have here from Pier 40. Ladies?
Yeah, Jessica, you just painted a pretty heartbreaking picture there. To put yourself in these people's shoes as this is happening, it's terrible. It's terrible to think about. And we just wish their families the best, people that know them, as they're probably processing this right now. Jessica, we're going to turn things over to Linda Schmidt. We're hearing that she may have some information on the helicopter.
Let's actually go to Sharon Crowley. She's got a statement from the helicopter touring company, New York Helicopter. What are they saying, Sharon?
Yeah, we are finally getting some information here. The CEO of New York Helicopter Tours just issuing this statement saying, quote, "It's devastation. I'm a father and a grandfather, and to have children on there, I'm devastated. I'm absolutely devastated. I haven't seen anything like that in my 30 years in the helicopter business." And we learned just a few minutes ago from a press conference with the mayor and the police commissioner and others that it was New York Helicopters who owned and operated the helicopter that is involved in this deadly crash in the Hudson River where 6 people were killed, a sightseeing, a family from Spain. We don't know their names yet, as Jessica just said, 3 of them children. Let's hear now from the police commissioner who spoke just about a half an hour ago.
A Bell 206 helicopter flying for the tour company New York Helicopters took off from the downtown Manhattan heliport at 2:59 p.m. The aircraft flew south before turning to fly north along the Manhattan shoreline up the Hudson River. At 3:08 p.m., the helicopter reached the George Washington Bridge and then turned again to fly south along the New Jersey shoreline. Shortly thereafter, the aircraft lost control and hit the water just a few feet off the coast of Pier A Park in Hoboken. The cause of the crash is currently under investigation.
We also heard from Mayor Adams describing this as a heartbreaking tragedy. And before I send it back to you, I just want to reiterate something we heard from an eyewitness who said he saw this crash in midair. And I'm going to quote him for you. Bruce Wall said he saw the helicopter falling apart in midair with the tail and propeller coming off. The propeller was still spinning without the aircraft as it fell. So a lot of people in Hoboken probably saw this happen if they happened to be looking up at the skies this afternoon about 3:17 or a few minutes thereafter when all this started to unfold. We also heard from New Jersey Governor Murphy extending his condolences and saying that his emergency responders are working with people, the NYPD and FDNY as well. So now this investigation likely turned over to the FAA and the NTSB as we get a little further in this.
And one of the SAR persons who's search and rescue that we spoke to not too long ago was saying that we might be able to get a report back on this pretty quickly. So we're going to see how things go. Sharon, thank you for bringing us that bit of information. Turning over to Nick now, though, I just want to make sure and clarify that weather was not a factor here.
No. I mean, the weather had been deteriorating as the day had gone along. The winds had started to pick up. I flew this morning, and it wasn't that bad. The ceiling was quite high. I looked at the observation from Teterboro Airport, which is the nearest airport to the crash scene, and at the time of the incident, the accident, the wind was out of the southeast, a little gusty. It was gusting up over 30 miles per hour, but the visibility was great, 10 miles visibility, and the ceiling was up at about 6,000 feet, the lowest cloud layer. So weather not a factor at all. It seems to be just something went wrong with that, with those blades, the rotor head, whether fatigue or bolts coming loose, a series of events.
If it's not weather, this company might get sued, chat. Like this might make them liable if it wasn't weather. Because if it's weather, you can always make the argument, because that's what they said about the Kobe situation. It was really bad with clouds. They didn't want to fly. Kobe insisted, and they made it happen. But in this situation, if it's like upkeep with the helicopter, woo, man, that owner, that owner is definitely. He's probably talking to a lawyer right now as we speak, chat.
That may have happened very quickly, one leading to another situation, and then the catastrophic failure at that point.
When you look at the water temperature, 40s to low
45
50s,
about 50, yeah.
And I just feel like it was death upon impact with just how brutal that was. But then if there was a possibility of survival with the water temps being so cold, and then just the fact that hypothermia sitting in 45 minutes. I mean, it was just a tragedy from the start.
Well, and if you look at the timeline, right, we're talking the accident happened at 3:17 and
2:59. So it's like 18 minutes or so.
18 minutes from in flight time. But the accident having happened at 3:17, and the first responders didn't get there till 3:40. So they may have been inverted under the water for more than 20 minutes. Yeah. And now, and again, think about that being inverted.
And guys, it's cold in New York right now. It is not warm. I was just in Pennsylvania. As you guys know, I was up at Penn State. It is not warm. So that hypothermia is real. That water is going to be freezing.
Under the water.
And the other thing, too, I remember talking with someone that's like a physicist or some shit like that. When you hit the water from that height, it's like landing on concrete. So people would think, oh, does the water break the fall? No, man. It's like literally hitting concrete from that high up.
In your belts, no training to be able to get out of there, right? So just a recipe for disaster.
It's really difficult to paint that picture as you asked us to do. And I know this hits differently because there's kids involved. And Nick, you're not just a pilot, you're a dad.
Yes.
How does this land for you?
Well, I mean, it's tragedy, right? You think about losing your children. And again, something like this, if you think about training, where you do egress training, right? Where you would practice in a scenario where you dive into the water, the vehicle goes into the water, goes inverted, and you try to get out. And again, there's disorientation, there's darkness, you don't know what's going on. But you know, here the tragedy again, and here what potentially looks like a whole family was lost.
Tourists from Spain visiting New York.
You know, if you're a surviving parent, it would be awful. Of course, is you know, but having the potential here, what we can assume potentially maybe a whole family was lost.
Do people get briefed on any kind of emergency measures? What would happen if you land in the water? I know this happens when you take off in a helicopter. They tell you you have flotation devices underneath you, but that's about it.
I mean, there should be a proper safety briefing. That's really required. You know, when I take a flight with passengers, even my family that's heard me give the briefing over and over again, I still give the briefing. So you have an idea of what to do if something happens and I can't help you. So a safety briefing is really a requirement, and I'm sure these professional companies, helicopter companies, as in you get a safety briefing on an airliner, what to do. I'm sure they gave them some type of a safety.
Chris says, off topic, what are your thoughts on working out of state as a single man? I've been away from family for 4 years pursuing money career with BP, no trouble getting women, but I do miss them some. Just want your opinion. No, it's gremay, bro. It builds a lot of character. That's what I did. Makes you into a man. So working out of state is better. No distractions, no comfort. It helps you focus a lot more. So working out of state is fantastic as a young guy.
Safety briefing, but does that briefing cover something like this? I mean, the briefing may be to show you how to unbuckle your seatbelt, to show you how to open the door if you have to get out. But that's assuming that you've landed somewhere safely.
And upright.
And upright, exactly. Now, they're not going to, there's no way they could brief them on an inverted impact into the water and have them respond. It's just impossible, really, to have them do it. But
with these flight companies operating daily, hundreds of them, I'm not sure, but there's quite a bit. I mean, you're over water. Manhattan's surrounded by water. Is this not something that they should talk about?
Well, again, it's probably done in a briefing if it's going to be a normal, potential off-site landing, let's say. So where, as we discussed, a helicopter, if it has an engine issue, you can sort of detach the blades from the clutch. There is what we would call it, the transmission, and so now the blades are still spinning. So the helicopter pilot takes that energy that they're still generating to what's called auto-rotate the helicopter down. So he's still getting lift. He's still able to somewhat directionally control the helicopter, he or she, and make a landing.
Russia-America prisoner swap. Interesting. LSR gives me a Twitter thing. Okay.
Upright, either in a field, in the water where the potential floats that are on the skids would then inflate, and the helicopter would then be upright. So the briefing would include, if that happens, this is what you do. If I can't, as the pilot, get back to you, this is how you unbuckle your seatbelt, this is how you open the door. When you exit the helicopter, stay away from the blades, that type of a briefing. But this type of a scenario, being very rare, really, how do you brief for that? You really can't. So.
Well, Nick, the fact that you're a pilot, your expertise has been invaluable in the last 2.5 hours that we've been on air, just uncovering this live together. We want to go to Meredith now, who is live out in New Jersey. And Meredith, you have some new video of the debris that people are now finding at this crash site.
That's right. There's a bunch of debris that is along this walkway here, which is looking out over the crash site. Again, take a look at this video that we just took moments ago. But you guys mentioned safety manuals and the briefing that they give people when they get on an aircraft or a helicopter. Well, there was actually safety manuals floating in the water that I saw myself as part of the debris. We saw two 2 seats, brown leather seats, floating in the river, along this walking area. A lot of people who have come to look at, the helicopter, which is still submerged in the water behind me, have seen the debris floating in the water. We saw a water bottle floating with the rest of the debris, which again you would assume came from inside the helicopter. I saw what appeared to be a bag floating, which again, likely somebody's personal belongings. And there's also a bit of an oil slick in the water, which you would think came from this helicopter as well. But again, the police and authorities haven't really retrieved any of the floating debris from this area yet, and people are just really taken aback by all of this and taking it in as they come and survey the scene.
Yeah, Meredith, I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of that debris ending up there as they're still trying to clean up this scene, a tragic scene. We're going to turn things over to Dan Rice. We talk to Dan a couple times a week up in the chopper in Skyfox HD. Dan, you do this for a living. How is this landing for you right now as you're seeing this unfold?
This is tough to watch. For what we do for a living, anything's a possibility, and you're prepared for it. You heard about the safety briefings and everything else. I know 25, 30 years ago, somewhere in that range, I went up to Groton, Connecticut and did a water egress training to prepare me for the unlikely event we ended up in the water. When you look at that chopper upside down in the water, those yellow bags out of those gray bags, those are what we call the floats. And they're there in case of an emergency landing in the water. But what you'll notice in those bags, with the way those floats are, they're not deployed. The pilot did not even have enough time to deploy the floats. The video out there, it's scary to see that, because when you see the one video from the piers where you see the chopper coming down upside down, the very first thing I see is the main rotor system is missing and the tail boom is missing. Without any rotors on the aircraft, the pilot has zero control of the situation. Everybody's along for the ride. That's scary to watch.
Yeah.
That style helicopter, that is the helicopter we fly.
I was just about to say that. So the Bell 206 is what you're flying too.
Correct. It's a Bell 206 Long Ranger 4, L4 they call it. Two big rotors on top, 2 little rotors on the back, single engine aircraft. It seats 7 people in it. For us, it's configured differently, but that's what it can fit.
Dan, we're hearing from a couple pilots who are saying they don't trust helicopters. They'd rather be in a fixed-wing aircraft.
Also, guys, we're going to talk about Megyn Kelly and Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh, I think, responded to her. And to be honest, I was the first person to call Megyn Kelly out on her bullshit. But we're going to go ahead and get into this. This is also breaking news. So we got some shit coming in right now, guys. So we're going to definitely talk about that as well. All right? Yeah. So we'll stay on this helicopter story a little bit longer, and then I'm going to talk about censorship in America with the ADL, and we're going to talk about the Megyn Kelly thing, and let's see here. And we're also going to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene, Kristi Noem. Yeah, we got a great show for you guys planned today. So welcome to the stream. It's a Thursday, guys. So you guys know I'm going to go a bit longer than usual. So, channel's growing. Love you guys. It's a blessing that we have all you guys in here. We literally started doing this show in January of this year, starting with, maybe 1,000 live viewers, 2,000 at most. Now we're consistently hitting, between 4,000 to 7,000 live viewers every single time we stream between Rumble, Castle Club, YouTube, etc. So, the show is growing. We're growing quickly as far as subscribers. My guy Brett is killing it with the shorts and the clips. I'm sure that's how a lot of you guys found this content. And on this channel, I cover more politics. I cover more current events. I go deep with foreign policy. That's one of my favorite things when it comes to politics. I'm not an economist like someone like a George Gammon, which is why I brought him in to talk about tariffs. So, you guys are going to get a different side, more history, more geopolitical stuff, more cultural stuff, not as much red pill dating stuff. Obviously, that's still going to be a part of the show. Like, for example, we're going to talk about the Matt Walsh stuff because it's trending. And then this woman that, obviously blamed her husband for fucking sexually assaulting a kid. But, you know, I do want to take this time to thank you guys, you know, for supporting, you know, despite all the bullshit, you know, Fresh Fit has dealt with over the years. You know, fucking anus and reach, the whole China Gate situation. I'm gonna call that shit China Gate from now on. It's kind of funny. You know, you guys have always been here. So I really appreciate that shit from you guys, man. I really do. You know, the cancellation, the demonetization. We've been demonetized now for almost 2 years. You know, I'm not even sure we're going to get our monetization back at this point. If we do, awesome. If we don't, it is what it is. You know, and a lot of you guys that are familiar with my work, you guys know I've been talking about, you know, them boys before it's called cool to do so. I was talking about this shit before October 7th. That's literally why I got demonetized. I'm going to talk about this more when we go over the ADL and censorship in America. But yeah. So let's get back to the helicopter story. I'm going to talk about censorship, then we're going to cover a bunch of different stories that we got going on. I'm just setting everything up for you guys right now. And also, I'm working on getting my Instagram back. I know some of you guys might be seeing me right now looking down at my phone and shit like that. Trust me, I'm still here. I'm just fucking coordinating some shit to get my IG back. Fresh is back on IG, man, so go follow him, guys. Fresh is back on Instagram, breaking news. His account is CEO Fresh Lifestyle. So go follow him on Instagram. He's back up. Here he is right here. God damn it. Trying to get that shit in focus. Sorry, guys. This camera's like designed. There we go. Bam. So there he is. He's back on, guys. So we'll see if I can get my Instagram back. If not, it is what it is. That's what I'm working on right now. Fucking dealing with these IG people, man. It's fucking pain in the ass. But yeah. So he's back. So that's good. Because the thing with Instagram is, like, for all you guys out here that want to be influencers, quick little side thing, right? Instagram isn't real. It's a bullshit app. The reason why it's good is that it is a networking app. It's great for securing guests, making things happen, coordinating stuff. It's the best app for that. And then also you can lead people to your content and, like, you know, anything that you're selling, which is good. But, like, to build an audience on it, I don't think is... it depends what your content niche is. But, like, as a podcaster, obviously you want to be doing your long-form content and putting clips on Instagram, whatever. But Instagram, when it comes to being someone like in my niche, it's a networking tool, mostly, right? Since I'm also in politics, Twitter helps a lot too. But for the normies that aren't politically inclined, you use Instagram. For the people that are politically inclined, use Twitter. So, anyway, let's get back to this helicopter thing, and then we're going to go on to the other stories.
You do
Because obviously this is breaking news. This happened literally like an hour or two ago. Fucking helicopter crashed in New York City. Looks like it's 6 were aboard the helicopter. Spanish nationality family, 3 adults, 3 children. Obviously this is fucking horrible. But this happened from a helicopter tour that runs out of New York. So for all you guys that are thinking about doing a helicopter tour, I don't want none of y'all dying, bro. So cancel that shit. Cancel that shit, man. Because it's looking like it's potentially user error and or maintenance problem on the helicopter. Okay? The CEO gave a statement. I wouldn't be surprised if he's already talking to lawyers. Actually, that'd probably be the smart thing to do. Because this is not a weather issue. So since it's not a weather issue, it's going to be a human error, which means there's probably going to be a lawsuit coming at some point.
Every day. Can you explain why that fear is present for a lot of pilots?
I got to be honest now. Again, I always like to preface there, tell everybody, I'm not a pilot. I'm a reporter, camera operator who flies in the helicopter every single day for the last 25-something years. I have yet to meet a helicopter or a pilot who's afraid of the helicopter itself. I don't know where that fear comes from because, honestly, just looking at this instant, I'm not going to speculate what happened, but it's a single aircraft incident. It wasn't there wasn't a collision. There wasn't some sort of error that way. Something happened catastrophically in the air with a single aircraft. I would assume for pilots, losing the rotors, and I can't remember any time in recent history, last 20, 30 years, where we've seen a rotor come off of a helicopter. So a lot of times we hear of auto rotation. I know I heard Nick talking about that earlier. That just takes if you have an engine failure, it takes the momentum of those big blades on top spinning, and the pilot can handle the helicopter getting down to the ground. If that's missing, then you have no control whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I'm going to assume if a pilot is saying that, and especially from fixed wing to a helicopter, a rotorcraft, that might be the fear. I'm not sure, to be honest, because I'll tell you what, I don't have a fear of getting back in our helicopter.
Mr. Fuba says I applied for a recent DHA. I'm assuming that means direct hire announcement. Put it for NYC, Newark, DC, LA. Do I have a pretty good chance of getting NY? I mean, it depends on the needs, bro, of the SAC office. But they definitely need agents, man. So, best of luck to you in the application process, Fuba.
We go back and do our job tomorrow or Monday or whenever we fly again. For us, I know our helicopter company does quite a bit of safety checks on our helicopter, a lot of maintenance. There's a lot that goes into flying these helicopters. You can't predict everything, but we haven't had enough incidents.
Give me one sec, chat.
To me, to warrant. I mean, we heard the mayor telling the press conference saying that the choppers are safe, and it's part of the New York experience.
Yeah.
So, it's such an unfortunate situation, and the NTSB will tell us. I mean, you heard them say, as soon as on the 911 calls, stop all traffic on the North River. That's the old name for the Hudson River. Mm-hmm. They do that to preserve the crash site so they can get as many pieces of that helicopter gathered up out of the water for the NTSB to do their proper investigation. Mm-hmm. And when they will come to us in about a year or so, with all their preliminary, probably in a couple of weeks, but they'll do their investigation and they'll let everybody know what happened with that specific helicopter.
Yeah, those are the big questions that we want to know. Dan Rice, thank you so much. We want to go to Armin Kurdian, again, a retired Navy captain, aviation and search and rescue expert. Armin, so right now the helicopter debris, what's left of it, is still in the water, and the NTSB FA is investigating. Tell us, what are the next steps here once they're able to take this helicopter? I mean, is there a black box in there? We know that this was a touring company. What information are they looking to gather?
Certainly, it's possible that it may have had some kind of black box or recording device to determine, what position the flight controls were in, what was going on with the engine, what were the measures of torque, the engine temperature, fuel flow, all those kinds of things. Regardless, when they do pull it out of the water and bring it up, the engineers at the NTSB have done this.
Okay, and the NTSB, real quick, guys. So if you guys ever saw the movie Flight with Denzel Washington, that was who was investigating. But the NTSB does all investigations on any type of aviation problems. They obviously did the investigation up in Washington, D.C., and I think they refer for criminal investigation if needed. But here they are, independent U.S. government investigative agency responsible for civil transportation accident investigation. In this role, the NTSB investigates and reports on aviation accidents and incidents, certain types of highway crashes, ship and marine accidents, pipeline incidents, bridge failures, and railroad accidents. The NTSB is also in charge of investigating cases of hazardous material releases that occur during transportation. So they're the ones that are in charge of figuring this thing out. That's also going to play a huge role in whether there's going to be any type of liability. And there's a famous scene from this movie. Let me see if I can get it here. Flight, Denzel Washington. This is a very famous scene right here. This is him at a hearing with the NTSB.
I'm sorry, my what?
Your opinion.
And for those that are unaware of the movie, in this movie, Denzel Washington plays a pilot who was flying a plane drunk and was still able to miraculously land the plane due to his, fantastic piloting skills. But when they conducted their investigation, they found alcohol in the system. Or no, they found alcohol, I think, in one of the other women in the shit. It was basically one of the flight attendants was blamed for it, but he couldn't live with the guilt because I think he was like hooking up with her or whatever. And he basically took accountability in the scene for it. Obviously, they sensationalized it, but this is just so you guys kind of get an idea of like what the NTSB does, right? If there's drunk people involved in a plane crash, that's obviously going to be a fucking problem, right? So flew that plane upside down. I don't know if that's actually physically possible or that was done for cinematic effect, but I'll play this quick little scene from the movie.
Captain, since her toxicology report is the only toxicology report.
Ma'am, that's the girl.
It is admissible in this hearing, and
You can see right here, NTSB.
she in fact tested positive for alcohol. Is it your opinion that Katerina Marquez drank those 2 bottles of vodka on the plane?
When in reality, he's the one that drank them that day. Now, guys, this movie, honestly, I think anyone that has an alcohol problem or likes to drink, you know, maybe some of you guys are weak in words or whatever, you guys should all watch this movie. Bro, when I tell you guys that alcohol is the fucking devil, I'm telling y'all, man, it is literally the worst thing that we have legalized. I think it's worse than illicit drugs in some cases. Like, this movie will red pill you on alcohol, bro. Because the thing that's crazy is that so many Americans have this problem. So many Americans have this problem, man. Like, obviously it's cinematic, it's fictional, blah, blah, blah. But the underlying tone of the movie when it comes to alcoholism, etc., is very fucking real. Very real. I've seen friends and colleagues lose their lives over alcohol, man. And anybody in here, some of you guys right now in the chat might have an alcohol problem. Some of you guys right now trying to get over it. Bro, put down the bottle, guys. Put down the bottle. Alcohol is worse than even weed. You guys know I hate weed. I hate all drugs. But if I had to pick between the two, I would say weed is slightly less worse. They're both terrible. But, bro, alcohol is the worst, man. Look, you have a birthday party, whatever, you got a designated driver, fine. You want to drink for the occasion, cool. But most people and alcoholics, they don't drink for the occasion. They make the occasion to drink. And I want to make that very clear. Most people that drink don't drink for the occasion. They drink... They don't drink for the occasion. They make the occasion to drink. So, anyway, I'll play this quick little scene, and then we'll get back into this helicopter crash shit.
I'm sorry, Mr. Whitaker, I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
I said, God help me.
Yes, well, however, is it your opinion?
It's my opinion. Trina did not drink that vodka.
Oh, shit. She's like, wait, what?
Excuse me, Mr. Whitaker?
She saved the boy's life. That's...
Could you speak louder, Captain
Trina
Whitaker?
Marquez did not drink the vodka. Because I drank the vodka.
Yeah. Nigga cooked after that one. Mind you, he's at a hearing under oath. His legal team had prepared him for this. Niggas are in the back, just fuck! Damn it! Shit! Damn it! We prepared this nigga, man! Holy! Oh, I should have warned y'all niggas. This is a spoiler alert if you haven't seen this movie. I should have told y'all niggas that. Sorry. Objection! The lawyer stands up. Hey! Hey! Objection!
Please be seated, sir.
Whitaker misspoke.
Sir.
I drank the vodka bottles.
I object.
Please be seated.
Oh, shit.
Sir, this is not a courtroom.
Well, I object anyway.
Yo.
I drank the vodka bottles on the plane.
Captain Whitaker, on the 3 nights before the accident, October 11th...
October 11th, October 12th, and 13th, and 14th, I was intoxicated. I drank all... All of those days, I drank in excess.
On the morning of the accident.
I was drunk.
Oh.
I'm drunk now.
Oh. I think that one is the end right there, my friends.
Fatality.
Nigga said, I'm drunk right now. Cooked. But guys, look, I know we're laughing at it and shit like that, then this was a damn good movie. But this shit is real, man. This shit is fucking real, man. So anyway, I had to show you guys that movie clip because I want you guys to understand what the NTSB is. That was the whole purpose, was to show you what guys the NTSB is. That was like an NTSB hearing right there. Anyway, back to the story.
A lot.
Not saying this helicopter was drunk, rather what the NTSB's job is to do.
They have looked at accidents, all kinds of shapes and sizes, and you'd be shocked and amazed as how good they are at reconstructing an aircraft once it's actually impacted. In this case, there was no explosion, there was no fire, and considering, they...
Yeah, Denzel's a fantastic actor, bro. Well, I would say one of the top 10 all time. One of the top 10 all time. Denzel's such a good fucking actor, man.
They're going to recover the rotor and the helicopter.
And if you guys haven't seen Flight, you need to go see it. I'm sorry if I spoiled it for y'all niggas, but it's still a good movie and you should watch it.
Or other probably...
It really is an eye-opener when it comes to alcoholism.
Debris around the main body of the helicopter, the main fuselage. So it's very likely that they'll have at least 90% of the vehicles put back together. And I do believe that they'll have the critical parts and the critical components to actually look at. And then they have methods of looking at the shaft and the metal from a metallurgical standpoint. They'll use X-rays to look at the stresses in the shaft. They'll use X-rays to determine, stresses in the airframe of the body to know how it hit. They will be able to also determine and distinguish between what happened on impact and what might have happened actually airborne at that time. And then I really believe that they'll have a pretty decent idea of what happened within the first 2 or 3 days of looking at the vehicle.
Okay. Armin, before we head over to another reporter on scene, I just want to ask, you've commanded search and rescue operations. So what are crews up against in a river recovery like this one, especially when this aircraft broke apart the way that it did?
You've got the current to deal with. You've got the temperature of the water to deal with. You've got visibility in the water to deal with. You've got the ambient wind airborne to deal with.
All right, we got Clean Ben says, message from dude, JRE hosted a debate with Dave Smith, Douglas Murray. Tell them to start talking about 2 hours into it. Okay, I'll cue that up too. Owen, first time donating. I'm from England, and I want to know if you think Nigel Farage is our best chance to get back to normal. I know who Nigel Farage is. I know that he's a British nationalist. I know he's critical of Islam, but I don't know enough about him to give you a real opinion, Owen. To be 100% honest with you, I don't study British politics. I mean, hell, that fucking y'all niggas don't even want me in your cut. No, I'm just kidding. But I would maybe one day I'll do a show on British politics. But I'll be very candid with you, bro. I don't know enough to give an educated opinion on Nigel Farage. I know who he is. I know some of his stances. But I think, just knowing some of the stances and not knowing everything and speaking on it is ill-informed and stupid. So I'll just kind of stay in my lane and not go into something I'm not too familiar with. I wish I had a better answer for you. But I hate talking on stuff that I'm not confident about.
As well, you've got daylight, so that's a positive thing. And considering that the aircraft is the helicopter's right there on the surface of the water, daylight and visibility shouldn't be a problem. We had the accident in Reagan National. It was night, and those, a lot of that sunk to the bottom. So visibility was a major issue. Time and temperature of the water is also a problem.
All right, Armin, thank you very much. We want to go to our reporter, Linda Schmidt, out there live. Linda, I have a question for you regarding just public perception. I mean, paint a picture, just what people are thinking. I mean, plane crashes, we had the one that happened in D.C. You've reported on all of this. Just kind of what goes through your mind?
Well, whenever you're covering these types of things, certainly it's scary for the general public. I mean, it's scary for me as a human being and as a news reporter covering this kind of stuff, because so many of these accidents come out of nowhere, and they're like, for example, some of the experts talking earlier today, and even the helicopter pilot that you guys were just talking to, you know, this to them, this is kind of a one-off type of situation because there have not been many helicopter crashes in our area like this. And this is something that obviously, oh, the wind out here, went catastrophically wrong with this aircraft. But helicopters, when you compare them, like Nick Gregory was talking about, when you're talking about an airplane versus a helicopter, an airplane is much safer and not as fragile as a helicopter is. But as far as the investigation goes, you know, the NTSB and the FAA, they are going to be conducting investigations. And then, of course, preliminarily, they will have results of these investigations probably within about 3 to 6 months, because that's what normally happens, and then they release a report. And then as far as a final report, that will most likely come in about a year. That's what historically has happened, whether it's a helicopter crash or a plane. But as far as the response out here, this was a massive emergency response. You had the FDNY out here. They were out here with divers and boats. You had the NYPD as well with divers, aviation, harbor, the scuba team, as I was just talking about. You had the Coast Guard that was out here, as well as Port Authority. And from the news conference that was conducted about, I guess, 40 minutes ago at this point, where the mayor was there, the fire commissioner was there, and the police commissioner. The police commissioner saying that NYPD divers recovered 4 of the bodies from the water, and divers with the FDNY recovered 2 of those bodies. And that this, again, was a family from Spain, and they were visiting here, and they were on one of these tour helicopters taking out a beautiful ride along the Hudson River, and they had left south of where I am right now. I'm at the 34th Street Pier, south of where we are now. They were it was a beautiful day earlier today as well. Traveling up the Hudson River, they made it up to the George Washington Bridge. They got to see that gorgeous view, and then they turned around and they headed back south here along the Hudson, and that's when things went tragically wrong. And when you look at that video and you see the propeller, now earlier on my sources had told me that the propeller just came off of the helicopter, and then there is video supporting that. And then watching the body just drop like a rock into the Hudson River and then upside down. I mean, it's just the visual of it, and to know this family was on there and the pilot, I mean, my God.
I know. It is truly
it's
so
it's
sad,
heartbreaking.
Linda. Yeah, it's heartbreaking, and how often we have these kind of sightseeing tour companies running in New York City. This is kind of just a routine thing that people do.
Yeah.
We want to go to Sharon now. Sharon, last time we saw you were sharing an update from the CEO of New York Helicopter. Do you have any other updates?
Yeah, just to remind you of what he had to say, just devastated. He said he's a father and a grandfather and has never seen anything like that in his 30 years in the helicopter business. Now, we also heard from the police commissioner, from the mayor, and I should say we heard from one of the first responders telling us that they did everything they could to try to save these lives, but as you can see from the video, and the helicopter landing out of control into the Hudson River upside down, there's very little chance for survival, unfortunately. Let's hear from Mayor Adams. He spoke within the last hour.
3 adults and 3 children were on board a Bell 206 helicopter that had left from the downtown Skyport just about 3 p.m. The pilot and a family visiting from Spain, what our preliminary information has at this time. Members of the FDNY and NYPD harbor units arrived at the scene, and divers from both agencies entered the water. At this time, all 6 victims have been removed from the water, and sadly, all 6 victims have been pronounced deceased.
And we now know as...
All right. Obviously, terrible story, man. We'll move on to some of the other stuff. But obviously, that was breaking news. Let me read some of these chats here. So we got here Uncle Adolf says, Yo, Myron, a couple of our IG clips pages with hundreds of thousands of followers were banned around the same time as yours was banned. Is there any way we can use your method or have you get them back? So if I get my account back, I'll put you guys on with my plug. I got you, Uncle Adolf. So let me see if I get my accounts back. Then I will go ahead and put y'all on, because I don't want to put anybody on unless, like, you know, they can actually make it happen. I don't want to waste any of you guys' time. What's your prediction on Islam countries like Qatar, Kuwait, and Saudi if Israel bomb all of Palestine? You are the news to me more than X. Here's the thing. So, and this is what's kind of going on in the Middle East. So the Gulf states like Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, UAE, etc., these countries have money, right? And a big reason why they have money is because they play ball with the United States. They obviously have a lot of oil, and they are friendly with Israel. But they're in a weird position because their people dislike Israel. But the government understands for them to maintain their regime, they must play nice with Israel and the United States. And this is kind of a ugly reality in the Middle East that no one wants to admit. So the people of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, etc., hate Israel. And they hate the occupation of the Palestinian people. But the dictators or the monarchs, because all these countries are pretty much run by a dictator and or a monarch of some kind, right? These people understand for them regime to stay in place, uninhibited, they must play ball with the United States and Israel. Does that make sense? A perfect example of this at the highest level is like the country of Jordan. The country of Jordan gets a ridiculous amount of aid from the United States to basically support Israel. Though the Jordanians dislike Israel, the government plays ball with Israel for the aid and for the United States support. Same thing with Egypt. Egypt also gets a bunch of aid to be friendly to Israel because Egypt is on the border of Israel. And thank you so much for the $100 super chat, by the way. I really appreciate that, bro. So I'm giving you a little bit more detail here. And this comes from HBMM619. So that's kind of what it is, right? So effectively what's happened in the Middle East is either Israel bought every Muslim country, Arab country, or they destabilized every country. That's one of the two things. If Israel couldn't bribe you, they basically got you out of there. Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein, Bashar al-Assad, right? Nasser, back in like the 50s, after the Suez Canal crisis, they got him out of there. So, because he was a pan-Arab, he wanted to unite the Arab nations against Israel, which is actually one of the main reasons why they worked so hard to get a nuclear program, because they feared the pan-Arab union against them. They barely won the war. So they knew that they needed nuclear capability from that point forward, right? And just so you guys know, I think when it was in the 70s, the Yom Kippur War, if I'm not mistaken, it was like October of 70-something. They were going to lose that war. The only reason they won is because the prime minister at the time, and let me double check this, because you guys know I do not like talking out my ass. Yeah, here we go. Bam. So the Yom Kippur War, right? A little bit more history for you ninjas. The Yom Kippur War, Israel almost lost this war. Okay? And basically it's known the Ramadan War, the October War, was fought from October 6, 25 to, from October 6 to October 25th, October 1973, between Israel and a coalition of the Arab states led by Egypt and Syria. Most of the fighting occurred in the Sinai Peninsula and Golan Heights, territories occupied by Israel in 1967. Some combat also took place in mainland Egypt and northern Israel. Egypt aimed to secure a foothold on the eastern bank of the Suez Canal and used it to negotiate the return of the Sinai Peninsula. Okay? So, basically, this war went down. They almost lost. The only reason they won, okay, and it's interesting how no one reports this, the prime minister at the time was a woman named Golda Meir. Okay? She was the prime minister at the time, right? And, you know, people always talk about women are better for peace. It's kind of funny. She called Nixon and told him, if you don't give us aid, we are going to drop a nuke on these Arab nations. That's what forced Nixon to give these guys like the biggest airlift aid ever. And they won the war. Meyer, whatever, who cares? You guys already know. Pronunciation, not important. So again, this is what I mean. So you go back to 1973. They have the war, the Yom Kippur War, right? They're losing. Golda hits up Richard Nixon. Hey, we got nukes. If you guys don't help us, we are going to drop nukes on these Arab countries. Nixon folds, gives them the aid that they want. That is the power of nuclear weapons, my friends. That is the power of nuclear weapons. This is why Israel fought tooth and nail to get those nuclear weapons. And that is why to this day, they will never publicly acknowledge that they have the nuclear weapons. And that is the same reason why they're able to exercise the level of aggression that they practice in the Middle East, because they are the only country in that area that has nuclear weapons. This is why they're fighting tooth and nail to make sure Iran does not get the nuclear weapons. Because if Iran gets nuclear weapons, that means Israel cannot destabilize them. Because they also have a nuclear option. They can also exercise something called mutually assured destruction, aka MAD. Okay? Nuclear weapons are a tool to impose strength and mutually assured destruction. There's a famous president, I think he said it was Roosevelt, if I'm not mistaken. Speak softly, but carry a big stick. Let me double check here. Yep, I was right. Yeah, it comes from, damn, I'm good. All right. It's good to see my history isn't too rusty. Yeah, Theodore Roosevelt came up with this. And this is the concept you can use when it comes to mutually assured destruction and nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons, ironically enough, actually preserve peace because no one wants to get destroyed. So this is why Israel's fighting for it, and that's why they threatened to use the nuclear weapons, and that's how they got their U.S. aid in 1973 and won the war. Through that nuclear program that Ben-Gurion and Menachem Begin and all these other Israeli terrorists fought tooth and nail to get, where they illegally stole uranium from the United States. This all makes sense now, chat. Does it make sense? So let me bring this all together for you guys. Let's go string this all together. So the question is from HBM, which is a good question. What's your prediction on Islamic countries like Qatar, Kuwait, and Saudi if Israel bombs all of Palestine? My prediction is the people of these Gulf states will be angry. Hell, they might even rebel. Because they don't like that the governments of these Gulf states support Israel. But the governments of these Gulf states, these monarchies, understand that they must play nice with Israel or else be destroyed and have the regime toppled. And that is their number one fear, because they have to fight against Israel and the United States, who are both nuclear powers. So Israel, over the past 30 to 40 years, has systematically either bribed or destabilized every adversary. Say that again for you guys. Since the creation of Israel in 1948, and even prior, they have either bribed or destabilized every Arab country in the region that may or may have not opposed them. And they've done this through nuclear threat, mutually assured destruction, pressuring the United States through foreign lobbies like AIPAC and other Zionist organizations. AIPAC is just the biggest one. There's literally 1 million of them. Hell, even exerting pressure on our president, as I told you guys with the Golda Meir situation, where she basically told Nixon, if you don't help us in this war, the Yom Kippur War of 1973, we're going to nuke these Arabs. And the biggest airlift of American aid ever was flown to Israel, and they were able to win the war by the skin of their fucking teeth. But that is the power of nuclear weapons. And this goes back to the 1960s and why Kennedy fought so hard to make sure that they would not get nuclear weapons, because Kennedy and his advisors knew that if Israel got their hands on nuclear weapons, they would start bullying everybody in the region, to include us, into giving them aid. A prime minister of a foreign country basically called our president saying, if you don't give me aid, I'm going to use nuclear weapons. My friend Nick Fuentes says that's nuclear blackmail, and I agree with him 100%. And this isn't new to the Israelis. This is what they do. Blackmail is what they do. Whether it's sexual blackmail, nuclear blackmail, etc. That is the Israeli strategy. They false flag. They blackmail sexually. They blackmail nuclear from a nuclear perspective. So sexually, through nuclear weapons, and through bribery. That is how the state of Israel was created, and through terrorism. That is how the state of Israel was created and how it exists to this very day. And that is the foundation as to why Israel wants so badly to destroy Iran's nuclear program. If Iran gets a nuclear program, they're going to be, basically, Iran would be able to exert the same type of political pressure and leverage that Israel currently does now. The United States has to play nice if Iran has a nuclear weapon. So it would basically keep its sovereignty intact, ensure regime stabilization, and make sure to curb Israel's aggression throughout the region. So, also, if Iran procured a nuclear weapon, it would prompt these other Gulf states, like Qatar, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia, to procure nuclear weapons. And Israel doesn't want that either. So, yes, the only reason that these Gulf states play nice with Israel is because of their relationship to the United States and bribery and pressure. That is why. So give me ones in the chat that makes sense, guys. I know I kind of went in the weeds there and went to extreme detail, but I do think that this is very important for you guys to know. But give me ones if that makes sense for you ninjas. Great super chat, bro. Everybody in the chat should thank HBM619 for the $100 super chat, where you guys got a quick little history lesson on why the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar are all cucked by fucking Israel. That's why. Santos, hey Myron, there's someone claiming to have an 882 credit score at 20 at 3 in Casa Club. You know about credit as much as I do, right? You need at least 10 years of credit to even hit 800 plus. With other credit history, you aren't touching 823. Is it not possible? I didn't hit 800. Bro, don't worry about fucking vanity metrics like that. Me and Fresh have said this before. I'll say it again. Anything at a 780 or above credit score, bro, is it doesn't matter at that point. It's all vanity. In other words, there's no real difference between having like a 780 or like an 805. Like, it's at that point, it's like flexing. You're going to get all the best terms. You know what I mean? That's why credit is always, you go by ranges. You don't go by exact scores. So don't trip over it, bro. Easy Money Sniper, any update on that guy that called in that had an alcohol problem and his dad was also on the call? I don't know, bro. He never checked back in with us. Crazy thing I've noticed, this is from Speedy, I've noticed on After Hours that women who call you toxic or insecure for not wanting a 3 or 4 are always the women who are 304s and know they have a shitty past. Absolutely, bro. Hoes never get mad for men calling out sluts or women that aren't hoes. Michael Roth checked to see if the children board and pause it. Oh no, they're ceased. Your boy Levin, are you kidding me? That's not even a comparison to all these dumb women y'all invite in After Hours. That kid is just infinitely intelligent compared to these women. You should invite that kid to the show. Nah, man. No, I'm just happy to see that we still got smart kids. You know, it makes me happy for our future, because I do think children are the future, and we need to protect them. I truly do feel that way. If you guys look at all my talking points, it almost always comes back to children. Plano Munn says, hey, Myron, I just got one email from the bank asking for my income information. It's because I have a credit card with a limit of $5,000. They said they could lead to limit increase. When I apply, my income was $80,000. Right now, my income is $150,000. What do you think is it recommended me to do it? Thank you for all you do. Bro, ask for 10 to 20K in your credit line. Obviously, never get that high, but ask for the highest limit that you can get. And the reason why you want to ask for the highest limit that you can get is so that you have more available credit to you. So when you utilize credit, the percentage is able to stay low. That's the key. You want to have as much available credit to you as possible, so that anytime you do use your credit, you're never actually passing that 10% threshold, which I always tell you guys to try to stay below for optimal scores. Someone's really lucky to catch the video of the chopper coming down. Yeah, that is crazy. Buffalo Blanco says you didn't read my chat. Bro, I don't even see your chat. America First, Alex Jones, Tucker, Tim Pool are all saying that those pushing J hate or racism hate are taking Israel money. AJ today said he has proof and will expose the biggest pusher of this, referring to Nick or Stu is my guess. Whatever. I know Stu and Alex don't really get along like that. It is what it is, man. Like I get along with everybody. I get along with Alex Jones. I was just on his show last week. I get along with Tim Pool. I've been on his show multiple times. I get along with Stu. I've been on his show multiple times. So, look, as long as guys are out here telling the truth about Israel, everyone has a different strategy on how they do it. It is what it is, So, I stay out of other people's beefs, bro. Okay, so this is the chat Buffalo Blanco was talking about. Helicopter pilot here. The Kobe crash was definitely a weather and pilot negligence, but this is a 100% mechanical. The torque of the blades failed, causing such a flip of a fall. Okay, Buffalo Blanco, thank you for giving us that professional insight. So, Buffalo Blanco, do you think that there's a high likelihood that there's going to be a lawsuit coming out of this? Because it seems to me as though this was probably a company issue where they didn't maintain the chopper properly. So, let me know your thoughts on that. Yeah. Anyway, okay. So let's go ahead and get into this story here on Kristi Noem. She's getting dragged right now for this. This comes from the Young Turks. As you guys know, I tell you I watch both liberal and conservative media. I think it's always more interesting to watch liberal media, though. And here they are making fun of Kristi Noem. Now, who is Kristi Noem? Kristi Noem, guys, is the current Secretary of Homeland Security. For those of you guys that watch my podcast, I've been talking about Kristi Noem not being fit for the job for a long time. As soon as she got appointed, I was critical. And the reason why, for those that don't know, Kristi Noem, guys, is basically former governor of South Dakota, if I'm not mistaken. South or North Dakota, but I think it's South Dakota. And long story short, a governor has no idea on the immigration and customs situations, okay? They really don't. It's not their thing, okay? Immigration and customs is strictly a federal issue, and a governor is not necessarily going to be keenly aware of this type of stuff. And when she was announced as the Secretary of Homeland Security, and she's also known for shooting a dog, which is kind of funny, and we're going to talk about that here in a second. She wrote a book where she talked about, like, killing a dog. And, people drag her for that. But the reason why I think Donald Trump put her as Secretary of Homeland Security is because of a couple of reasons. Number one, she's a Trump loyalist, okay? She's always been supportive of Trump and his immigration policies, despite criticism, right? And in this administration, he basically made sure his cabinet were all Trump loyalists. He didn't care so much about them being experienced. He cared more about them being loyal to him, okay? Which I understand. The first Trump administration was rife with betrayals and problems and people that didn't fucking have his back and, stonewalled him at every turn. He couldn't do shit for the first 2 years of his administration, chat. So, being objective here, because you guys know I'm very objective when it comes to Donald Trump. Though I like him personally, I am critical when he does dumb shit. So, in this situation with Kristi Noem, he put her in place because, number one, she's a Trump loyalist, which is something that he didn't get to experience. In the first administration, he kind of learned his lesson on this go-around. That's why Project 2025 was created in the first place, which he's kind of sticking to a degree. He's just not public about it. And also, he brought her on because she's a woman. Guys, I hate to say it, but putting women in your cabinet is a good look for you as a president, okay? As you guys know, Donald Trump has faced several allegations of being a misogynist, a sexist, a rapist, a pervert, etc. So putting women in positions of power in his administration is a very powerful message to his opposers that he does not hate women, okay? It's a line of security, to be honest with y'all, okay? And lastly, she's not ugly. She's like she's like a very marketable person, okay? She's a good face for the agency from an optic standpoint, okay? So he kills a bunch of birds with one stone. He has someone that's loyal to him. He has a female to get rid of the misogyny claims. And then she's an older woman that has that all-American look from the Midwest, okay, that agrees with him on his immigration policies. The real person here that's masterminding a lot of this stuff is a guy named Tom Homan. Okay? That is why he was referred to as the border czar. There's a reason why he made Tom Homan the border czar, because Tom Homan actually has experience. Tom Homan used to be a Border Patrol agent. I think he was he worked under ICE as well. So he's familiar with Title 8 in the INA, the Immigration Nationality Act. So he's the one doing a lot of the things behind the scenes when it comes to actually implementing policy. Kristi Noem is simply the face, and this video proves that, okay? So in this video, what you guys are going to see is basically her doing some dumb shit with a firearm and dressing up, which, you know, the Young Turks, even though they're a left-wing media organization, they're spot on with this. I got to give them credit. So let's go ahead and react to this video.
Marco and Brian today, they're letting me roll with them.
Here she is with some ICE officers. And just so you guys know, ICE has two different components. Immigration Customs Enforcement. There's HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, the guys I used to work for. And then you got Enforcement Removal Operations, ERO. So these guys, though we have the same badges, an ICE badge and an HSI badge are different. If it says ICE on the top, that means they are ERO, which means they're deportation officers, not special agents. I'm going to say that again. Pro tip for you guys. When you see guys wearing ICE stuff, and you have this badge here, right? And I'll go ahead and try to get a bigger picture for you guys. So, this is what an HSI badge looks like, okay? This is what an HSI badge looks like. An ERO badge looks like this. Boom. This is what an ICE badge looks like. So this is how you guys can tell if someone is HSI or ICE just from looking at the badge. If you see this print up here like that, Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent, bam. That's what, yeah, HSI, and then your number would be right here. My badge number was 5173. I'll never forget that shit. 5173 was my badge number. And then here, the ICE officer says ICE and then officer. Okay? So now that we go back to the video, you can see here it says ICE. So these guys are ERO. Okay? And typically when it says ICE, they're going to be ERO. If it's HSI, it's going to say HSI. That's another way to tell as well. So here she is. Anyone that is a firearms guy already sees the problem here. Okay? I could already see some of you guys in the chat commenting. My firearms guys already know what the already know what the fuck the problem is here. So let's play the video.
We're going to go out, and here we are with Marco and Brian today. They're letting me roll with them. We're going to go out and pick up somebody who I think is got charges of human trafficking. We earlier had an op that swept up somebody who was wanted for...
And she's been doing this, guys, all year long since she got sworn in. She's been basically going out on raids, dressing up, all this other shit, and you guys are going to see a little bit of that here.
Murder, so appreciate the good work that they do every day, and we appreciate them working to make America safe.
I understand that DHS Secretary Kristi Noem likes to cosplay. I totally get it.
That's actually funny because she does like to cosplay. This is actually Anna Kasparian here is correct.
Costumes can be fun. Usually I like to see it at like a hipster party, not when it comes to our federal government, and not in a situation when DHS Secretary is holding a gun and pointing the barrel at an agent's head. But I'm happy to.
An officer's head. But hey, it is what it is. You guys know the difference. Now you guys know. But technically it's really an officer's head, but that's fine. Deportation officer.
To report, John, that I'm not the only one who was really worried and disturbed when seeing the placement of said barrel. So I'm going to get to what others have said in just a moment, but what are your thoughts?
Yeah, look, every one of these little stunts, like initially it annoys me. It's the fetishizing of the deportations, of her wanting to get literally 100 officers together and load them into an 8.5 ton Bearcat to get 3 migrants, and to bring Chaya Reichik along with you to like live blog the entire thing. It's gross. It's just really, really gross. But also, like, when you see how like she seemingly is just going from one cosplay photo op to another. She does it down in Venezuela. She does it here. She's flying a plane. She's doing all that. There's literally no time between it. I don't think she has an office in the DHS headquarters. And so while it's awful on one level, it also shows she's not really the head of DHS. She's like how they treated Captain America when he.
And I told you guys this before. I told y'all that she's just a face. When I told you guys this back when Trump appointed her as Secretary of DHS. Did I not call this? All the people that watch this show, I called it back then. And I was like, bro, she's just a face. Like, this chick don't know nothing about immigration, and I am being vindicated. She's literally just parading around at the different DHS agencies, you know, being the face of the agency, but it's really guys like Tom Homan and other people and her staff that are actually implementing the shit. And I called this literally months ago that she wasn't qualified for this job, and she was literally just being brought in as an affirmative action DEI hire because she's a female.
He was first turned into Captain.
To insulate Trump from all the accusations that he's a misogynist and a rapist and a pervert, all this other shit. I think that's also why he brought Pam Bondi on, you know? Not to disrupt what's going on, but let's be honest here. Pam Bondi is also a bimbo, right? She's doing more interviews on fucking Fox News than actually declassifying the Epstein files. JFK took us forever. We're still figuring out Epstein. She did a weird release to a bunch of those guys at the White House on flight logs that we already had. 9/11, I haven't heard shit. That's what I really fucking want is 9/11. So, you know, she's blaming the Southern District of New York for not giving her documents, but it's like, bro, you're their boss. They can't tell you no. And I went over an entire strategy on what I would do if I was Department of Justice Attorney General. I went over this, like how she would save face with this. But she hasn't done any of that shit. She's just going on Fox News, yapping, not making shit happen. And this is not good to the American public, right? So we got two bimbos in two very powerful positions as Secretary of Homeland Security and Attorney General that honestly aren't really competent. They're there to be the face of the agency. So if you guys want, I know we got a lot of new viewers here. Give me ones if you guys want me to, you know, rehash the strategy I would implement if I was Pam Bondi as the Attorney General, what I would do to bring trust back. But yeah, let's keep watching this shit with Kristi Noem though.
In America, and they just put him on stage and he did shows or whatever. Like, she's a mascot for DHS. It shows they have no faith in her, so they just
I called this out back in fucking November. I called this shit back out after Trump won and designated her as the DHS secretary. I literally said, she's just going to be the face of the agency, bro. I am vindicated.
Give her little trips to take or whatever, and then the serious people are doing the actual work, and that's probably for the best because she's not really that qualified for the photo ops. She needs to learn some trigger discipline, but she's no more qualified to do the actual work, and so at least this really important, very large federal bureaucracy isn't actually relying on her work.
Yeah, I think that's actually a pretty good assumption because you're right. I mean, we see a lot of performative stunts from Kristi Noem, a lot of irresponsible stuff as well, including pointing the barrel of a weapon at an ICE agent's head. Now, and look, the other thing I'll say is for all of the—
Yeah, that is fucking terrible, bro.
The Second Amendment advocates out there, those who are proponents of looser gun regulations, come get your girl, okay? Because she's actually doing a lot of damage to folks who want to protect the Second Amendment by being as irresponsible with that firearm as she is. So look, she joined these ICE agents and other law enforcement in Arizona to, as she claimed, arrest, this is her statement, her quote verbatim, arrest dirtbags and get them off our streets. But as you can see, she was pointing the weapon directly at one of the officers' heads. And that actually does break one of the most obvious and I would venture to say critical, important rules when it comes to gun safety. So Washington Post military reporter Alex Horton replied to that video, and here's what he had to say about it. Noem is pointing the M4 muzzle at an agent with an open dust cover indicating a chambered round. It's the worst possible place to point it. No one stopped her, including the agent to her left, who should know better, but also had bad muzzle discipline.
Yeah, but they ain't gonna say shit, bro. The Secretary of Homeland Security right next to you, you gonna be like, let me just move.
I mean,
if I was there, I would have just moved, so she don't look as crazy and I don't look crazy. Preserve everybody's fucking image.
Asians in a tough spot. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to tell DHS secretary, like, don't do that, and you're going to correct her. We know how some in the Trump administration react to being corrected. So,
yeah.
But I don't know. If I had a barrel of a weapon pointing to my head, I don't care about anyone's feelings. I'm going to tell her to not do that. But that didn't happen in this case. Unsurprisingly, she got relentlessly trolled online. I'm going to get to that trolling in a minute. Did you want to jump in, John?
Yeah, look, I've never used an M4 or whatever, so I don't know how likely the dust cover being open means as a chambered round. My assumption would be that in the same way that they're just putting her in different outfits, like she's on Dora the Explorer, Bob the Builder, or whatever, and she's sitting behind vehicles she's not qualified to drive, so they just let her like hold the. I don't think they're putting bullets in a gun that they give her. You know, I mean, as far as I know, there's no dogs around, so we don't have to worry about like her randomly spraying to try to kill something. But still, I don't think they'd want her holding a loaded weapon.
Yeah. So Democratic New Mexico Senator Martin Heinrich wrote, Kristi Noem preparing to break down the door of your local pet shelter. And then Senator Ruben Gallego, a former Marine, says, close your ejection port. If you have no rounds in the chamber, why do you have a magazine inserted? If you have rounds in the chamber or in the magazine, why are you flagging the guy next to you? Stop deporting people without due process. Things I can definitely agree with. Now, I'm going to fast forward.
Hey, guys, do me a solid. Can y'all like the video, please? We got 1,600 likes. But we got roughly almost 5,000 ninjas in here. So, guys, do me a solid. Like the video, man, on YouTube. It'll help a lot with the algo. That's how the channel keeps growing. That's how the OSS grows. I'm going to turn this thing into a huge fucking movement. The OSS is going to be taking over. We already are. We're ratioing people on Twitter. We're cooking on YouTube. So, like the video, guys. Also, chat in the chat, guys. I engage with the chat. Chat in the chat. That's why I keep it on the side over there. I got Rumble, YouTube, X chat, Council Club, guys. I'm working on right now on a filter so I can put your guys' chats in there too. Obviously, you guys can say what you want, and Council Club people will be able to see it. But if y'all go too crazy, then it'll show stars on the public thing. But I'm working on a filter because I want y'all to be involved in the conversation too. Like, you guys can literally talk with each other regardless of where you're watching me, which I think is awesome. So, like, for example, someone from the YouTube chat could say, hey, like for example, this nigga AJW or Taz, right, can tell K Ving, video loud compared to voice, hey, fuck you, stop complaining about the audio, right? So y'all can literally talk to each other in the chat, which is funny. Like, we get into Rumble, YouTube wars and shit like that because the chats are all there on one screen coming up. So, anyway. And someone said you only engage with paid chats. Yes, for the most part, this is true. However, I do be glancing and answering questions when I see chats, when I see. That's why I'm always looking to the side here. Like, someone asked earlier a question, and I answered, and it wasn't a paid chat, bro. So,
forward to her playing dress up, because I didn't realize until today that she really does love costumes. Like, she loves the cosplaying. So in just the few past months, she's put on full military fatigues. Let's take a look. Okay, having fun. There she is. She loves it. She loves it.
Here she is with the Coast Guard. Funny shit.
Pretended to be a firefighter in.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I told y'all that they're just bringing her in for the face of the agency, but this is kind of funny for them to have all these pictures of her dressed up and shit, pretending to do stuff.
Alaska. She is, okay. And donned Border Patrol and ICE uniforms, complete with a...
Hey, man, this is some funny ass shit, bro.
A bulletproof vest, like as if she's gonna put herself in like a dangerous situation and might get shot. No, she likes to play dress up. you know, likes to play make believe. In ads, she may go ahead. Go ahead.
And like you show some of them, it's when she's like on a mission or whatever, like I'm in the streets. But she also like went to New York and she put on one of those you saw, and she did an interview in the Fox News studio. It's like you literally brought a costume into a studio. You're such a joke.
Isn't it considered a crime to pose as like a member of the military when you're not?
It's a crime to pose as a federal agent. I actually had a case, guys, where I arrested a guy. I arrested a group of people, which it's a big case. I promise I'm going to tell you guys the story one day. All right. But it hit national news. I actually I did a case one time on a guy that impersonated a Border Patrol agent. You know what? Hold on, niggas. I got receipts on receipts. I'll never forget this day. This was my case, guys. You see the gray hairs on my fucking head? See these grays? You want to know when they started? December 11, 2015. This case right here. I'll never fucking forget this case. And I promise you guys, y'all got my word. One day I will talk about this case. I'm waiting on a buddy of mine that I want to bring on. I'm trying to talk my buddy that helped me on this case to come on stream and we could discuss it fully with you guys. Now, with that said, okay, because this hit national news back in 2015. With that said, though, he probably won't be able to show his face. It'll probably be voice only. But I will get him on, and we will talk about this case. This case was fucking crazy, dude. Let me see if there's a... Yeah, I'd have to go on Pacer and find it. But y'all will get it. See, bro, I could actually pull up. See, this, bro. What other YouTuber can pull up investigations that they actually did that are in the news? Oh, wait. That was my case. I remember that thing vividly, bro. Vividly, and I'm going to tell you guys a story one day. And it's fucking awesome. But yes, to answer Anna Kasparian's question, yes, there is a specific charge for impersonating a federal officer. I don't know about military, but impersonating a federal officer, yes. There's a bunch of different things. But yeah. There's elements that need to be met. Someone said you cap and you were a desk agent. Some of you niggas are new here. So let me go ahead and shut some of you niggas up that are new. You see this? Hold on. Get this shit in focus. Zoom in on this. Boom. You see that, bro? See that? U.S. Immigration and Customs Directors Award 2019. Excellence in Law Enforcement Award. For extraordinary achievement, strong leadership, and dedicated teamwork in executing the ICE law enforcement mission presented to Amber Fuddle. You see that shit, you stupid fuck? I got an award from the director of ICE, who oversees all of Immigration Customs Enforcement, both the HSI side and the DHS side, on an investigation I did against the Tamil Tigers in 2019. Okay? I've done several OCDF cases, which you probably don't even know what the fuck that is. Hell, most agents on the job don't even know what that is. I've done national security cases involving espionage with Iranian nationals. I've done Mexican cartel investigations. I've done large-scale drug trafficking OCDF cases that literally span different states and countries. I disrupted and dismantled an entire ring from the Caribbean, in the United States, Canada, Turks and Caicos, China, Trinidad, and a bunch of other places. And I'll tell you guys about that case one day too. I think it's still active. I'll be honest with y'all. That's why I'm reluctant to talk about that one. That's what got me that award. I did an undercover operation, unprecedented, where we had, and I've never said this before, I did an undercover operation where I had one of my guys posing as a dirty federal agent. Again, for you niggas. My co-case agent that ran that case with me, I had two of them. One of them was the undercover, and he posed as a dirty federal agent. So we did a double switcheroo. That's why I won that award, motherfucker. So when people sit there and say, Myron, you were a desk agent. No, motherfucker. People were at the desk supporting my fucking cases. When I left the agency, I had one of the biggest national security cases in the country. They were shocked when I resigned. They did not think I was going to resign. Obviously, I had people that I was responsible for, so I resigned. So, also, not to toot my horn, but I'll fucking do it since we're on this topic. And niggas always want to sit here and say that Myron was a desk agent or whatever. I was the #1 agent for arrests in 2016 for Laredo, Texas. You want to know something about the Laredo DSAC office out of Laredo, Texas? That is the busiest office in the biggest area of responsibility in South Texas. So basically, the Laredo office is the busiest office in the busiest AOR. I was the #1 arresting agent in that AOR, which effectively means I was pretty much #1 in the fucking country in 2016. I got the Director's Award in 2019. Led several OCDF cases that led to huge arrests. Disrupted an entire ring of motherfuckers that were impersonating Border Patrol agents. Arrested hundreds of fucking pedophiles. So, no, bro. When people say, oh, Myron, you're a desk agent or whatever, show me someone that can pull up their cases, their actual cases, on the fucking internet and then talk about it with the degree of certainty and precision that I do. No one comes close. No one comes close. There is no one else on the internet that understands federal investigations, doing investigations at a high level than I do. Not even close. No one on fucking YouTube. And you guys could take that to the bank. This is the one topic that I am extremely cocky on. And the reason why is because I've worked with some of the top agents in the country on several different types of cases, and I be lapping all them niggas too. Okay? You guys talk about Mamba mentality, Myron, you go super hard with the streaming and shit like that, bro. Y'all should have seen me when I was on the job, bro. There was one guy, tell you guys a funny story. I never told this story either before. There was a guy I was investigating while I was here in Miami. He was involved in a smuggling ring. Basically what he would do is he would smuggle guns and illegal aliens from the Bahamas, destined for the United States, and back and forth. And this guy was like a middleman dude. He had been on the radar for 20 to 30 years. No one was ever able to catch him, right? So every time this motherfucker came to the United States, I was at the fucking airport. Give me your phones. Every time this dude tried to come in on boats or whatever, hey, give me your shit. It got to a point where the nigga started mailing his devices to himself, or he would leave the country with a cricket phone and come back with a cricket phone. That's how much I was on his ass. He knew me on a first-name basis. Okay? Normally, the way you're supposed to do it is just have the CBP officers do it for you. They stop him, they take his shit, whatever. Nah. I was like, I'm gonna be there. Welcome, punch! All right? Nigga was pissed. He was pissed. So, the reason why I tell you that story is because I'm very persistent in what I do. So, again, I don't really care so much about this guy saying I'm a desk agent, but people say it all the time. And I'm like, I can actually pull up receipts. I've shown you guys the pedophile called the Border Patrol agent. I've shown you guys criminal complaints of cases I've done. I've shown you guys, and I haven't even got to the big cases yet. I've just shown you guys like stuff that I could talk about that I know is completely done. So, yeah, man. Desk agents don't get excellence awards from the director, bro. So your argument is an L. Back to the video.
I don't know. I would assume that if I was a member of the military, I would be deeply offended by it. It's a strange joke.
So in ads she made while governor of South Dakota, she dressed up as an elect.
Oh, and one more flex for you. That case that I told you about, that I got this director's award for, the Tamil Tiger case, that case got a Department of Justice award as well, the Attorney General award. I built that case up. Months after I resigned, that case got a fucking Department of Justice awards because one of my colleagues messaged me and said, hey, we're going to be going to D.C. to get the AG award, which is the highest level award you can get in the country for a fucking case. So to anyone that says, Myron, you're a desk agent or whatever, motherfucker, I got receipts on receipts on receipts. My case got a DOJ award. Suck a fucking dick. That is literally less than 1% of federal agents get that fucking award. The most prestigious award in the fucking land, by the way. On a case that I built up, that I got the director's award for, the only reason I don't have that DOJ award is because I resigned from the agency before I could get it. But literally months after I left, one of my colleagues that did that case with me messaged me and said, this case is getting a DOJ award. And a part of me was like, God fucking damn it, man. So I was really out here doing shit. You don't get a DOJ award by being a desk agent, motherfucker. So shut the fuck up. This is something that I'm extremely passionate about, that I put my life into, risk my life for, literally sacrificed my 20s for. I didn't party, I didn't drink, I literally only worked. That's why I became so good at the fucking job. Getting director's awards in my fucking 20s, late 20s, early 30s. Unheard of shit. So, yeah, for any other hater out there. I already got a receipt with the ICE award, but if I had stayed just a few more months, I would have got that DOJ award too. So, I told all of them they fucking owe me. Because my intelligence analyst, my undercover, my co-case agent, all of them, I told them they all fucking owe me for that. Because they all got AG awards off of my fucking shit, man. So, anyway, I'm happy for them.
Electrician, a welder, a dentist, and a nurse. I'm really curious if she has a closet dedicated for these like cosplaying, costumes. It's kind of incredible. And yeah, there you have it. There you have it. That's Kristi Noem.
Our government is a joke.
At the moment being, yes.
But by the way, what I love about this is she's like the one person in the cabinet that wasn't chosen who was like a TV personality, and she's the one acting most like a person who's just supposed to be in front of a camera.
Yeah, maybe she just knows what Trump likes.
Yeah,
he likes the people who look like they're out of central casting. He likes the cosplaying. He likes the performative nature of some of these politicians, and she loves to perform. So there you have it. Kristi Noem performing, sometimes in a potentially deadly way, sometimes in a fun cosplaying way that could be against the law if you wore the same military fatigues. So there you have it.
Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings. Totally not true, but it does keep you updated on our live shows.
So let's go over to the next one. This also comes from the Young Turks. Marjorie Taylor Greene, also known as MTJ, apparently she got busted for a massive tariff insider trading scandal. So let's see what they got to say about this. Also, guys, real quick, I forgot to mention this shit. One of my buddies, man, one of my best friend's childhood just texted me. He said, bro, you should do this more often. This video just dropped. Right here. if you go to my channel. This video right here, I think it's very important. The truth about illegal immigration in America. In this video, guys, I break down how illegal aliens come to the United States and the networks that are involved in doing it. It's 20 minutes long. I'm going to go back and put timestamps in it later on for you guys. And it's in 4K. As you guys remember, when I recorded the video, when I did the stream, it was in 720. But I went ahead and got the full actual version, so now I got it in 4K.
People understand that when it comes to illegal aliens in the United States, 9 out of 10 times, that illegal alien probably had to pay some illicit criminal network to be able to come into the United States. And I think it's very important that you guys all know this, because people think all the time, oh my God, these are like innocent people that are just coming here and they're being abused. But make no mistake about it, they had to pay an illicit organization to facilitate their entry into the United States. And these illicit organizations, a lot of times also are involved in drug trafficking, they're involved in extortion, they're involved in murder, they're involved in all kinds of things. What's up, guys? What's up, man? Happy to have you guys here. So what I'm going to do first.
So this is how I started it. I kind of gave a speech on this and opened it up for questions. But yeah, man, if you guys want, I'm going to drop the link for you guys. You know, go check it out. You know, watch it. Very informative video on how illegal immigration actually works. So, yeah. And it's in 4K, so it's in way better quality than the stream. So I'm putting clips back up in 4K from this Uncensored America, which, by the way, while we're at it, April 22nd, motherfuckers, University of South Carolina, I am going to be there, okay? Let me actually go ahead and I'll play this a little bit for you guys.
Is I'm going to kind of explain my background, how immigration works in America when it comes to illegal aliens coming here. And then obviously we'll open it up for discussion. I'm sure a lot of you guys probably have a bunch of questions on my views on women and views and a bunch of other stuff. So anyway, yeah, we're going there. We're going there. Welcome, motherfuckers.
All right, so right here, guys. Link at the top of the description. University of South Carolina. It's going to be lit. My guy from Uncensored America, they already got 50 tickets sold. Holy shit. So I don't know how many spots we're going to have left. And he told me that they got a disavowal. They got a disavowal from another university. So this organization, Uncensored America, they have like contracts and relationships with like different universities bringing speakers. They just got their first disavowal from one of the universities that they work with for platforming me. So let's go, W, baby! They have been disavowed by some fucking university on their fucking list. We're the first ones to do it, by the way. Milo and Destiny and Owen Schroyer, none of them could do it, but I did it. So let's fucking go, baby. So I'm going to be there, South Carolina. We're going to set up a tent. We're going to debate some fucking feminists. We're going to have a speech after. So this one isn't going to just be a lecture. It's also going to be a debate tent. April 22nd, two days from now, South Carolina. It's going to be fucking awesome, guys. So if you're in the area, come through. Link is in the top of the description. I'd love to fucking see you guys there in person. Yeah, that's really it, man. So anyway, yeah, this is the video right here. I go over my background and shit like that.
Yeah, shout out to the Asians.
Oh, and I make some racial jokes and shit like that. I basically did my first stand-up comedy run on this one as well. So anyway, let's get back to the MJT stuff. But yeah, link is in the description, top of the description for the Uncensored America event. And then here's the YouTube video. Put this in your queue for later, guys. Really informative video. So anyway, link is there for you guys. All right, let's go back to the MTG, excuse me, video.
Given what the government's been doing and this administration's been doing, it would not shock me, and I hate to speculate, if we were to find out that a whole bunch of people who work in Washington as our...
Yeah, and some of you hater-ass niggas in the chat said, oh, this wasn't even a debate or whatever. Okay, motherfucker, pull up and then debate. Pull up then. You guys were talking shit about the people at Penn State saying that they're not debating or whatever. Like, bro, then you pull up then if you want to push back. The fuck?
Our elected leaders, one way or the
Niggas over here talking shit from an Anon account, talking about, oh, bro.
other, ultimately sold stocks last week, or potentially worse than that, shorted the market.
CNBC's Andrew Ross Sorkin may have been onto something when he shared his suspicion that government officials and elected politicians might have been gaming the stock market or gaming a stock market crash in order to, cash in, doing it to their advantage. Because new reporting from Sludge has found that Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has been making some pretty fishy trades, Cenk.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And the timing of the trades are also very curious.
Yes.
So I'm going to tell you how what scenario those trades might make sense.
Honestly, dude, I don't think they just need to make it illegal that if you are a politician where you are getting insider information or you are involved in the legislative process, like they should be banned from being allowed to trade on the markets. Them and their immediate family members. You know what I mean? So you end up like with Nancy Pelosi, who's the best fucking trader in the world. She's better than Warren Buffett, damn near. Like, bro. Like, they should just make that shit illegal, honestly. If you are in the legislative branch, or you in hell, in any position where you're legislating shit, you're getting laws passed, you're writing up policies, any of this stuff that can affect the markets, you should not have the ability to trade on the open market. Like, this should be a no-brainer, but whatever.
Sense and what scenario they don't make sense, and then we'll see which one Marjorie Taylor Greene fits into.
So look, you probably won't be surprised to find that publicly, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been very supportive of Donald Trump's trade policies. She posts about it on X. She's done so repeatedly. I'll give you a taste of just a few of her posts. In one example, she writes, "America first means American workers first. These tariffs are Liberation Day for steelworkers, auto workers, and every forgotten small town. Empty factories will be full again. President Trump is bringing our economic independence back." Now, that's a common message that you'll hear from Trump supporters, certainly those closest to him and elected lawmakers as well. I'll give you some more examples. She writes, "The COVID vaccine experts and couch stock traders need to take a look at the history of the stock market. They didn't care when the stock market was down big under Joe Biden's America Last policies. This is a short-lived correction that will end up paying dividends for American workers and manufacturers across the country." Now, let me just pause and say I'm still very skeptical that the real intent here by the Trump administration is to bring manufacturing jobs back. In fact, we're getting a little more clarity from his Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, about how this is really just an effort to renegotiate trade deals. But I digress. So all of that I just shared with you in regard to her post are noteworthy because between March 17th and March 25th, Marjorie Taylor Greene bought up to $750,000 worth of Treasury bonds. Now, Cenk, why would anyone buy?
Shit, well, we just talked about the Treasury bonds, didn't we? We just talked about the Treasury bonds with George Gammon.
Buy Treasury bonds.
Because when the market crashes, people take their money out. That's why they're selling the stocks. That's why the stocks are going down. Then they have cash. Where do they put that cash? They usually put it in Treasury bonds because they're safer. That's where you want to go in times that are volatile like this. So the value of those Treasury bonds then go up. And we've now found out, thanks to Bill Ackman, a billionaire donor of Trump, that Howard Lutnick, his former firm, Cantor Fitzgerald, heavily in bonds and are probably making a killing from this. So when they went into bonds is a different question than this story, but it's another example of, well, if you know the market's gonna crash, you'd go into Treasury bonds.
That's exactly right.
And that's exactly what she did.
And that's what she did ahead of Trump's tariffs announcement on Liberation Day. Okay, so she moves a ton of money up to that amount, right? $750,000. The reason why we don't know the exact amount is because members of Congress, while they have to disclose what they're trading, they don't have to disclose the exact amount. They disclose a range. They say that they've, invested a range of money. Now, with that said, she invests in bonds right before the Liberation Day announcement But then something else happens. So let's go to Unusual Whales, my favorite X account. They write, this is unusual. Yesterday, meaning on April 7th, politician Marjorie Taylor Greene said that people panicking over tariffs are losers and failures. Today, she disclosed over a dozen stock purchases, purchasing $100,000 or I'm sorry, purchasing hundreds of thousands of numerous stocks. There we go. So she bought when the market was deeply red. So what kind of stocks did she buy? She bought stock in Amazon, JP Morgan Chase, Lululemon, Apple, and many, many more. And she bought up to $1.5 million worth of stock year to date. Now, all of this is especially concerning, when you consider that last week the president himself reposted a video essentially stating that he crashed the stock market on purpose. I'm not kidding. He posted this. Take a look.
Trump is crashing the stock market by 20% this month, but he's doing it on purpose. And this is why Warren Buffett just said Trump is making the best economic moves he's seen in over 50 years. Now, here's the secret game he's playing, and it could make you rich. So why is he doing this? To push cash into treasuries, which forces the Fed to slash interest rates in May, and those lower rates give the Fed the ability to refinance trillions of debt very inexpensively. It also weakens the dollar and drops mortgage rates. Now, it's a wild chess move, but it's working. Now, you're probably wondering, what about his tariffs? Well, I'll tell you, it's a genius play. It actually forces companies to build here to dodge them.
Bruh, this is super cope, as we discussed before.
It also forces farmers to sell more of their products here in the US to bring grocery prices way down. We've already seen this with eggs. Now remember, 94% of all stocks are owned only by 8% of Americans. So Trump, he's taking from the rich short term and handing it to the middle class through lower prices.
Okay, Warren Buffett said no such thing. That was totally made up, and there were all sorts of inaccuracies in that video. But
can I just say, point out a couple of those, and then we'll get to the point. So he's not handing anything to the middle class. He's taking from the rich, but he's also taking from the middle class, because this is going to not lead to lower prices, it's going to lead to higher prices. That's the problem. If it was leading to lower prices, we'd be thrilled. And bragging about how you're weakening the dollar is not the brag you think it is. And that could be a huge problem for America. So this guy is playing with fire. That video had so many things that were wrong with it and just simply not true. And of course, Trump retweets it. And so it's frustrating that they're not bothering to get any of the details right. You could make a real case for tariffs, as we've said before.
Because
and it does look bad that she invested in a bunch of treasuries when we know that that was the industry that was going to take, that can't be, basically was the Jenga block under, George Gammon's words, that would have brought the house of cards coming down. So, this looks absolutely terrible from MTG here to be buying all these goddamn treasuries. Guys, just so you know, there is a Twitter space going on right now discussing the Joe Rogan debate. We can go ahead and jump in there, right? Because it's going on right now. Obviously, we have these other stories, but I can kind of put those on hold for now because the space is live. So we can go ahead and let me find it here. Let's jump in here and see what's going on.
Palestinian guests, unless Jewish guests, then he would like to see, and it's not like diverse enough. And then at the same point, you have Dave Smith, who's obviously Jewish. What are your thoughts? Do you think this is planned? They take these huge alternative media conglomerates, these leaders, and then they give them a little bit of a stage time to kind of touch upon issues so that no one else.
Oh, man. All right, so chat, this is what I'm gonna do, because I noticed that when I go into these spaces sometimes, niggas just get in Yap Fest randoms. So I'm gonna come into the space, I'm gonna have someone summarize what happened in the debate, and we'll kind of get the goods and figure out what's going on and then go from there.
Since October the 7th, the biggest Zionist talking points, which is extremely important, right? Because if you believe in the Zionist propaganda about October the 7th, you are manufacturing consent for the Israeli genocide of Gaza, because part of the reason they made these lies up about the 40 beheaded babies, the mass rape, the Hamas weapons in hospitals and schools, the tunnels and so on and so forth, was because they wanted to manufacture consent for why they want to destroy Gaza and commit a genocide. So when like someone like Dave Smith is agreeing to that, he's literally agreeing to the biggest Israeli position right now. And so yeah, I do believe that they put him. And then the second point is a big part of that is to demonize Islam and Muslims. And again, he agrees to that. And so in reality, when you've got both of these major points, I would say integral points, and you've got this guy debating probably one of the biggest extreme Zionists like Douglas Murray, probably the biggest extreme anti-Islamophobe such as Douglas Murray. I mentioned his history with the Henry Jackson Society. And so when you have that scenario, I do believe is intentional, and I do believe that's the reason why he's platformed. In addition to obviously him being Jewish, and the problem I've got with him is, yeah, it's fine if he wants to debate, all good, but when he's agreeing to Israeli propaganda, now everybody who watches the Joe Rogan show is automatically going to think Hamas committed a terrorist attack on October the 7th. It was the worst thing since the Holocaust, which is what they both agree with. Islam is extreme religion. The Muslims are overtaking Europe. Israel is right to basically defend itself, is what the claim they make. Israel is a right to respond. And then the only question is, maybe they shouldn't kill too many kids. And so that's what the whole debate is about. It's what Blakely said quite right, the nuance, like, maybe they should have killed a few less kids. And that's literally what the conversations have been about, as opposed to the extreme behavior of the Israeli terrorist regime, the fake news about October the 7th, the fact that Zionism is a problem, that Israel did keep Gaza as a concentration camp before October the 7th, and Israel did kill many Palestinians in the West Bank and various other places in 2023, over 300. So, like, these are the points that Dave Smith doesn't go into, and his whole point is just, clean break memo, they've already attacked 6 countries, 1 country to go. Like, literally, we know his spiel, they're the only points he makes, and he just brushes over that. But the biggest point, which impacts people's hearts and minds, is the Zionist talking points, which he agrees to. I want to welcome Myron to the space. Myron, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm on stream. I literally came at a good time because you were kind of going into some of the points. Because I was actually going to react to this debate on stream, but I figured you guys had a space. I'd come in real quick and get some of the bullet points. I see that you mentioned some of them already that you feel as though Dave Smith faltered. So do you think he lost, Suleiman?
Yeah. I think Dave Smith lost badly. So the only thing that Murray did bad on was issues where Dave Smith didn't say anything. Murray just made himself look like a fool. So the first one was at the beginning, where Murray claimed that you need to be able to speak and or be accepted on an issue is you need to be an expert, which again, we know what's happened when we listen to experts on a wide range of issues recently. But B, he's a hypocrite, because as an example, he spoke about COVID. He was anti-COVID, but he's not a scientist. He's not an epidemiologist. So therefore, even his whole argument about you basically being an authority to speak about something, he's contradicted it in the past.
So he used the authority fallacy on Smith right away?
Yeah, he did. And then the second point that, again, Murray made a fool of himself. But Dave Smith agreed with him. He was like, the concern I have is that now there's way too much anti-Semites because the right is being overtaken by this issue, and therefore, we need to be careful on what we say. So Dave Smith agreed with him on that, which was ridiculous. Dave Smith agreed with him on October the 7th, all the propaganda about October the 7th.
He believed him on the 40 beheaded babies and all that?
He didn't mention that, but he mentioned that October the 7th was the worst terrorist attack there was. He mentioned that there was mass rape. All of these things.
Did he at least mention the Hannibal Directive?
He didn't mention the Hannibal Directive as well. He didn't mention, even Douglas Murray mentioned that they should return the hostages. Dave Smith didn't mention that Hamas offered on October the 10th to swap all the hostages.
Oh, wow.
So he agreed to all the propaganda on October the 7th.
This is basic shit, Dave. Dude. This is stuff that, this is basic shit. I remember me and you talked about this, over a year ago. That is, and that comes from Israeli media. How do people not know that literally Hamas said, hey, we will give you back the hostages, just don't invade Gaza, and Netanyahu said no, and he went in anyway. That's...
So, what do you think? Do you think Dave Smith agreed to that? He agreed to the Hamas being billionaires, which is fake news. He agreed that basically Hamas have weapons in hospitals and schools and all these various other places. He agreed to all of the propaganda.
Damn, bro. I mean, okay, what would you say? Because I haven't seen the interview yet, so I'm gonna watch it, right? I haven't seen it yet. I literally just came in here first. I'm probably gonna, like, after I finish talking with you guys, I'm probably gonna open it up and go through it with my chat. But so what do you think is the most damaging? Because so you're coming from the angle that it's not that you think Dave Smith lost mostly because he agreed to false talking points, which basically he didn't refute a lot of the talking points that he should have refuted versus just relying on his argument, if that makes sense. He should have been a more aggressive stance refuting arguments.
Yeah. So Dave Smith is put in this position because he agrees with the Zionist position on a wide range of issues. So he agrees with them about October the 7th. He agrees with them that Islam is a problem. He agrees with them that people on the right are anti-Semites. He agrees with all of those points. So therefore, he agrees that Hamas is a terrorist organization. He agrees that Hamas are the bad guys. So when you basically have that scenario, so where are the points of disagreement?
So
the
let me
points
guess.
of disagreement essentially become about nuance and, Israel basically killed too many kids.
Let me guess. So did Dave Smith make, because I think there might be a strategy here, because he's a smart guy. He should know better. So did his argument pretty much, did he make the typical, because I've talked about this before. When people talk about October 7th, there's two factions. There's people that make the humanitarian argument, right? These people tend to be guys like Hassan Piker and, people on the left. Then there's people that make the nationalist argument, like, I would fall in this camp, maybe Dave Smith would fall in this camp, depending on who he's talking to, etc. But I also talk about the humanitarian shit too, because the humanitarian shit is what Israel used as ammunition to justify their asymmetrical aggression in this conflict. So, you have to talk about the beheaded babies being a lie. You have to talk about the mass rapes being completely embellished. You have to talk about how there was a deal in place to avoid this entire conflict on the 10th. And the fact that Dave Smith didn't mention any of that is crazy. So would it be fair to say he pretty much went the whole nationalist angle, Israel controls our government, this is problematic? Is that the angle he just pretty much stayed on?
No, because he doesn't even believe Israel. He didn't talk about that, but remember, his position isn't that Israel controls our government. Remember, U.S. government. Remember, his position is that U.S. controls Israel, right? Now, he did say about the Israeli lobby having control over the U.S., but again, it was very fleeting, whereas Douglas Murray spent a lot of time.
Right, Fredo? It was like they mentioned Qatar.
Yo, Patrick,
One second,
dude,
Patrick.
shut up. What the fuck? Are you serious? Suleiman was talking, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Myron. So yeah, so in a very fleeting way, but Douglas Murray speaks in detail about how Qatar controls the US, which we know is fake news, and then he very quickly, within a few seconds, mentions Israeli control or AIPAC or influence, and it's very fleeting. So he doesn't even go into detail on that. Honestly, I'm not exaggerating when I say it. It was very bad performance, but I knew it was going to be a bad performance because he lost against Laura Loomer based on the two same things. He didn't push back on October the 7th. He agreed that Hamas were extremists. He agreed that Islam was an extremist. It was extreme. So when you basically have the same foundational principle, there's no way that you're going to basically win in a debate.
Interesting. I'm gonna watch it, man, and look at it. Some people here are saying that they think that some people here are saying that they think that Dave Smith won, but I guess it depends on how you interpret it, right? If you're interpreting it from the angle of, debunking the propaganda when it comes to Islam, that might be one metric of success. And then if you're gonna debunk the, whole Israel is our greatest ally, that's another argument to make. Because I think that there's multiple arguments to be made when you're debating this topic. You got does Israel control our government? That's one. Does the United States get benefit from supporting Israel to the same extent? That's another one. Does Israel purposely demonize the Islamic religion to justify their asymmetric warfare? That's one. So there's so many different fronts that you kind of have to attack, that you can attack this debate stance from. And I think for Dave Smith, I think the safest way to go, at least on a public venue, is to not necessarily challenge so much the Israeli propaganda that's permeated throughout American media, rather to show that Israeli propaganda controls the media, if that makes sense.
But he didn't even do that. So the only thing why people think he won is twofold. The first is, as I said at the beginning, Douglas Murray was talking about how you need to be an expert, but Dave Smith didn't do a good job. It's just everyone saw the stupidity of that argument.
Gotcha.
And the second point was that Douglas Murray was basically saying that based on the war, that children being killed or innocent civilians being killed is collateral damage. And now people are like, oh my God, that's horrific. He made Douglas Murray agree to that. But if you look at Douglas Murray's argument, which is what Dave Smith conceded to, is, oh, Hamas have weapons in hospitals, Hamas have weapons in schools, Hamas have weapons every 2-3 buildings. And to that, he conceded. So once you concede to that argument, you kind of concede to the point that Israel is going to have to bomb a bit more. So the whole thing becomes a fallacious point. So, like, I don't see any scenario where Dave Smith won. I think it's just, like, people who are pro-Palestine will obviously say he won because they feel like he's perpetuating certain pro-Palestinian points and people do get excited. It's like a football team. Other libertarians will get excited because he's a libertarian and they're like a little crew themselves. But if you analyze the debate, I mean, I think Douglas Murray is like rubbish. He's not a good debater. But, like, he didn't challenge him on many important foundational points.
Yeah, I'm looking right now, and the top comment on this video at this moment is literally what you said here about the whole appeal to authority argument of being an expert. That's the top comment. I'm not a professional YouTube commentator, but I'm going to leave a comment. Yeah, I'm looking here. So they're making fun of Murray for making that ridiculous fucking statement. So if anything, people will say that Dave Smith won because Murray made such a fucking asinine argument in the beginning of the debate.
Yeah, for the first 45 minutes, Murray made that argument and he cried about the fact that Joe Rogan has more pro-Palestine rather than anti-Israel, which is fake again because who are the anti-Israel? So he mentioned Ian Carroll and he mentioned Dave Smith. But if you look at the what's the guy's name? The historian, is it Marty something? I forgot the guy's name now. The historian guy. So he mentioned them.
Martyr Maid, Cooper.
That's it, Darryl Cooper.
Yeah.
But then even Joe Rogan was like, "What do you mean? I've had God Saad, I've had Jordan Peterson, I've had you," and then he mentioned a couple other people.
Oh, God Saad is a bitch.
Like Joe Rogan, Piers Morgan always have extreme anti-Israel people, but when it comes from the pro-Palestine side, they'll always have someone like Dave Smith who kind of almost agrees with the Israeli position. They won't have someone like myself or you who can debunk the propaganda. They won't have, and this is why I put the tweet in the nest, but he won't have someone like me who can debunk the false claims they make about Islam. So they won't have that scenario. Also, they'll have someone who is anti-Islam, and this was the same with Piers Morgan and various others. They'll have someone who's anti-Islam like and someone who will attack Islam like Douglas Murray because he worked at the Henry Jackson Society. They'll have someone like Piers Morgan. They'll have Jordan Peterson. They'll have someone like God Saad. But then they won't have someone like Nick Fuentes who basically talks about Jewish power. So they'll have someone who's anti-Islam, but not someone like Nick. They'll attack someone like Dan Bilzerian, but then they'll have and scream at him and call him an anti-Semite, but then they won't have. But then the other guys they'll have, and he won't call them anti-Islam. Even what's his name again? Piers Morgan said he'll have Tommy Robinson on. Tommy Robinson is like well known to be anti-Islam. I was gonna debate him, as you know. I was gonna do it on your platform. And separate to that, but then he says, I won't have Nick Fuentes on because he's a raging anti-Semite. So this just demonstrates that how these podcasters essentially, first of all, allow anti-Islam, but then anyone who may even be a little bit anti-Jewish, you don't want to have them. And the second thing is, if there is someone who's pro-Palestine, it won't be someone who actually has strong opinions that October the 7th was propaganda, no mass rape happened, etc., etc. But they won't have, and so they'll have someone like Dave Smith who agrees that Hamas is a terrorist organization, they're a radical Islamist organization, that you shouldn't say from the river to the sea, that Islam is evil, that October 7th is fake news, that, like, you need to combat Hamas, but like maybe people are getting a bit too far. But they won't have someone who basically will expose all that propaganda. So this is like how they manufacture consent now.
No, I mean, that's an interesting point that, that they'll bring like, extreme right-wingers from the Israeli side, but they won't do that on the pro-Palestine. I mean, that's an interesting thing. And I think to make it fair, you would need to bring somebody in that has an understanding of the Islamic faith to a high degree, and someone that has an understanding of the Jewish faith to the highest degree, right? To kind of be able to really fight fire with fire here, because I think a lot of people, I mean, even myself, I'll admit this, I come more from the camp of I don't like that Israel controls our foreign policy. We can make obviously a religious argument on that to a degree of what influences or whatever. That's a discussion we had. But I think from my perspective personally, I typically argue from this is a problem from a nationalism perspective, and then I also talk about the issues with October 7th that me and you discussed, because I do think that if you're going to debate these pro-Israel people, you have to destroy their arguments with debunking the October 7th lies, because the October 7th lies is directly what they use to wage their asymmetrical warfare that they're currently doing now. And the problem is that a lot of this stuff got debunked, but the problem is that it didn't get debunked in time. So, going back in time here, when October 7th happened, everyone was on Israel's side because no one had the full story. So Israel, since they control the media, because 5 out of the 6 biggest news organizations in America are literally run by Zionist Jews, and then the 6th one, which is run by the Murdochs, they're hardcore Zionists, where Leyland Murdoch, whatever his name is, the son of Rupert Murdoch, he had a private meeting with Netanyahu in Israel. So you might as well call him, an honorary Zionist as well. So the problem is that when October 7th happened, Israel was first to the media, and they were able to put this narrative out that 2,000 people got killed, there were mass rapes, they got killed at the music festival, 200 hostages got kidnapped, and that's the narrative that prevailed for weeks. And by the time people started debunking it and showing that the 40 beheaded babies thing was a lie, babies in ovens was a lie, etc. Once people started showing that these images that Ben Shapiro was showing were like doctored pictures and they were all a lie, it was too late. Israel was already in Gaza. They had already began the bombing. They had already killed tens of thousands at that point. And it was pretty much like, okay, we're here. So they just kind of stuck with the lies. And unless you're a guy who consumes alternative media, you're probably not going to find out. I mean, a lot of Americans, especially MAGA supporters, I could tell you guys this from someone that went to the RNC and is, involved in the MAGA movement to a degree. A lot of these guys are retards. They believe mainstream media, or if they don't believe mainstream media, they're following people like Gunther Engelman or Cat Turd or some of these other dudes that are what I call MAGA retards, that literally anything Trump does is good and they never criticize him. So there's not many people that are on the right that are also willing to criticize Israel's influence on our country from the perspective of Jewish power. Very few people will do that. I mean, Candace flirts with it a bit. Nick definitely does it. This is why they're terrified of him, because he can name the names. I do it, but at the end of the day, it might be too much for some of these podcasters to platform someone saying that, the 40 beheaded babies thing was a lie, right? But that is central to the Zionist argument. It needs to be stated. It is a lie. Guys like Ben Shapiro ran around with that narrative for months, and they did it on purpose to rationalize and justify what they're doing in Gaza now. And it's crazy to me that it's still a talking point to this day when Israeli media themselves have debunked this shit.
Crazy. And also the mass rape, and I think everyone, and Myron, I don't know if you got his number, but you should send him that the 5.5 hour video we did, and therefore we'll know if this is intentionally done by him, because then that gives them an opportunity to get on these platforms, and then he's just basically intentionally.
Who do you want me to send the video to?
Dave Smith.
Oh, yeah, I could. I've talked to him before. I could send it to him. But I think at this point, it's just got to be, because at this point, one of us got to get up there, man. I mean, I think you would do fantastic because you can speak more from the Islamic angle. My position, I think a safe position to have, right? Because obviously there are a lot of people that don't like the Islamic faith and they say what they're going to say. I look at it like this. If you're going to consider Hamas a terrorist organization, right, then the IDF fits in that mold just as well, right? They just rebranded from Irgun and Haganah. Now, there's arguments from the Hamas side saying, well, look, they're being violently occupied. It's self-defense. It's not terrorism because under international law, you have the right to defend your land, and you can't constitute that as terrorism. So there's I've heard a lot of the arguments from the Hamas side, but I think the safe way, right, and again, I'm talking from strictly a debate strategy perspective to get platformed on these big platforms so you can reach a mass audience. This isn't like what it is. I think the safe way to go, because I've seen, who is it? Mohammed Hijab take this stance, which I thought was really smart that he did this. I saw him debate, I think it was Rabbi Shmuley or somebody, and he said, look, if you're going to go ahead and call Hamas a terrorist organization, you need to call the IDF a terrorist organization as well, which, because it's technically true if you look at the definition of terrorism as it applies to the United States, right? The use of violence to further a political ideology, right? I think that's what it is. But again, you can make the argument from the other side as well. So, but I think when it comes to the mass media in America and these big podcasts, they're terrified of bringing somebody on that will make the argument that Hamas isn't a terrorist organization. I think that's what they're scared of.
But it's not just that Hamas isn't a terrorist organization. It's that so either you make the argument that, as you said, the IDF is worse, or you reject the notion of terrorism, because this entire word was created by the Zionist lobby to be applied to countries that are basically enemies of Israel, and or for individuals who partake in an act that are solely Muslim. So you can have the exact same act done by two different individuals, and if it's a Muslim, it's called a terrorist attack, and if it's not a Muslim, it's not called a terrorist attack. The second thing is why I think like having some knowledge of Islam is important is because you look at his debate with Laura Loomer, both were conceding that Islam was extreme and Islam was causing this and Sharia law, and they want to throw gays off buildings and these type of things. Why it's important to debunk that is because the aim is this. If you look on the West, they basically perpetuate and promote the Islamophobia industry through various NGOs and Zionist lobbies, including the organization that Douglas Murray worked for, which is the Henry Jackson Society. And the reason they do that is because they want to manufacture consent. Because if they think these people are barbaric, that these people are unruly, these people are extreme and they want to harm you, then it manufactures consent to basically destroy the Middle East. So it includes bombing Palestine, destroying Palestine. So if you look at the stated ideological goals, it was always to create hatred against Muslims in America and UK and Europe, and then use that fake news to bomb the Middle East. So that's why I always think like both of those things are important to tackle.
No, I definitely see your perspective on that. Now, I'm interested. I'm going to probably go watch this debate and see what happened. Because you obviously there's it seems as though there were some blind spots, but I think Patrick Reed's wanted to say something.
Yep.
You guys brought up some good points. When I watched it, Suleiman, my perspective was that it was more from a white guy from America. It was more, I didn't see it as an attack on Islam so much as like protection of Jewish supremacy. And then also, yeah, I thought it was completely fabricated. You have Douglas Murray bringing up these points about, oh, it's okay to have
yeah, Patrick, this debate wasn't an attack on Islam. The only thing was when he said about Muslim immigration into Europe, which was fake news. I'm bringing in his Laura Loomer debate as well, which I read the comments from to you for.
But what about the point where he made like it's okay for Israel to kill civilians because there's evil militants? But then on October 7th, how many IDF members died? I think it's like 380. How many people died total? 1,200? Like if you look at the amount of Hamas that were killed, like in Palestine compared to civilians, it's going to out-ratio that. The only good point Murray did make, I would argue, was that the United States, which is controlled by Israel and Jewish supremacy, killed way more people in Syria, way more civilians in Syria, way more in Afghanistan. And yeah, I'm not downplaying like the plight of the Palestinians by any means, but this has been going on for 20 years, and a lot of it's all been supporting one place. But this whole fake debate was staged, and it was if I was a normie, like my take would be that like you can't criticize Judaism or Israel because there's just too much anti-Semitism. The Palestinians are terrorists, and Qatar controls America, not Israel. Like I don't know how any of that was able to slide from our perspectives. And then at the same time, like Douglas Murray was kind of more funny than Dave Smith. Dave Smith's not even a comic. He sucks at everything. I don't know. I'm more pissed at Joe Rogan because, like, I blame him for this current administration. Like, Vance, Trump, all these fucking scumbags, Tulsi Gabbard, like, all these people, like, this whole movement, Musk, like, it's so tiring. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what do you guys think?
Yeah, cool.
I'll say this real quick with the 2,000 number. Yeah, so the original report, and Suleiman, correct me if I'm wrong here, because I know you probably got the numbers in front of you. The report on October 7th came out, 2,000 people dead. Then it went down to 1,200. Then roughly 400 of the people that died were identified as IDF soldiers, right? So obviously loss of life sucks, but enemy combatants are enemy combatants, right? So that brings us down to 800. Then we find out that the people that were killed from the music festival that were in the cars and they were all charged and stuff like that, they were killed by the IDF with the Apache helicopters. How do we know this? Well, because we know that Hamas uses, unsophisticated, old, like damn near World War II weaponry. They don't have the capability and the sophistication to be able to destroy vehicles like that. And then we find out that the tanks were shooting into the kibbutzes, right? And then there was speculation that the Hannibal Directive was activated on that day. Now, if you had said that, right, as of a couple of months ago, people would call you a conspiracy theorist. But literally, I think maybe 1 month ago, Yoav Gallant went on an Israeli television and admitted that the Hannibal Directive was in fact activated on October 7th. So, we went from 2,000 to 1,200 to 800. Then we find out that the Hannibal Directive was activated on that day. So, and then on top of that, 200 were kidnapped. So that leaves us with 600 people that were killed on that day specifically, and we don't know how those individuals are killed. I am not denying that Hamas killed Israeli citizens on that day. However, I do think it's important to note that the IDF also killed Israeli citizens on that day. And that's the part where it's very important to unpack this because, again, Israel got to the media first. Since Israel got to the media first, they were able to push that narrative out that Hamas was indiscriminately killing and raping and pillaging and all this other stuff. And it wasn't until, several months later, damn near a year, till we were able to actually have the evidence to debunk this stuff. I mean, Yoav Gallant literally came out a month ago saying the Hannibal Directive was activated. So we don't even still have the full story. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, isn't the UN conducting an investigation right now on the mass rapes? They haven't concluded that, or Israel's not letting him in? If somebody can clarify that part for me.
No, so with the UN report, and this was in Fresh and Fit as well. So anybody who wants to see the details of this, we actually broke it down in Fresh and Fit, the specifics. What the UN report is this. So the UN report did an investigation. Now the report we agree with, right? In the sense of, if you look at the investigation, the information they gathered, we're using that. Where we disagree is the conclusion, because she's using the same information, but then saying, yes, there was rape. But what is that information that she's herself gathered? The first thing is, they say there's no video evidence or no imagery whatsoever that prove mass rape. So according to them, Hamas had GoPros, but somehow they malfunctioned and no longer worked as soon as the rape happened. Right, which is completely ridiculous. So there's no video or physical evidence whatsoever, and Israel never provided it. The second thing is they wanted to talk to...
And they always advertise that 40-minute video that shows some of the killings, and that video that they show, which at first was only an exclusive to Israeli citizens, no one else can look at it, it got leaked. But yes, this 45-minute video or whatever has none of the grapes in it either, which is also an important point to note.
Exactly. And that 40-minute video, as you said, we've all seen it. And even the 40-minute video, it only shows 3 possible incidences where there was intentional killing by Hamas. But again, we don't know the circumstances before and after. So therefore, I'm just talking about the snapshot. But coming back to it, so then there's no physical or video evidence. Then they asked to speak to the witnesses. Israel said, no, you're not allowed to speak to the witnesses. So they never spoke to any of the witnesses. Then they looked at the reports, and there was no physical evidence of rape, whether it's semen or, physically the basically genital area being harmed or whatever it may be. So there was zero physical evidence of rape. Then they looked at the bodies and said, actually, even the bodies had not been, when they were shot, they weren't even shot or harmed in the private parts. When they were shot throughout the body as per normal. So nothing was directed in terms of harm, whether from bullets or from physicality to the genitals of the woman or the breasts of the woman. So there's no evidence from that regard. There's no evidence in terms of what they were wearing. So the only evidence that they claim, which was the result that they're saying, is that the way the bodies were placed. But even in the same report, they admit that Israel moved the bodies. So the position of the bodies is the sole reason that they're claiming that the rape happened. That's it.
Yeah, and that, my friend, is the part that they don't want to platform. That's why I don't think I've seen any major podcast actually talk about the mass grapes. So basically, for those that are just listening, Israel is using the position of the deceased to justify and say that there were mass graves, but they don't actually have any physical evidence besides how the bodies were left. Is that what it is basically, Suleiman?
Exactly.
No semen, no. Do they even have penetration? Nothing.
Nothing.
And they don't have the GoPro, and they don't have the GoPro footage that they claim that they had either.
Nothing proves rape.
Yeah, I think that's the stuff that Rogan and them don't want to have. If I'm going to be honest, like challenging the October 7th narrative is the cornerstone of the Israeli argument, and I think anyone that can actually, fully debunk it from the grapes, the Hannibal directive alone. I mean, I'm shocked that Dave Smith did not put out the Hannibal directive. Like, Yoav Gallant literally admitted it was activated on that day. Like, just off of that alone, he could have, eliminated a big part of Murray's argument when they're talking about Hamas killing innocent people, because we know for a fact that Israel killed a bunch of innocent people that day. So, yeah, man, that's wild. That's disappointing that he didn't even talk about. I mean, at least use a Hannibal directive, bro. What the fuck, man? But anyway, I'm gonna go watch it.
Or even the fact, and again, I'm not trying to just promote it because you're here, but if you look at our 5.5-hour podcast, everything
I'm gonna get the link for it
right now, the physical evidence is in that actual
Come here,
the podcast, because we put it on a PowerPoint and showed all the references. So all the references that we're speaking about can be found in that podcast. What's worse is, Myron, remember in our podcast we showed that on October the 10th that Hamas said we'll give you all of the hostages. Again, this was not something that was pushed back about Dave Smith. They were like, yeah, hostages are there. Yeah, they happen. Yeah, they shouldn't have took the hostages. Like, there's again an agreement on that issue.
Dude, dude, you're the only person. I think me and you are the only people that have like publicly reported that story, and it's backed up by Haaretz, an Israeli media source. It's literally it's backed up by Israeli media that there was a deal in place for the return of the hostages on October 10th. And it's amazing how that's not hit the mainstream whatsoever.
Yeah,
or I think one person told me, oh, Haaretz is a left-wing propaganda machine for that's anti-Israel. And I'm like, what? They're an Israeli newspaper. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, Haaretz is left-wing, but it's still Zionist.
It's still Zionist.
Zionists from the left or the right are basically the same thing.
Yeah, hold on. I got the link right here, Suleiman. I'll DM it to you so you can put it up in the nest, because I suck at putting things up in the nest. But I'll give it to you here. I found it. It's only on Rumble, guys. It's not on YouTube. We couldn't even fucking do this thing on Rumble on YouTube because of obviously, the sensitive nature of the topic and how people try to censor. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'll send you a quick DM with it here, Suleiman, so you can put in the thing. But I'll dip out, man. I'll come back into space if you guys are gonna be running it.
I appreciate that, Myron. Yeah, we're probably going to wrap up soon anyway, so we'll send everyone to your space.
Okay.
They can watch the physical example of what we've been talking about for the last few hours.
I'm live right now on Rumble and on YouTube on Myron Gaines X. I'm going to DM you this right now. All right, take it easy, guys.
Myron, can I make a quick point to your audience before you go? 30 seconds. So I'm on, may I?
Who is that? True Teller? Oh, yeah. What's up, True Teller? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's very quick.
Yeah, go
I just want to make the point about Dave Smith. Is that there is a famous Judeo Bolshevik who once said that they love controlled opposition, especially the ones that they lead. And then when the world needs a hero, they shall provide one. And that's what Dave Smith is supposed to be, a controlled opposition narrative producer, to be able to instill the talking points that they want people to believe. He's never going to properly represent the pro-Palestinian side or do anything than to undermine the Jewish position and to, again, deflect and say blame Qatar or say Islamic terrorism or China. But of course, deflect blame on the Jews and their influence on American society, every facet of American society, every institution of it, from finance to, of course, the media and the politicians. I have a lot more to say. I'll wait my turn. Thank you.
No, it's always great to hear from you, bro. But no, I will. I'm definitely gonna take a look at this debate, man. You guys definitely got me intrigued, so I'm gonna take a look at it and react to it. But all right, I'll get out of here, man. And I see Simon had his hand up for a minute. Simon, shout out to you, by the way, as well, bro.
All right, Myron.
Yeah, I'll get out of here. Peace out, guys.
I really think there's the other.
Okay. So Okay, so I gave that's the link, by the way, guys, for it. So definitely here, let me drop it in here for you guys. If you guys want to watch this video on what really went down on October 7th, it's right here. But okay, let me read some chats and we're gonna get into this debate. I will cover the Matt Walsh stuff and everything else like that after this, if we still have time. It's already 9 o'clock. Okay. Bobby's Gems. Yo, I got my comments on Twitter shadow banned after replying to Nick Fuentes' post. Interesting. You might want to, maybe you got to verify your account. KG from Myron, it was great to see you at Penn State. You definitely need to do a Sandusky breakdown. I've lived here my whole life and know people who work for the university at the time, so I can give some insight if needed. WCC, WSS. Shout out to you, KG, for real. We could do Sandusky one day. HM Swish, don't worry about Ryan Dawson. I talked to him on the side, bro. Misunderstanding. Don't, try to start up some stuff. I talked to him on the side. It's not, it's squashed. Ice says, Anton Daniels has a panelist on his nighttime show that knows about them boys and calls them small hats. He tries to wake them up, but always stops and says, do your research. Maybe you can explain it to him in more concise way since you guys are cool. I mean, sure, but I don't think Anton Daniels is going to be, I mean, I could, bro, but like, you guys got to understand that this is a topic that people are terrified of, bro. Like, I don't think y'all get it, bro. Like, this is a topic that people really don't want to talk about, man, for obvious reasons, right? Now we can kind of have the discussion, but it's got to be heavily moderated. Okay, let's go to HBM says, we know as Muslims that Israel's going down one day. Are the Israeli elites actually demonic? Man, the people that are responsible for killing the kids are, yes. Not all Israelis, but the ones that are killing the kids. Well, not all Jews, but the ones that are killing the kids, nah, bro. Sorry, excuse me. The ones that are killing the kids and responsible for killing the kids are satanic, whether Jewish, Christian, etc. Don't forget, guys, most Zionists are actually Christian. They're not Jewish. This is a very big misconception that all Jewish people are Zionists. That's not true, right? A majority are. I will tell you that. A majority absolutely are Zionists, but that's not all. Also, when it comes to, what was I going to say? The majority of the Zionist population, it's actually Christians, bro. Evangelical Christians. Make up the majority. Let's see here. Joe says, Myron, if Trump passed the sanctuary city law, why would California capitulate? They pay more in tax than they get? I don't know, bro. Let's see here. Okay, so that's what. Cool. All right, we're caught up. Let's go ahead and go into this Joe Rogan interview.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
I'm playing at a 1.25 speed chat.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
All right, we're up. Ladies and gentlemen, good to see you guys. What's happening? Are you going no headphones?
Oh.
Keep the do?
I'm not quite sure what they add, but yeah. Okay.
There we go. All right. The goal...
I'll be honest with you guys. I don't even know who this Douglas Murray guy is, bro. Let me look this guy up real quick. All right, he's Scottish and Gaelic. He doesn't look like... No, he's not Jewish, guys. See, I told y'all, bro, a lot of these Zionists are not Jewish. A lot of them are Christian. Oh, I don't know what this guy's religious affiliation is. But, okay, he's a cultural Christian and a Christian atheist. What? What the fuck is a Christian atheist? Bro, okay, man. These niggas are weird. What the fuck? Okay, this is the guy that's debating Dave Smith. Awesome. What the fuck?
This is every time I see people that disagree with anything that's happening, any gigantic world event.
They should have Ben Shapiro here, not this fucking guy.
It's one of these retarded...
Be honest with you. Wow. Of course, instead of debating the thing, he's... literally, I only spent 10 seconds listening to this shit, and he's already trying to come at Rogan for platforming people. You know who else did this bitch ass nigga shit? Since we're on this topic, this guy
and
right
then
here.
say, I'm not in.
This fucking loser. This guy Sam Harris.
All right, guys. So Sam Harris went viral on social media here because he had some commentary on the current state of politics, but more important.
I watched this guy as well, Kyle Kalinske. He's a liberal, but again, I always watch the opposition's arguments. I think this is how you stay sharp and know what's going on. Being in an echo chamber is retarded. So I'll listen to guys that have a different voice all the time because I think it makes you sharper, smarter. You're able to counter their arguments if you watch what they say. And just makes you more intelligent. And sometimes they make good points. So that's why I watch opposition stuff all the time.
Importantly, the current state of the podcast world.
And I agree with him on the Sam Harris take that he's going to give.
The new media world, the Rogan sphere, if you will. And he used to be, a regular sort of member of the Rogan sphere. He's been on the podcast probably double-digit times, right? Kind of similar to me. I wasn't on as much as him, but I was on maybe 5 times or so on Rogan. And man, he has some thoughts here. So let's listen and we'll break it down as we go.
Joe is a genuinely good guy who wants good things for people. But he is honestly in over his head on so many topics.
And if you were wondering, I mean, are we even surprised at this point? But anyway, yeah.
Of great consequence, right? When he brings someone on to just shoot the shit about, how the Holocaust is not what you think it was, right? Or
he literally did that, by the way. Just so everybody knows, this is not hyperbolic. Because you could hear Sam Harris say this and think like, oh.
They're complaining about Daryl Cooper. All right, whatever, bro. That's a whole other discussion.
Oligarchs routinely lie to his face. Do it.
This I disagree with.
Sat there and let them lie. They kept saying to his face, oh, the CFPB debanks conservatives.
Who lie as freely as they breathe and doesn't push back against any of their lies. In fact, in Trump's case, really fairly energetically helped put his lies into the most plausible possible shape.
That is 100% correct. That's what we talked about. Go watch my segment.
As you can see, he doesn't like Trump. I don't agree with this either. He doesn't like Trump.
Got back in office. He invited, Rogan sat there, took him in good faith, all the bullshit online about, and now
he's basically complaining that Trump didn't push back more on Trump.
Now he owns everything. He owns all of people. You're consistently on the wrong side.
And this is a consistent crying point of the left that Rogan didn't push Trump harder during the debate. Okay, we're really getting in the weeds here, but fuck it. You guys like this deep dive shit anyway. So one of the main talking points of big left-wing political commentators like Kyle Kalinske, Hassan Piker, Tyler Cohen, etc., Young Turks or whatever, is that Trump went on the Rogan podcast, which is the biggest podcast in the world, and lied. And Rogan didn't push back. This is one of the biggest complaints from the left. They blame Elon Musk, they blame Joe Rogan, and obviously you know that they don't like Trump. And the reason why this is a retarded stance is because Rogan offered, it's like everyone forgets this shit. Rogan literally offered Kamala Harris to come on the show. And what Kamala Harris's team basically said was, he's got to travel to her. It can only be like an hour, and I think they needed the questions beforehand. But basically, the bottom line is this. I mean, the details aren't as important. The point is this. The interview was going to be structured and tailored in a position that her campaign approved of, okay? Versus with Trump, he showed up, he just had a conversation, it seemed way more candid, okay? So that made Kamala Harris look really fucking bad. And it amazes me how the Democrats never admit this. The only Democrat I've seen admit this shit is a guy named David Pakman, okay? He admitted that it was a big L on the Kamala Harris administration to not do public interviews early in the campaign. For those that remember, because everyone has fucking amnesia, let me remind you niggas. After Joe Biden dropped out of the race, okay, Kamala Harris went on a deliberate avoidance tour of the press. She would only read from teleprompters. She wouldn't ask off-the-cuff questions. She wouldn't hold press meetings to answer questions. She literally did this for months, okay? And the reason why they did this was because Kamala Harris, to be honest with you guys, is not the best speaker. She's not necessarily competent. She has a lot of annoying personality traits that probably would not be favorable to American voters. So they did their best to control her image in the early stages of the campaign. Now, to combat this, Donald Trump went on a bunch of different streams, okay? And he did unscripted interviews where, honestly, everything was on the table. You can ask whatever, okay? Now, he might lie about it, as some people like Kyle Kulinski are saying right now, but he at least afforded people the opportunity to talk to him in a fairly candid and open manner. Or even if it's not, at least the optics look that way. Key distinction. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris was avoiding all interviews like the fucking plague. That was a big mistake by the Democrats, okay? So when Kamala Harris finally figured out that this probably isn't a good strategy because celebrity endorsements don't matter, okay, she found out way too fucking late. So what did she do? She went on the Call Her Daddy podcast. Terrible fucking decision. You went on a podcast of two whores that don't have any type of political respect or notoriety. The people that listen to the Call Her Daddy podcast are retarded morons that probably don't vote, okay? Like, what you should be doing is going on adversarial podcasts or going on adversarial platforms and having discussions. This is what Donald Trump and J.D. Vance were doing. Though they got a lot of hard questions, they might have looked bad in some situations or whatever. J.D. Vance, I think, actually did a really good job, by the way, of dealing with adversarial media. That's a whole other conversation. Though nothing is perfect, that looked a lot better than what Kamala Harris was doing, where she was avoiding press altogether. And when she finally did get on the train and decide to do a podcast, she did really badly edited and stupid interviews that made her look stupid. And like with Call Her Daddy podcast. Then on top of that, she did one adversarial interview on Fox News, and it was basically edited and made her look really stupid, and she waited way too long to do it. Okay? So why do I say all this? I say all this because the Democrats always blame Rogan, right, for Trump's victory. Rogan was definitely a part of it. I'm not going to lie. He has the #1 podcast, and everyone listens in. And that interview was one of the most viewed interviews, I think, to this day on the Rogan Experience. Let me go ahead and see here.
Feel you've opened the door to...
Yeah, this dude's a fucking loser. I'm going to get the number here. 57 million, chat. Right here. 57 million. Crazy. 5 months ago. Okay? So, look. Rogan made the same offer to Kamala. It's not Rogan's fault that Kamala Harris didn't want to come and get the interview under her terms 45 minutes an hour. That's not how this works. Okay? Unfortunately, in this situation, you're the one campaigning. You're the one trying to get the votes. You go to Joe Rogan. He doesn't come to you. Okay? He has the platform. You don't. And Kamala Harris made the big mistake of relying upon A-list celebrity endorsements of people like Taylor Swift, Eminem, LeBron James, etc. Establishment type celebrities. Well, guess what? No one cares about A-list celebrities and establishment celebrities anymore. The new wave is influencers and podcasts. I'm sorry. It is what it is. Streamers are taking over. Influencers are taking over because people find far more in common and are able to better identify with people that they watch in long-form content. So she did have the opportunity to go on Rogan, but she declined because she didn't want it to be under the normal terms, which made her look bad yet again. Okay? So the left and the liberals need to stop fucking blaming Joe Rogan for Kamala Harris's loss and Trump's win, okay? She shot herself in the foot. And the only person I've seen that's been honest about this is, again, Dave Pakman. He admitted that she made a bunch of blunders during her campaign where she did not talk to the media until way too fucking late in the campaign. Meanwhile, Trump had already had a huge head start on her when it comes to alternative media, which is the new media. Give me ones in the chat if you guys agree. Give me twos in the chat if you guys disagree. But I genuinely think that this is not Rogan's fault. Because every big liberal commentator I've seen has put a significant amount of blame on Rogan for her loss, which is fucking ridiculous. And I don't think anyone's ever broken it down like that, at least that I've seen.
Sucking off J.D. Vance, sucking off Donald Trump. Give me a break.
It is irresponsible. I mean, it is directly harmful.
And we all like to beat on fucking woke college campus kids who don't like because he literally took like over $100 million from Spotify. Like, he is corporate media, regardless of how he virtue signals like, I'm independent media, I'm new media. No, you're not. No, you're just not, right? But in terms of what does he think? I think in his own mind, he thinks, I'm just honestly navigating through all these issues in real time, but he went down a lot of fucking...
Again, Rogan has invited people on the left, and they just simply don't want to go on. And it's amazing that Kulinski doesn't want to admit this. Like, people from the left don't want to debate, dude. Most of them don't want to.
Horrible rabbit holes and ended up with preposterously stupid positions.
But it is also avoidable, right?
That's the problem. Joe would never do what you're talking about here, and if he were to do what you're talking about here, I think his podcast will become even less popular. So it's just a matter of...
He's talking about doing putting a fact checker there, a full-time fact checker.
God, they dethroned him.
Yeah, I'll do a Chipotle. I'll get a chicken burrito. Okay. You want to say what's up to the people?
Hi, people. What's up?
Yeah, you're going to take him for a walk and stuff?
Yeah.
All right, cool. I appreciate that. He's been good. He's been just chilling.
You haven't come out?
Huh?
You haven't come out since I left?
Only one time.
Okay.
Only one time. Yeah, chicken burrito, double chicken, white rice, black beans.
How long you got left here?
I'll probably be going for a while, not going to lie.
Okay.
Why, do you want to take Frank?
I have a route tomorrow.
No, it's
I can
cool.
take him and then leave him.
Nah, just leave him here. Do your route tomorrow, it's fine. I don't mind having him. I just thought maybe you wanted to see him. But just walk him, hang out with him for a bit, and then leave him. I'll take care of him. Okay. That's no problem. Thank you. All right.
And thank God, the left and liberals are ascendant.
If I leave you
There was just
for a bit while I take your Chipotle?
Oh, Leah? Yeah, she's good. Yeah, she's good. Leave her.
Okay.
You guys want to say what's up to Leah? Yeah. You guys know Leah, right? You guys have met her before.
Leah is
Welcome to the show, Leah. She's a micro poodle. No, she's not a micro poodle. She's a miniature poodle.
Yeah.
So, this is her. She's a pretty good dancer.
I'm gonna take her to the vet tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good dancer. She be going crazy. She knows how to do the O/ as well. So, I'll tell you, bro. We just be like, hey, I'm here to party. I'm part of the debrief. Let's go. We lit now. So.
You love to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, she literally says white power. I'm not kidding around. So yeah, this is Leah. And guys, she's older too. She has a lot of energy. She's what, 11 years old?
Yeah. I'll take her to the vet tomorrow because she's limping.
She's limping?
One of her paws is like weird.
She maybe stepped on glass?
I don't know. But she's so happy.
Yeah.
She's so energetic.
She's excited.
So funny.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna.
Yeah. No worries. Yeah, you can leave her.
I'll
Yeah,
come
leave
back.
them both here. It's fine.
I'll take the dumbass and Frank.
Okay. Yeah, just leave her here. She's
I'm
good.
Just kidding. I have Hero with me.
Oh, you have Hero with you too? Oh, yeah.
I said dumbass.
Yeah. We call Hero the dumbass. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
Nah, he's a fucking cat, man.
Yeah.
He don't listen to shit.
He is.
He don't listen to nothing, bro.
Yeah.
So now I make fun of Fresh all the time how Hero's not trained.
He has beef with one of the Frenchies in this building. It's funny.
Oh.
You haven't seen it? They fight.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He fights one of the Frenchies here?
The guy told me that every time Fresh brings him in the elevator, they are like growling at each other. It's funny.
Oh my God, that's actually funny.
Yeah.
Because Hero's like a fox, so that makes sense.
Yeah, I have to hit him. I hope Fresh don't mind, but he.
Oh, you gonna say this on camera?
It's just that he's been climbing my bed. You know, my bed is off limits, and he chats.
They're gonna call Pete on you, Angie.
No,
Go.
I don't hit him that much. Like, I just like.
I don't want. They're gonna call Pete on you.
No, I mean it's just being disciplinary.
You smack him on the butt?
I just smack him, yeah.
Okay.
Cause he climbs on the bed, and he shakes himself, and then all his hairs come all over.
Yeah.
And he chats a lot, like he chats like crazy. So, Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's because he jumps on Fresh's bed.
Yeah, but that's unacceptable. Though.
Yeah.
I need
no,
to talk to Fresh.
Yeah, he's
like
Fresh don't care, man. He just lets Hero do whatever he wants. He just lets him do whatever.
He probably won't change the sheets later. Ew. No.
Probably.
Unacceptable. All right, I'll come back.
All right, I'll see you. All right, let's get back to it. Yeah, Leah doesn't like Frank, bro. She's annoyed by him. So.
A chart released the other day of political content. Number one in growth was Midas Touch. There were more left-wing shows growing than right-wing shows. And so now it's our time. Right now, given how horrible Trump is and how he's destroying everything in this country, and he's like, it's hard to tell, bro. One of them wrote a pro-Palestine op-ed and was kidnapped. You look at these people as colleagues and as friends. And so you think, well, it can't possibly be as evil as it looks. He kept trying to come up with reasons why they did. Did this person do vandalism? Is that why they were fucking arrested? And it's like, no. One of them wrote a pro.
This is where me and him agree on the deportations with the college students.
As politically shattered as it is, in
of Americans casually with a vote through Congress, and he said fuck all about it. Lefty on some things, right wing on other things. I believe in universal health care and stuff, bro. And in Canada, you're threatened.
All right, he's making fun of Rogan. The point is this. I don't want to go through this anymore. But the point is that he actually thinks that Dave Smith would beat Sam Harris in the debate when it comes to Palestine and Israel. That's the point I'm trying to get at here. He agrees on Dave Smith would smack this guy, which I agree. Dave Smith would absolutely smack this guy in a debate. Because this guy, Sam Harris, is trying to discredit Dave Smith. And he also, me and him agree on the college students getting deported for speech, which is retarded. That's where me and leftists agree. But it pretty much ends there. But so let's go back to the original debate, how it started with this whole, you need to be an expert to comment on something, which is ridiculous. What I'm about to say is some of the realest shit I've ever said. There's been an enormous amount of backlash towards revisionism, all right? Revisionism is the practice of giving an alternative perspective on widely agreed upon historical events, okay, or narratives. And the reason why this is occurring is because for decades, we have only been given one narrative, right? And throughout the years, as technology has gotten better, independent journalists have been able to create platforms. Independent podcasts have been able to create platforms. Independent platforms that are free from censorship have been created, right? Like Rumble. Or platforms that have less censorship like X. As technology has gotten better, and more people have had access to media equipment, okay? These people have been able to challenge certain narratives that have been the staple for decades that have been pushed by the mainstream media, okay? Now, it's not perfect, but people are challenging widely accepted narratives for decades with compelling evidence. For example, for the longest time, we thought some dude in a cave organized the most sophisticated and dangerous and deadly terrorist attack in American history. And we thought he acted alone with no other help. Then, a bunch of government documents came out showing that there was foreknowledge from American as well as Israeli intelligence. This is irrefutable. Okay? There's declassified FBI reports, CIA documents that show that Israeli intelligence assets had foreknowledge of the attack. Then you add in the fact that a Jewish billionaire by Larry Silverstein purchased the buildings months before the attack. And then you get guys like Richard Gage, who were experts in controlled demolition, engineers, that without a shadow of a doubt know that this was a controlled demolition. I did an entire podcast when we went into detail, excruciating detail, as to why this was a controlled demolition. When things like this snowball, thanks to independent creators, okay? These theories, these different narratives, they snowball over time. What ends up happening is people start to distrust the government, okay? So, though the government might have lied just about this one thing here, well, guess what? When the people find out, they're going to assume you lied about everything. This is why being honest all the time is so fucking important. Because once you lose your credibility, you can't get it back. Okay? And you fuel alternative media to come up with their own theories because you have not proven to be trusted. Now, for decades, the mainstream media has been able to avoid this because they've been spoon-fed certain narratives and they've been able to contain the genie in the fucking bottle. They did this through mass censorship of YouTube, Meta, Instagram, etc. But with the rise of alternative platforms, with the rise in the one of free speech, there has been a persistent and strong backlash towards the censorship regime. Okay? And we are seeing the dam of censorship slowly cracking. Okay? Now, what I'm about to say is going to be fairly unpopular. A lot of the people that make the conspiracy theories that they do, whether it's against the Illuminati, the Frankists, the Sabbatists, whatever, the Jews, whatever, a lot of it will be wrong. Not all of it will be right. But since the mainstream media spends so much time lying to us and creating distrust, the American public trusts fringe conspiracy theorists more than people that might be telling the truth. However, this is their fault. Because if you censor people for decades, when they finally get the ability to talk, you're going to get everything. I'm going to say that again. When you censor people for decades, some of those voices legitimate, some of those voices illegitimate. What you've effectively done is you've given credence and reliability to people that might not necessarily deserve it. Because the censorship was so wrong, the censorship was so strong, it's like a rubber band effect. You've been pulling on it like this all this time. What the fuck do you think is gonna happen when the rubber band is let go? It's gonna snap with a degree of force that you will not be able to stop. And what we're observing right now, ladies and gentlemen, is the rubber band is pretty much on its last inch. The last finger's holding it back. And we are either already gonna let it go or it's on the verge of letting it go. Some would make the argument that it's been let go already. Fair enough. The point I'm trying to make is that you're gonna get smacked with that alternative narrative now 10 times fucking harder because losers from mainstream media, pussies from social media, gatekeepers have kept alternative narratives out for so goddamn long and lied for so goddamn long that the public would rather listen to a crazy kook than listen to the mainstream media. And the mainstream media and the censorship regime has itself to fucking blame for this. So when guys like Douglas Murray come in here and talk about, hey, you are platforming fringe conspiracy theorists, or we're allowing people into the marketplace of ideas, okay, that shouldn't be here or aren't qualified to be here, too fucking bad. You didn't play by the rules for decades when it comes to free speech, so now they're not going to play by the rules now that they finally got the free speech. Do you understand? So let me be clear about this. We are going to experience a period of time where kooks will have a platform. I'm not denying that. Kooks will absolutely get a platform, okay? They will be able to get reach. Some of what Murray is saying is true. But he only has himself and the other gatekeepers to fucking blame. Because you've been suppressing this for so long. And the perfect example I could give of this is Twitter. During the Jack Dorsey era of Twitter, okay, Jack Dorsey ran a censorship regime, all right? And when he ran this censorship regime, comments that were critical of them boys pretty much were an insta-ban, as with many other social media platforms, YouTube, Meta, etc. I've talked about this a million times. I told you guys who ran these companies. Susan Wojcicki, Mark Zuckerberg, Adam Mosseri. Dorsey wasn't necessarily one of those boys. But let's just say that he has a lot of Zionist friends in high places. So all the social media companies during the censorship regime pretty much made an agreement that if you go ahead and you talk about this one topic, niggas are getting banned, right? Well, guess what happens? A guy named Elon Musk acquires Twitter and promises to allow free speech. Now, what ensued after that, he didn't anticipate. October 7th happens, shortly thereafter. When October 7th happens, everyone starts putting out media showing kids getting blown up to smithereens. I'm talking about grotesque images and video depicting children with their heads blown off, with their guts hanging out, blood everywhere, shit that you wouldn't even see in a Saw movie, okay? Absolutely horrible, right? He could not have foreseen that. What did that do? That woke the public up to the evils of the Israeli state. People started sharing these images. It started going viral. On top of that, TikTok, which is an unregulated app that goes off of engagement, also is pushing the pro-Palestinian stuff. Okay? With X and TikTok, X's free speech, TikTok's unregulated algorithm, not regulated by the ADL, there was a mass awakening beginning to happen. What's up happening? Twitter becomes overwhelmingly anti-Israel. In response to this, Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL threatens to get rid of advertisers from Twitter. Elon Musk famously goes on and says, fuck the advertisers. Next thing you know, where's he at? He's at Auschwitz with a small hat on, with Ben Shapiro and Benjamin Netanyahu. It was at that point that I realized, holy shit, these motherfuckers really do run the world. The richest man in the world is at Auschwitz after saying fuck off, basically caving in because of the advertisers' dollars. Why? Well, because the ADL understood that Twitter was required to get Trump into office. If Trump got back into office, Israel would be preserved. So they made a deal with Elon, basically, to allow him to continue to get ad dollars to push and become pro-Trump so Trump can win and wage the current war that he has on Iran. So the ADL temporarily took their boot off of Elon's neck to get Trump in office. Because like I've told you guys this before a million times on the show, left wing or right wing, it doesn't matter. All the birds go to Israel. Okay? Jonathan Greenblatt, who's a radical leftist, Ben Shapiro, who's right wing, they both agree when it comes to Israel. Political parties don't matter when it comes to Zionism. Bill Ackman, a lifelong Democrat, Hillary voter, Biden voter, a never Trumper. What did he do? He supported Trump. Why? Because of Israel. Do you see where I'm going here now? Okay? So, by the time Elon Musk had the yarmulke on at fucking Auschwitz, saying that he supports Israel, guess what happened? The genie was already outside the fucking bottle. The awakening had already happened. Twitter was already overwhelmingly anti-Israel, and it still is to this day. That's what allowed people like Ian Carroll and others to blow up and get these interviews. And now that they're doing these interviews on big mainstream platforms like Joe Rogan, Theo Von, etc., basically what happened was we got a wedge in there, and now it's been fucking broken open. And the gatekeepers are mad and they're crying. That's what's going on here. And that is why guys like Doug Murray and a bunch of others are basically crying that independent media and free speech is winning. And they've done everything in their power. This is their worst nightmare. They've done everything in their power to stop this from happening, but they can't put the genie back in the bottle. That, my friends, is why you have establishment media personalities going so hard to push for censorship. They see what's going on here. Jonathan Greenblatt is scared to death of what's going to happen if more people wake up when it comes to the evils of Israel. Because he knows Israel's existence is contingent upon U.S. support. If U.S. support wanes and people no longer want to support Israel, the country is gone. They'll be overtaken by the Arab world within a day. Okay? So that is why people like Jonathan Greenblatt, etc., are doing everything in their power to censor people, because Jonathan Greenblatt, though an idiot, is smart enough to understand this. This is an age issue. The youth are the ones that are waking up. Because I'll tell you guys this, conservative men that are below the age of 35 are not listening to fucking Ben Shapiro. They're not listening to Charlie Kirk. They're not listening to Steven Crowder. They're not listening to Dan Bongino. You know who the fuck they're listening to? They're listening to Nick Fuentes and other young influencers that are coming out and finally calling a spade and calling out the truth when it comes to who runs this fucking government. So that's what's happening, guys. They're losing the narrative. The establishment is scared. The people are waking up. October 7th, alongside Twitter, TikTok, and Rumble, have created a wedge which has opened up the door for people to get in and give the alternative narrative. Again, with my original position, there will be people that will come in that are kooks that are not credible. But the mainstream media and the censorship regime only has themselves to blame because they've kept their neck, their boot, on the neck of the truth for too long. So now the American public doesn't trust them. The American public wants to hear the alternative narrative, and kooks will get a platform, and it'll probably take a year or two to kind of debunk them and get them out of here. But, hey, I'm not even mad. Let the kooks in. You guys have yourselves some fucking blame. This is what you get for censoring people about this topic for decades. Monologue is completed. Let me know if you guys agree in the comments below or in the chat. But that honestly is why we are where we are now. And I don't think I've seen anyone else kind of summarize all that as to where we are when it comes to the censorship regime and this topic in particular. Jake Shields got the mention on the Joe Rogan podcast. That's probably why the SPLC is trying to interview him right now. The SPLC, Jake tweeted out today. I'll show you guys. This is crazy. Now it makes sense. Let me look this up real quick for you guys. So this is a response. Yeah, Joe Rogan only shut up and only listen to us. Experts who are paid millions by Israel. Joe Rogan and Dave Smith are now own Douglas Murray. The expert has shit brains for logic. So Jake got this. Okay, boom. Here's Little Goblin from SPLC. This is who wants to silence us. If you have any personal information on this man, please let me know. It's time we treat them how they treat us. So this is the guy. Oh, yeah. Hauser? Bruh. Nigga. We're going to do an early life on this guy? Let's see. Oh, man. How do you spell this nigga's name? Tischhauser? Interesting. Bruh. I get small hat vibes, but we'll see. But yeah, basically he gets this letter from the SPLC. And they say, I'm an investigator at the Southern Poverty Law Center, SPLC, a civil rights organization based in Alabama. My co-author and I are writing a story about your podcast that will be published on our website. I'm contacting you to provide you an opportunity to respond to details of our story. If you wish to respond to our story, we need your comments by Thursday, April 10th at noon Eastern Time. Our story details the following. Your podcast circulates anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, white national talking point, and male supremacist bigotry. Your podcast appears to violate policies on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and YouTube designed to limit the spread of dehumanizing, violent, and threatening language that targets individuals or groups based on immutable characteristics. You appear to understand that the content you produce violates these policies because certain podcasts are not published to YouTube, Spotify, or Apple Podcasts and only appear on your Rumble channel. In a February post to X, you mentioned that your podcast episode featuring A.O. Kamathi was removed to YouTube for violating his policies. On December 29th, your podcast appears to advocate for violence against healthcare providers who provide care to transgender children, saying all the doctors that therapists should put wow. On December 29th, podcast after you appear to advocate violence, you state that you need to cut that line from the YouTube version of the episode, and then you explicitly acknowledge Spotify's weak enforcement of its own rules. You use your X account to circulate anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, including one comment from February, which you state, I don't believe a single Jew died in the gas chamber. And then on X, you appear to call for the death of Senator John Fetterman due to his support of Israel. So, and this is what they do, guys. This is how censorship works in America, right? And I guarantee you, the reason why the SPLC is interested is because his name was mentioned right here in this podcast.
For Jake Shields.
Shields wants to play absolute beyond the pale thing. Why somebody like Jake Shields wants to play around with Holocaust denial? Why?
I can't answer for Jake Shields. I don't know.
Why do you think?
I have no idea. I think a lot of people get captured.
So I guarantee you this line right here, they're like, wait, who's Jake Shields? Because he got mentioned on the podcast. Bam. Now this guy earlier today saying that, hey, I'm interested in doing this hit piece, or I'm interested in getting your comments. Now, here's how censorship works in America, guys. And this is why these guys are deplorable scum, right? There's three main problematic agencies here. There's the ADL, Anti-Defamation League. There's the SPLC, Southern Poverty Law Center, and Media Matters. They all cosplay as a civil rights organization. But in reality, they are censorship watchdog regimes. And this is how they operate. They find creators that spout out what they call anti-Semitic, racist, or bigoted comments. If that creator has a large following or a dedicated support base, what they do is they go to the people that platform them, the big platforms, Meta, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, etc., Spotify, as you guys can see here, wherever that person produces content, and they write a hit piece on that creator saying that they're espouting hate or violence or whatever else they want to say, and they then lobby to that platform and say, if this person continues to stay on your platform, we are going to talk to advertisers. Well, why is this a problem? This is a problem because these social media companies rely on advertisers to stay free. Guys, whenever a service allows you to use their service for free, that means you are the fucking product, okay? So if these social media companies get their advertisers pulled, that's a death sentence for them. So what are they gonna do? Stick with the creator that makes the content, or just get rid of that creator and continue to get the ad dollars coming in? I think we all know the answer to that one. Unless you're Rumble, you're not gonna stick by your fucking creators. You're gonna get rid of them and go ahead and censor them. This is how censorship works in America, and this is how they're able to get around the First Amendment, okay? And they've been doing this for years. Three main agencies: Media Matters, SPLC, the ADL. Anyone that makes any type of controversial political content, knows these three motherfuckers by name, especially if you're on the right wing. There's right wing watch and a couple others as well. But the three that I mentioned are the big ones. So when they write a fucking letter like this asking you, they don't really want your opinion. They just want to use any statement you make against them or make to defend yourself against you. But they're going to go ahead and lobby to the organizations anyway to get you banned. That is why he's writing this hit piece and why he has specific documented days and comments. This guy is a scumbag. Not Jake Shields, the SPLC guy. But this is how censorship works in America, my friends. And this is why, and this is how it's worked for a while, by the way. Now, the good news is losers like Jeff and other mainstream media outlets don't get the same level of respect and credibility that they used to have. Because what ended up happening was the ADL, SPLC, and Media Matters got drunk with power during the Biden administration. They got a lot of people banned. After January 6th, there was a fucking clean break, sweep, getting rid of anyone that was associated to January 6th, anyone that was considered a problematic conservative creator. And a lot of guys got hit during the Biden administration. Now, we're finally coming back center and trying to kind of combat this mass censorship. But that does not mean that these organizations aren't still trying to do what they're doing. Okay? So obviously, you guys know I like Jake. I hope nothing happens. But this is how these organizations play. And the fact that he was mentioned on this Joe Rogan podcast is great. But that always comes with a cost. If you go on big platforms like this and you talk about these topics, they will come after you. Ian Carroll went on Rogan, had a meetup set up, and they called the location and got it canceled. Candace Owens can't travel to Australia. And she was also banned from New Zealand. Dan Bilzerian got kicked off his own board at Ignite. Andrew Tate was targeted by the Florida Attorney General. If you have a big platform and you are extremely influential, that will directly tie to how hard they go with trying to get you canceled when you talk about this certain topic, especially. Candace Owens is allowed to go to New Zealand now. I think they repealed that one. But she's still banned from Australia. Which is wild to me that she got banned from an entire country for talking about what's going on in Gaza. But look, I mean, you know, they sit there and say, hey, it's anti-Semitic to say that they have world power, and then literally they prove that they have world power by banning her from a country. They banned her from a fucking country. And then get mad when you say, like, damn, these guys got a lot of fucking influence. Hey! Don't you fucking dare say that we got influence. Or else we'll use our influence and ban you from multiple countries. It's like, you can't make this shit up, bro. It's like Kanye West. Them boys run the media. ADL literally lobbies to get him canceled and debanked, goes on the Breakfast Club and says, yeah, we have to shut him down. But didn't he say that you guys control everything? Yeah, but, you know, yeah, we have to shut him down. Yeah, I know. A lot of you guys are probably looking at the screen like a Chinese nigga too. I know. Literally, at this point, you guys might as well call me fucking Ling Ling because it's like, what? So, y'all canceled him for saying that you guys cancel people and you have control? Yeah. So he told the truth? Yeah. That's anti-Semitic, though. I mean, you niggas might as well call me Peck Son now at this point. Because honestly, that's all I do whenever I listen to these fucking guys talk, these censorship guys. Like, I just become fucking, I love you a long time, cancel me now. Like, it's like, bro, what the hell is going on here with this fuckery? Anyway, carrying on. Punisher says, would you go on Lex Friedman's pod if you had you on? Yeah, sure, but he would never have me on. I talked about this the other day. Guys, I know y'all want to see me on some of these big platforms. Lex Friedman, Chris Williamson, Joe Rogan, etc. I don't think these guys will ever have me on, bro. I'm a little too controversial, man. I'm a little too controversial. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. It's cool. Like, I don't have hate or anything like that towards any of them. Lex Friedman, I made fun of him one time saying that he puts me to sleep and he blocked me on Twitter. But I'm not even kidding around. I have put his podcast on to go to sleep. He has a very soothing voice, man. Pause. He's no charisma, but that shit works when you want to go to sleep, bro. I'm telling y'all, man. Put on that Lex Friedman pod and you will fall asleep, man. I'm telling y'all, man. Bro has the most monotone, baseline, zero charisma, zero cadence voice ever. That shit will help you sleep, man. I'm telling y'all, that shit is crazy. That shit is better than ZQL. Not even kidding around. Dead ass, I have problems sleeping. So if I want to go to sleep, pop a little bit of ZQL, fucking turn on a Lex Friedman podcast, we've been interviewing some stupid Zionists, and bam, I'm knocked out, bro. So try it, niggas. All of you in the chat, try it. Try it. Take one swig of ZQL, put on a Lex Friedman fucking podcast, and I promise you, you're gonna fucking wake up the next day with crust in your eyes. It's gonna be the best sleep of your life. So, yeah, I would go on, but like again, guys, the thing is, right, is I'm too edgy for a lot of people, and that's fine. Like I got to take 100% accountability here. I have made my bed and I'll sleep in it. I have a clan outfit in the closet. Okay, I literally right there. You know, I make jokes. I put on the fucking hat. Right? I play music like this, right? I make very crass racial jokes. I use funny memes. A lot of you guys make fun of me and say, Myron, your comedy is like dated, bro. This is like funny in 2005. My bad. I didn't realize that there were fashionable things to laugh at in 2025 versus 2005. My bad, man. I guess I'm not in fashion for comedy. Whatever. The point is that I come from an era where we push the boundaries. We use words like maggot, you guys know what I'm saying, and retarded. That's the era I'm from. I was born in 1990. If you don't like my sense of humor, totally cool. But I also have the wherewithal and the awareness to understand that my form of comedy and the way I deliver my content might be problematic, explicit, and or too controversial for some of these mainstream platforms. That's cool. I don't mind. It's all right. Okay? Because to me, I prefer authenticity. Okay? And for me to show you guys my authenticity, I oftentimes have to push the envelope with the way I deliver my information. Again, I value authenticity. Okay? That is what I care about the most. For me to continuously show you guys that I am authentic, I am transparent, and I push the envelope in ways that might be considered uncouth to other podcasts or content creators who might be considering collabing with me, and that's okay. I can't blame them for it. This is a decision that I made. It's on me. It's fine. Obviously, we got the OSS. We got loyal supporters here. That's what matters. You guys know I've been very transparent and honest with y'all about a bunch of shit. So, yeah, it is what it is. Let's go back to the thing, though.
Almost like if you wanted to come to this inevitable conflict, this would have been the policy to pursue to give you the best chance to end up
one
there.
of the, I was with a British military friend recently, and somebody asked, what does the fog of war mean? And
who knows? Maybe one day we'll get so big that they'll have to invite us on, chat. That might be the next move. Maybe one day we'll get so big that they'll literally have to do it. So it is what it is. Oh, by the way, guys, we got 2,800 likes here. Could we hit 3,000 here, ninjas? We're 150 away. And we are 9 subscribers away from hitting 218,000. So 9 subscribers away from hitting 218,000, and we are 150 away from hitting 3,000 likes. Let's hit both tonight, guys. We're putting in overtime on this one.
He gave a brilliant example of what it means on the battlefield, which a lot of people don't understand. There's a version of the fog of war in history as well. The great Czech writer Milan Kundera had this beautiful phrase in a book of his from the 90s called Testaments Betrayed, where he said, the odd thing about mankind is, he said, we walk through life in a fog, and we stumble along a path, and we create the path as we stumble along.
Oh, yeah, and this channel is not monetized, guys. We do this, you know, shout out to the Castle Club, right? You guys are able to allow us to continue doing what we're doing. Shout out to the Castle Club Premium guys as well, man. Like, love y'all. You guys are letting me continue the stream. I know we had the Zoom call going, but we're cooking tonight. I think this is a very important topic. We're on a roll. So y'all are going to get that Zoom call, and I'm going to definitely go on a bit longer than before. Here's the facts, guys, okay? Zelensky is a puppet. Everyone knows this. He was put in power because the United States and intelligence agencies basically ran a coup, a color revolution, to destabilize the Ukrainian government prior to Zelensky that was pro-Russia. It's as simple as that, okay? Simple as that. That's what occurred, okay? So Zelensky being in office in itself is a national security threat to Putin because Zelensky was put there by Western intelligence agencies, okay? So when people say this stupid shit, I'm like, bro, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? There's a really good video on this I'm about to put y'all niggas on right now. All right? This video right here. Rest in peace to this man. Right here.
Hey, how's it going?
The Ukraine conflict, a primer. Now, some of you guys might say, oh, Coach Red Pill, he's not credible. Actually, he is. The guy's an Ivy League graduate. He was in Ukraine when the conflict actually started. He understands Eastern European politics. He's not polluted by Western propaganda media that demonizes Putin every chance it fucking gets. He explains very nice and succinctly how we got to this conflict. Okay? There are some irrefutable facts here. 2014, there was a color revolution that kicked out the regime that was in place, that was pro-Russia. This was done by Western powers. Okay? So anyone with common sense would understand from a strategic standpoint that having a leader on your border that is a representative of your enemies is a serious national security risk. I don't know how these pro-Ukraine people still fucking talk about this shit. All right? The reason why we support Zelensky so much and the reason why we give them so much money and why we've been dumping money into this war despite the fact that we're losing proves that I'm right. We put that puppet government there. Why the fuck do you guys think we're still spending so much money on a war that we lost? It's because we got skin in the game, serious skin in the game. We were involved in destabilizing the government that was pro-Russia. So clearly, Putin is going to have an axe to grind and get that motherfucker out of there because him existing as the president of Ukraine is a direct security risk for Russia. And it fucking annoys me that I have to explain this to stupid pro-Ukrainian people that think we should still pay money to Ukraine. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Biden, when he was vice president of the United States under the Obama administration, was basically a State Department accessory to Ukraine. He was always there, okay? Now, thanks to Hunter Biden's laptop, we know why. Long story short, they were doing a bunch of illegal shit over there. That's why. Money laundering, fraud, Burisma, all kinds of shit, okay? Zelensky would take taxpayer funds that were made to basically build the roads and use it to enrich himself. Guys, Zelensky is a billionaire. He's very rich, extremely wealthy, has a mansion right here in fucking Miami. He's a U.S. citizen. Did you guys know all that? Probably not. How the fuck is a foreign president a dual citizen? If that does not scream puppet government, puppet government, puppet government, I don't know what else does. If China overthrew Mexico and destabilized their government and put some Chinese nigga as the president of Mexico that has issues with us, we would fucking have a serious issue with that. Anyway, this video right here, if you guys are interested, details what led up to the conflict. Okay? So, feel free to check it out. I'll drop the link here in the description for you guys. Rest in peace to Denzel. I've had him on the show multiple times. And we've talked about Russia-Ukraine pretty deeply. And the reason why I value his opinion over many others is because he's an American. He lived in Ukraine. He's not brainwashed by American propaganda. And he's a smart guy. Ivy League educated, brilliant man. It's a fucking tragedy that he was killed for his views. Because make no mistake about it, the Ukrainian government killed this man because he was telling the truth. If he was lying, they wouldn't care. Don't forget that, guys. If he was lying, he would still be alive. So don't forget that when you listen to this. If he was saying, oh yeah, Ukraine's winning, all this other shit, he would still be alive. But the fact that he told the truth is what got him killed. Anyway. Let's keep going here.
But when a liberal democracy...
Guys, we're 7 away from 3,000 likes. Like the video. We got 2,700, but we got over 100% fucking engagement. Love you, ninjas. Like the video. Let's hit 3,000 likes, guys. And let's keep cooking. Sam Davis Smith. Hey, I see what you put valid. Didn't see it that way. Bro, I'm going to give you a Don DeMarco for... seeing my perspective, bro. And, admitting, like, that takes a lot of fucking pride and courage to, like, admit, you know what? Nah, valid point. Yeah, bro, like, I get it. The CIA is inherently not trustworthy, but the point is that since they're not trustworthy, the fact that they would disclose something like that would make them look bad while making Putin look good is literally what makes it more valid. That's the point. The CIA actually, in this strange scenario, actually validates Putin.
And I think among much else, that's stuff that cannot be forgotten.
Icarus is saying this was an unreleased doc from WikiLeaks. Okay, fair enough. Boom, that makes it more...
Welcome, punch!
That gives it even more credibility now that it came from WikiLeaks. It was never intended to get out there. So, that's what I mean. What's your name? Sam David Smith. But no, shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you. I think that's the importance of chat, like having discussions. So shout out to you, bro. That's why I love, I see, for all you niggas, Myron, you don't look at chat. Yeah, I do. I actually do.
About none of this is simply about NATO expansion or this.
There's a reason why I got the chat running on the left-hand side of the show. I think it's really important for you guys to be able to see each other's comments and talk to each other and shit like that. You know what I mean? Makes the viewing experience better. Like, I want y'all to engage with each other. I want the shit super fucking, you know what I mean? I got to find a way to get the Council Club chat up with the filters. But, I found a way to do it. We're going to have the Council Club chat up soon. So you guys will still be able to be involved in the conversation because I want you guys in there too. It's just that there's no filter, so you guys like be typing up a bunch of crazy shit. So I'm going to do it where you guys, basically I found a program for you guys. I got to give Bill's credit on this. Bill's figured out a way where he's going to be able to put the Castle Club chat where the Castle Club chat is on screen. You guys are able to be involved in the conversation. But when you guys are on Castle Club talking to each other and you say, let's say you use a crazy ass word, fine. On the Castle Club chat, y'all will be able to see it. But the other chatters on the main screen, they're just going to see stars. So that way we have, everyone's involved because I want all you guys involved. And the Castle Club guys are still able to have their community where they go crazy and talk shit without being censored. It's just that when it goes out publicly, it's going to be censored to a degree because it's on YouTube, right? We got to fucking play by the same stupid rules. You still get freedom of speech. It's just that it's not going to show on the screen, if that makes sense. But you guys will still be in the conversation. Swanstein said, we got each other. We don't want main screen. You hate us anyway. Nigga, I don't hate y'all. What the fuck you talking about, bro? I'm literally coming up with software specifically for y'all. Bills has been in the fucking kitchen making this thing because I told him, bro, I want the Castle Club niggas on screen. I literally told him. So we've been working on this shit for a few weeks now.
Or that. It's about a country whose people are suffering in their third year of war.
Okay, someone said Myron got Cash fired. Quick little thing on this. Let me address it. Guys, Cash Patel did not get fired. He unorthodoxly got sworn in as the director of the ATF and the FBI, which is pretty retarded. I'm not going to lie to you guys. You can't run two different agencies. It's nearly impossible. And on top of that, they're competing agencies. Like, there's a lot of overlap between the FBI and the ATF on what they investigate. So making him director for both agencies was really fucking stupid. And whoever did that, has no idea of how federal law enforcement agencies work. So he was just there as an acting director waiting for someone to actually get appointed in the position. So no, he didn't get fired off of performance or anything like that. He was just there as a placeholder. His real mission is the FBI, not the ATF.
And it's almost total war.
So anyone that says that Cash Patel got fired from the ATF is fake news, guys. He was acting director. He shouldn't have been there in the fucking first place. I guess Trump probably put him there because he didn't trust anybody else. And then they find somebody to put him in. That's really what happened. But he didn't fire him, bro. Cash Patel is doing pretty good with the FBI right now. He just needs to go after these fucking, government gangsters, like he said before, and deliver what he promised.
It's as much total war as we've got in the modern age. And
but that's not.
All right, let's skip this Russia shit. Let's try to get over to the Palestine stuff.
And not believed. The era we lived through in the late 2010s was the era of believe all women. And of all the Israeli women who were raped that morning.
Okay, here we go. All right, now we're here. Okay.
In Hamas, the Israelis.
Tell me, Israel props up this terrorist organization.
Start another war with Israel and trying to annihilate their neighbor. So maybe, but maybe? That's not the evidence of the last 18 years.
I mean, it's you can okay. So I guess I think I'm allowed to quote powerful people when they admit what they're doing. I mean, it's kind of like,
I know, but again, I mean, it's just an interesting thing because again, it's a discipline.
Yanukovych was democratically elected with elections verified by the EU, but I'm not denying. Imagine.
Wow. Okay. Breaking news. Oh, look, there we go. Dave Smith gives his comment right there. Yeah, he's been on Rogan. He's done Lex Friedman. He's done a bunch of fucking podcasts, man. He's been on a press run of a century. Hold on one sec. It's my boy Dom. He just reported this like 20 minutes ago. Breaking. President Trump named Shabbat Lubavitch Rabbi Yehuda Kaplan as U.S. Special Envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism. Who the fuck is this guy? Let's see. Oh, man. Bruh. President Trump announced Thursday that he is nominating Yehuda Kaplan, an Orthodox Jewish businessman, Shabbat rabbi, and Trump campaign surrogate as the administration's special envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism. President Trump wrote on Truth Social, I am proud to nominate Yehuda Kaplan as the United States Special Envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism. Ambassador at large, Yehuda is a successful businessman and staunch advocate for the Jewish faith and the rights of his people to live and worship free from prosecution. With anti-Semitism dangerously on the rise, Yehuda will be the strongest representative for Americans, Jews across the globe, and promotes peace. Congratulations, Yehuda. Here's the thing, Mr. Donald Trump. I would say that most people don't have a problem with the Jewish people or the Jewish faith, okay? And that would actually include myself. I don't have a problem with Jewish people or the Jewish faith. I have a problem with the state of Israel and how it subverts our government. Now, you can make arguments that components of the Jewish faith are involved in the supremacy belief system that is the anchor to Zionism. That's fine. You can make that argument, sure. But I think in general, framing this in a way where he's going to preserve the Jewish faith and the rights of his people to worship free from persecution, that's not the problem, Mr. Trump. I don't think anyone has a problem with the Jewish people practicing their religion freely without being persecuted. Hell, I would fight so that they can go ahead and worship free of persecution. I don't think people have an issue with the Jewish religion. There's some fringe people out there that might have a problem with it, sure, of course. But that's not what it is. People have a problem with the gross bombing campaign being conducted by the Jewish state. That is the difference. Okay? No one wants to destroy synagogues or hurt Jewish people for practicing their faith. That's not what this is. People have a problem with the state of Israel killing innocent people. And I think that's very important to distinguish, because what ends up happening, right, is what they're trying to do, Chad, and I hope you guys are catching on to the PSYOP, is they're looking for people to basically say, oh, I feel this way about them boys, right? Then they're going to use that and attribute that as the same as criticism of Israel. Does that make sense? So I can see a PSYOP here where what they're trying to do is they're going to try to conflate meaningful, articulate, and valid criticism of Israel. They're going to try to conflate that with hatred of the Jewish people, and the two are vastly different. One is a political ideology, the other one is a religious ideology. Once again, you can make the argument that some of the religious ideology might overlap with some of the political ideology. But in general, the two are pretty fucking separate. Because some of the most devout Orthodox Jewish people are some of the biggest advocates for bringing down the Zionist state. And they're a minority. I know they're not the majority, but they do exist. So, hey, and I already see what's coming here. See how we frame this? I don't see the word Israel here one time, chat. And Trump framed it this way for a reason, chat. Do you guys see what's going on here? They're framing this in this way for a reason. Yeah. Well, this isn't good, bro. You got this fucking guy. That's not good. Bruh. We have become the United States of Israel. Kaplan helped with the Trump's campaign's outreach to the Jewish community during the 2024 campaign, including a high-profile event backed by, oh, of course, Myron Adelson, where Trump courted Jewish voters at Washington. How much do you guys want to bet that Myron Adelson told Trump to appoint this guy on the team? Guarantee you, bro. She told Trump, hey, you need to appoint this guy as a special envoy for anti-Semitism. Bro, Miriam Adelson absolutely played a role in Trump's cabinet picks. She played a role in his foreign policy. I tell you guys all the time, don't listen to what they say. Follow the money. Who are the biggest donors on Trump's campaign? Elon Musk, Miriam Adelson. Why do you think we're making a strong push towards AI? And why do you think we're making a strong push towards a war with Iran? Because Miriam Adelson is a hardcore Zionist. And because Elon Musk has a vested interest in tech. Peter Thiel also donated money. Zuckerberg, you guys see what's going on here? The people that pay the money dictate the administration. I'm going to say that again. The people that pay the money dictate the administration. We're supposed to get mass deportations, manufacturing jobs back through tariffs, no wars. Instead, what we've gotten is deportation of college students that criticize Israel, a potential war with Iran, and backing out on tariffs after finding out that their Treasury market would fucking collapse the entire global financial market. Well, if you follow the money, you won't be too surprised. So, yeah. Anyway, let's go back to the debate. Carmen Guerrero sends $20. Thank you so much for that. No comment, just her name, Carmen Guerrero. Appreciate that. Alboy said, to be honest, Trump played everyone. I get he was the better choice, but the way he deep throats them boys, schlong paws, washes everything else he does, I just can't get behind that man. These next 4 years are going to be all about Israel, not America, in my opinion. Absolutely. And look, guys, some of you guys are saying like Myron because I don't want to say that I hate Jews. But just understand that Trump putting this on social media, on True Social, and the fact that he's sticking to terms for the people practicing the Jewish faith and the rights of his people to live worship free, this is the beginning. This is the beginning. They're going to try, and you guys can call me right now, midnight, April 11th. You heard it here first in the debrief. They're going to try to conflate criticism of Israel with criticism of the Jewish faith. It's coming, guys. It's coming. And even though most Jews are secular and atheist, a large portion of them, not most, but a large portion of them, maybe 50% if not better, I don't know the exact numbers, but a good amount, a considerable amount, a sizable amount of them are atheists and or secular, not religious. They're going to make the argument that criticism of Zionism or Israel is the same as criticism and persecution of their faith. You heard it here first, guys. I'm telling y'all, get ready. This was not done out of nowhere. Miriam Adelson put this motherfucker in place. Okay? Miriam Adelson also was an architect of the college campus crackdowns. Okay? Her and Bill Ackman also supported the censorship and deportation regime that we have going on right now. Okay? Look, I told you guys, the Great Noticing and the Great Awakening has happened, but that does not mean that these globalists and wealthy billionaires are not going to do everything in their power to stop the Great Noticing and Great Awakening from happening. They're going to try to censor people, and them putting this guy into power, right, under the guise of religious persecution is a strategy. First, they used anti-Semitism against foreign nationals for supporting a terrorist organization to justify kicking them out. Now, the next step is finding out how to censor U.S. citizens. And this is how they're going to do it. Because endorsing violence or anything like that is not protected by the First Amendment, and they're going to use religious persecution to do it. You heard it here first, chat. You heard it here first. And what the autist retards don't get that talk shit on Twitter is this little thing here. Working definition of anti-Semitism. Keyword, working. Okay? That means it's open to change. Chat. Working. So they will update this definition. They're going to broaden it out. Step 1 was to go after the college students. That has been completed. Step 2, now they're working on going after U.S. citizens. It's coming. It is coming, my friends. Pause. So, we'll see what happens. But that's what they're going to do. That's what we're going to do. And, you know, I find it funny, too. Because for all the guys that are sitting here saying, like, L. Myron or whatever, because I'm not going to sit here and say I hate Jews, because I don't. That's a lie. You bitch-ass niggas don't show your faces. You bitch-ass niggas don't use your real names. You bitch-ass niggas don't stand on anything that you say. So you have the nerve to sit here and talk shit and say L. Myron because you won't say that you hate Jews, because I don't. That's fucking retarded to hate an entire group of people. But you don't show your face. But you don't show who you are. But you hide behind an Anon account. Fuck you. I have done more for this movement than anyone else I could think of, maybe than outside Candace Owens, when it comes to awakening a bunch of people about this shit. And I did it before it was cool on October 7th. So anyone that has anything to say, whether questioning where I stand on this situation, fuck you. That is my response to the fucking autist retards that don't deal with any fucking consequences, that hide behind Anon accounts, that have anything to say about what I gotta say. My views are not your views. If you hate Jews, that's on you. But you're a coward and you can't even put your fucking face to that because you're a bitch. Me, on the other hand, I openly criticize a bunch of shit that would get me banned. I've lost millions of dollars for this shit. So I'll be fucking damned if some Anon retard is going to come in and say, oh, bro, you sold out. Really? I sold out? I sold out? You know the fuck you're talking to? I was talking about this shit before it became cool. Before October 7th. Before most Americans even knew what Zionism was. I've lost more money than you've earned, motherfucker. So, again, it is what it is. But I find it interesting that people that talk shit don't show their face. People that say L. Myron because you don't hate Jews don't show their names. Don't put themselves out there. There's a reason why you bitch-ass niggas are using Anon accounts. Meanwhile, I got my real name, real credentials literally behind me of what I used to do because I'm able to stand on my fucking comments. You can't. So we are not the same. So shut the fuck up, all right? That's how this goes. No one respects you if you can't stand on your comments, and all you niggas can't.
Money that was poured into Gaza, the European Union taxpayer money that was poured into Gaza, had been used by a government in Gaza to build a state that lived side by side with their Israeli neighbors and flourished. And it's not like the money wasn't there. It's not like there wasn't international will. Ismail Haniyeh and the other leaders of Hamas used that money, as you know, to make themselves billionaires and to buy themselves and their kids condos in Qatar and to live extremely well, whilst withholding the money from the Palestinian people, whilst building their network of tunnels throughout Gaza and building an infrastructure of terror. And that's what they did with 18 years in Gaza. And of all of the what-ifs, just consider that one was in
a lot of. I'm not arguing that there are no people who are actually pro-Hamas or there are no people who are actually like hate Jews or something like that. I do think that what happens is that
there's a couple of idiots on the internet and they're gonna fuck it up for all of us. All the retards that sit there and say, "Oh, yeah, I hate Jews," blah blah blah. You guys are a part of the fucking problem because you guys have lazy political analysis and you guys are not able to identify the allies from the people that are not by putting everyone under one tent like a fucking retard. And they're going to fuck everything up for everybody. If you love the United States of America, if you love your country and you really want this country to be sovereign, we need to hold those that are actually responsible accountable. Not everybody is involved in some fucking grand conspiracy to subvert our government. Okay? Like, look right now. What is Dave Smith doing? Dave Smith is Jewish. Dave Smith is advocating for and speaking about things that have been suppressed for a very long time. Now, I know some of you guys are going to sit here, well, he's Jewish. He's Jewish. He's Jewish. So what? So what? He's on the biggest podcast in the fucking world talking about the crimes of Israel. That's a W. Some of you might feel that he could have went harder on defending Islam. Fine. Some of you feel he could have pushed back a bit more on October 7th. Fine. But this is the same criticism of anyone that actually has an audience or a platform. They did it to Candace Owens when she said Frankus. They did it to Dave Smith because he didn't go hard enough on debunking October 7th shit. Look, man, everybody puts a piece, okay? Not everyone is going to get it 100% every single time. You can't go super hard off rip. Normies still listen to Joe Rogan, you autistic fucking idiots. And the fastest way to destroy your credibility and not be taken seriously is to say extremist, stupid shit like I hate Jews. You will immediately destroy your credibility and no one will want to listen to you. Okay? And worse yet, your dumbass statements are going to be used and attributed to everyone else to paint the rest of us in a bad light. You guys want to know why I'm very precise with what I say and I show you guys the names in their early life? Because it's important for you guys to know the names. The retards say, Jews. The smart people say, it's this person and he's Jewish. Or it's this person and he's a Zionist. Because make no mistake about it, Kristi Noem, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, they're not Jews. They're Christians. But guess what? Kristi Noem was responsible for passing anti-Semitism bills. Marco Rubio was the one that facilitated a huge amount of money, billions of dollars, in emergency funding to Israel. They're not Jewish, though. So you see where I'm going here? But Dave Smith is on Joe Rogan talking about these problems. But he's Jewish. See where I'm going here? You fucking retards. Why this all or nothing mindset is extremely damaging and stupid and hurts the actual credible people? Look, if you want to be an autist retard and spurg out in your fucking basement, do that. Fine. You don't have your face out there. You don't have your name out there. You can afford to be a fucking retard. Fine. But for the rest of us that want to actually educate the masses and teach them what the fuck is going on, we're going to be a bit more precise than you dumbasses. And we're going to be a bit more articulate than you dumbasses. Because we clearly know that the spurging out doesn't work. That's how we ended up censored in the first place. So we have to be very specific and articulate in what we do. Because I'll tell you this, Dave Smith is doing a lot more than you fucking idiots in the basement. Well, he's just. Okay, and he's woken up more people than you. He has aware more people than you. More Americans now know about the clean break memo than you fucking taught. He's exposed the Iraq war and woken up more people than you. So how does that make you feel? A Jewish guy that you hate has done more for the movement than you, Mr. Spurg, in your fucking basement autist retard. You can sit there and say all day, he's controlled opposition. He's a subvert. Okay. But let me tell you something. The normie that's driving in their fucking car, listening to Joe Rogan on their way to work, to go to their office job, tunes into Joe Rogan. Oh, this is an interesting conversation. Let me look into this clean break memo. Let me look into this dancing Israeli thing. Let me look into this cutting the grass stuff. That something magical happens. The seed was planted by Dave Smith, who you guys call a subversive Jew. But what ended up happening was a tree grew that isn't subversive from that person's own independent research, you stupid fuck. Because it's one thing to tell people things. It's another thing to bring out facts and have the people say, that's interesting, because people are naturally inquisitive. And they go search it for themselves and they find out. That's how you really wake people up. So you guys can sit there all day and say Dave Smith is a subversive Jew. And he can't talk about this because he's Jewish. Bro, look. He's waking people up. Maybe the rest of you guys that are, more aware of this topic and stuff like that, cool. Y'all could go ahead and make the argument that he's subversive. But right now, the fact that he's on a podcast this fucking big. Look at this. Already 1 million views almost in 11 hours. This is going to have a couple million by the end of the week. 90% of the people that listen to this podcast probably won't know a lot of the shit that's going to be talked about, and they're going to be curious to find out. The minority that know what's up, you guys can make the argument about subversiveness and he's Jewish or whatever. The normies that are listening to this don't even know Dave Smith is Jewish. That doesn't matter. They don't care. Okay? They're going to just look at the information and they'll come to their own conclusions. All right? So look, I like Dave Smith. I've had him on my show. We had a great conversation. So, yeah, dude. Look, I know some of y'all are like, I don't trust him. That's fine, dude. But I'll tell you this. He's waking up a lot more people than you motherfuckers. I'm not jealous. I'm happy. Every time people like him or Candace or Ian talk about this shit, I'm like, yes. Hassan talks about this shit, yes. Because my goal isn't to get all the credit. My goal isn't to be the star of this shit. My goal isn't to be like, look at me. Look at me. I'm the goy that made it. Like I'm fucking Rocky on the fucking mountaintop. Yeah. Woo, with the Rocky music playing and shit. Yeah, bro, like y'all niggas think like you guys think you're fucking Rocky Balboa. Like fucking training against Drago the fucking Jew or some shit. Like it's crazy, bro. Fuck wrong with y'all niggas. I want the credit. Niggas want to be hopping up and down at the top of the Rocky statue in Philadelphia. But you niggas smoke every day. You have no cardio. You want to be the champion. You want to be the one to say that you woke people up, but you don't even show your face. You want to be the goy that exposed the truth, but we don't know your name. You want to be fucking the captain of the mass awakening, but you're scared to lose your job at 7-Eleven, so you hide your identity. You don't even have the balls to say your opinions to your boss, but you want to fucking sit here and get mad when a Jewish guy named Dave Smith is out here waking up more people to the fucking occupation of our country and the slaughtering of innocent people. You selfish piece of shit. That's the problem. A lot of this shit is jealousy. And you niggas want to sit there and be the fucking champions, throw your fucking fists up and say, yeah, but you don't want to get in the fucking ring and show your face. Get the fuck out of here, man. That's why I don't respect you anonymous motherfuckers that want to sit there and talk shit. Put some skin in the game, and then you could go ahead and talk to me.
Are no people who are actually pro-Hamas, or there are no people who are actually like hate Jews or something like that. I do think that what happens is that
What sadly Dave doesn't know, there are dudes that just straight up hate him. But nobody cares about them, so whatever. I love how he's like just discounting the fact that like Israel came in the 1930s, got into violent skirmishes, conducted a whole bunch of terrorism, stole their land, and then tells them, oh, like, why are you guys fighting us? Why are you guys attacking us? Like, you know what I mean? Well, what's going on here, man? So it's interesting to me how it's like, again, I hate to use a Malcolm X quote, but you can't stab somebody in the back, pull it out a few inches, and call that progress. That's not how this goes. They're still going to hate you. You stole their land, bro.
That brave young man 2 weeks ago in Gaza who wrote.
What I'm thinking, guys, is I'm going to follow this up and finish this tomorrow. Just so I can, because I'm starving, guys. I haven't eaten yet. I literally woke up and just jumped on stream. Didn't even eat yet. Yeah. Doing another real estate deal. So I'm going to probably do, I'm waiting until I close this real estate deal. Then I'm going to do both deals together. One is residential, one is commercial. I think it'll be more value for you guys if I cover both of them together in the same episode and give you guys the differences between the two, one residential, one commercial. So I sent out a down deposit this morning. I had a busy day, bro. I literally stayed up all night, didn't sleep, went to the bank, sent some money over for the house for my, earnest deposit. Then came back, slept, woke up, and then I'm here with you guys. So, definitely gave you guys a banger. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish up this thing tomorrow, and I will cover, let's see, we still got to cover Matt Walsh versus Megyn Kelly. We got to cover this woman who blamed her husband for sexually abusing one of her students. Oh yeah, this is the video I told you guys if you want to learn more about Russia, Ukraine. And yeah, so we'll finish up this and cover the other stuff. But yeah, I'm very tired, and I want to keep giving you guys like a super analytical breakdown. So I'll save the rest of this for then. 122, Dave Smith just talked about Operation Cyclone, haha funding Osama. Okay. $15 for Chipotle for 8-hour stream. Thanks, dude. Have you thought any more about the idea I brought up on a Zoom call regarding creating one or more a few condensed videos that lay out the main truths of the red pill? Maybe make one palatable one and one that gets a bit more hardcore. Super difficult to just explain all the points of blue pill friends. How about this, Dirty Sense? Give me the 5 top ones that you want me to make a video for, and I'll do it. Give me the 5 that you want me to do. Yeah, did you know that Tim Pool met with Netanyahu? Yes, I am familiar. He talked about it on his show. I mean, I wouldn't meet with Netanyahu, but, and if I did, I would fucking have a bunch of really hard questions for him. But, hey, it is what it is. Like I said, I don't have to agree with everything. Me and Tim actually disagree on Israel, but I still like the guy, I still respect the guy. You know what I mean? I don't have to agree with people 100% for their viewpoints. I have many allies or people that I get along with, even though we have conflicting political views. And I think that's, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Some people look at it like, oh, you can't talk to the opposition. But I just think that's very narrow-minded and stupid. But that's fine. So it is what it is. I'm willing to have conversations with people I disagree with. I'm willing to not be in a circle jerk environment where everyone agrees with me and doesn't challenge my views. I literally debate almost every day, so I have no problem with talking to people that have different worldviews than I do. I think that's how you get sharper. That's how you get good. So, anyway, the USA funded the Mujahideen since the 80s, the 9/11. Then that's funny, but yeah, of course. Myron, why are chicks so hungry for money and all your resources? Bro, you gotta watch the Red Pill content that we make, man. We explain that ad nauseum, bro. Women are designed to get their needs met through hypergamy, my friend. Let's see. All right, I think we're caught up there. Revival Omen Empire says, Murray doing backflips on it for them boys. That's funny, man. Yeah, bro. Yeah, he's received millions of dollars from the Zionist lobby. That's why he's saying that stupid shit. So yeah. All right. So, guys, we're going to pick up tomorrow. You think about what doing? Yeah, Bobby, I already answered your question. Yes, I will probably maybe get into what Bradley said after I do this real estate deal. So yeah. All right, cool. So, guys, I'll be back tomorrow, 5 p.m. We're going to finish up this debate reaction. Matt Walsh, crazy woman. It's going to be a good time. And we'll cover the news as well, guys. So I'll catch you guys tomorrow, 5 p.m. Love you guys. Peace.